Sup, y'all? How are we all doing today? I hope you're all doing really good. I'm feeling pretty nuggo myself, just all around. But we're gonna try to be in a good mood today. I threw an adult tantrum and might be losing my job. I done fucked up. I walked out of my abusive class and told the principal I was fucking done with third grade. Now I'm on paid leave for 2 weeks before I find out if the district office thinks I did something wrong. Wow. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. I know how hard that has been on you. I know that you come in here and you talk about how rough it's been, like, a lot. I hate hearing that you might lose any security over it. Please let us know if there's any way that we can support. Shit, dude. I'm really sorry. That's okay, Soph. It's good to see you. Hi. Thanks for coming in and saying hi at least. Cleared for everything, going back to work, lifting, driving, so I celebrated with getting myself to Petco for their half-off fish tank sale. Under $50 for a 20 long and 10 normally that would be $80. Then I spent $90 on driftwood. That's very exciting. Are you like gonna get a fish or a pet of some kind, or are you just gonna make a terrarium? Tell us everything. Bardic Muse, I feel awful. I'm feeling pretty knucko on my own self. But just know that I'm thinking about you. If you have anything that you want to vent or anything, don't hesitate to talk to us. Need to leave in an hour. Have a first date with a guy. Not too sure how to feel because I've never dated before. As someone who has dabbled with the poly stuff, I recommend leading with the fact that you do have a primary partner already, personally. But I am not going to be on your date. I won't know how it feels. Just whenever that... It has hurt my feelings before learning that I would never become somebody's number one. You know what I mean? But have a good time.
James Rocks 18 cheered. Hello, beautiful.
James, thank you so much for the compliment and for the biddies. Thank you. So should take chat with on the date. I mean, there's an idea. You're single, you broke up? No, I'm so sorry to hear that. Fuck. Well, I didn't mean to fucking... See, I was trying to not assume, and in such, I ended up assuming. We're just having a rough night collectively, everybody, hey? Jeez Louise. Hi. Here, hi. Hello. It me, the docs. Man. What did you do, Doxy? All I hear is you apologize. Everybody's just having a bad day. Just literally everybody in chat is having a bad... Is anybody having a great day? Does anybody want to talk about an amazing thing that's happening with them today? 2 years of a relationship and he broke up with me in a really disrespectful way. Over call and not in person. Fuck, man. That's a bummer. That's a huge bummer. But you know what? Tonight, guy, is going to be so fun. You're going to have so much fun. You made a really good chili tonight. Wouldn't call it great day, but not bad. If your chili is really good tonight, it's going to be fucking... Whatever leftovers there are going to be fucking insane tomorrow. If there are leftovers. In my experience, chili, really good chili, doesn't stick around to become leftovers. Thanks. Hubby has been really supportive, encouraging me to use the time to heal and relax. Agree with hubby. It's just really frustrating that the principal's first response was to send me home because I said fuck in the hall and not to ask what was wrong. That rubs me the wrong way. I love the new Harley Quinn show. It's so good. I did not know that there was a new Harley Quinn show. Hi, Doxy. You appear to be running online counseling. Maybe everyone needs a good laugh. Everyone does, I think, need a really good laugh. Iffy day, but I made pizza today. Made the dough and everything was pretty nice. And I'll get to do fun stuff a little later, hopefully. I like to hear that. We take even little wins here. We take them. I wouldn't say it was great, but it wasn't bad. We love that. That is great. It is great that you did not have a bad day. Positive, though, it was so much easier to work out when I'm not burnt out from the day. Absolutely. I did not work out today. I fell asleep on accident twice. If it's the Harley Quinn on HBO, then yeah, it's great. I don't have access to HBO here. Sometimes they have channels down by where I park my clipper, if you catch my drift. New Me and Oz were just talking about it. It's like 3 years old by now, but it slaps. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. I think that we're going to go ahead and get started. We have a family annihilator today. It's going to be brutal. There's a family and a dog all murdered by this guy. So if you don't think that you can handle that, now is definitely a time to exit stage right. No hard feelings. Your day was good. Tested your dog out of her crate while at work, and she did great. Also, I am officially more than halfway done with my latest project. That's all fucking phenomenal. You're gonna start that project soon. I looked at the PDF earlier. Okay, here's how it went. I downloaded it as I was falling asleep on the couch because I had to download it to see it. But I was like, he's been talking about this. He's been excited about it. I want to see it. And then I fell asleep before looking at it. And then I woke up and I saw it on the phone version, so it made zero sense to me. But I am excited. I did see the little preview of what it will look like when it's finished, and I'm super excited for you. I think that it'll be very fun. Your yarn came today. That is one of the best feelings. Have you watched the YouTube channel, The Juice Media? Very funny, but a lot of F-bombs by the lady hosts. We do a lot of F-bombs here, so that is not even remotely a hindrance to us. If it's not true crime or anything, though, we wouldn't watch it here. I've never heard of it. If you tell us more about it. Hi, Sperry. How's it going? Good to see you. Hi, Ethan. Welcome. Yep. The whole family and the dog. All back on subject. I hope you have fun with your date, Soph. You got this, homie. Yeah, agree. We're all behind you. If we need to turn this into the Sophie's date experience, I'm sure that we could rig up a way for you to wear your phone if you can explain it away to him so that we can see him. And if you have some earbuds, I can be in your ear and I could be taking suggestions from chat and feeding them to you. We'll do this spy style. We'll do it. Kite Man was the best character of the show. He deserves his own spinoff. He is a king. Hearing Kite Man makes me think of fucking Kyle, the human kite in Fractured Butthole. I will post a link. It's an independent news channel from Australia that comments on the government. Okay. So it's not something that we would watch on the channel then, but I will take a look at it. We're just going to go for a drive and maybe get some shitty takeaway. I think I'll be okay, just scared if he tries anything. Just let him know right away that you're that you want to take things slow. You're coming out of a relationship. And if he doesn't respect that, then you want to go home right away. You are so in control. Being a chick in the dating scene is like being a rich man at a fancy dessert restaurant. I always had a good time. Anyway, I really liked dating. I way prefer being in a relationship, though. Please, Soph, have your own way out. Yeah, absolutely. If you don't have a friend on standby or whatever, then try to get one if you can. I did not consent to being old. Big same. I didn't consent to being born, which leads to getting old.
Love your face. Zoxo.
I love your face. I love that it says Zoxo instead of XOXO. I'm going to start saying Zoxo as a form of affection. Fred, I'll take a look at this later. That's exciting. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to belch on you guys. I mean, except some of the desserts are poisonous and they're not labeled. That's true. You do have to have a good poison detector, just internally. You're not wrong about that. We both made it clear sex isn't on the table today, but, you know, I'm a nervous being. Yeah, and that's fair. That's super fair. That it's just getting to know each other, and I'll most likely bring my bus card and, of course, phone for Uber and shit. Okay, good. I'm happy to know. And make sure that people know who you are with and stuff like that. You're a smart girl. I know that you have your shit covered. Apparently, there was a guy who sued his parents because he didn't consent to being born. Can I get 3 readies in chat, please? I'm ready to fucking finish this bodice today. I'm ready to do it. All right, here we go.
On January 19th, 2022, we began our YouTube journey and uploaded our first video. Initially, I intended the
This is
video
gonna
to
be
work
heavy.
more as a podcast,
Just
as I
letting you
didn't
guys
have any
know,
video
it's
editing
heavy.
experience, which is why there is very little done visually. I had no idea how YouTube would work or what the coming months would bring, and over this very short amount of time, have been learning how to produce well-made content for everyone who has taken the time to click on one of my videos. It is currently April 19th, 2022, approximately 3 months after starting this channel, and we have already grown to over 100,000 subscribers. In order to properly mark the occasion, and say thank you properly to the people who have made this channel possible, today's video will serve as a follow-up to our first upload, going over the trial of Anthony Todt, his time on the stand, and what we were able to learn through the trial. This video, like so many others on my channel, has been copyright claimed by a third party because of the footage I use in it, meaning that if there are ads placed on the video, I do not have control of them or make money off of them. But with that in mind, we do have a sponsor. This video has kindly been brought to you by Scentbird. Scent is one of the most powerful senses that humans have. So much so
I am
that
going
we
to
as
let this
people
ad
often
play.
subconsciously attach meaning and memory to specific smells that are around us. Like myself, I have always attached a certain fondness to the smell of my grandfather's cologne, the name of which I do not know and have never been able to find. The strong wood-like smell that still lingers on his clothes reminds me of the times we spent together before his passing, and just the feeling of working with him on various projects as he raised me. And that's something that I personally cherish, especially after his passing. However, finding one's personal scent
Ladies listening
profile
to me
and a
laugh every
signature
time I
perfume
watch
or cologne that
the
fits them
honest
in the way
ads.
that my
I'm
grandfather's
excited.
fit
I'm
him
excited to
is extremely
take a
hard
look
and
at
often expensive. Luxury colognes
what
and
Mr. Fred
perfumes
finds
tend to
funny.
be hundreds of dollars a bottle.
James
And with
Rocks
the scent's
18 cheered.
profiles changing
I'm a
and
stoner,
reacting
I'm a
to our
loner, I'm a
bodies,
grunge
picking up
rock
a new
talker, I
scent
do
can be
my
a struggle,
dealings in the
or
sun.
at least it would be if not for
That's
Scentbird.
not the
Scentbird
word.
is reimagining how people discover,
Thank you so
shop
much
for,
for
and
the
purchase
biddies. I
fragrances,
appreciate
making
you.
it possible to find new perfumes and colognes that fit your personal essence without breaking the bank. Every month, Scentbird lets you
I've
choose
been
a
thinking
30-day
about
supply of a
Scentbird,
new
but I
designer
have
fragrance for just
a
$16.
ton of
That way you can
perfume
really feel how it
because
reacts to your
perfume
body.
lasts
I find that putting on a cologne,
forever,
then going out for the day,
and I
doing yard
don't
work
wear it
and
that
errands
often
really
because I
allows me
always
to
smell
see how
good
the scent
anyway because
reacts
I
to
have
my
so much
body, how
hair
long
that
it
like just
lasts,
my
and if it
shampoo
fits me well.
smell
They
sticks
send
to
the
me.
fragrances in these unique travel-friendly cases, which helps disperse the product evenly and protects the glass vials from breaking. Should your cat, like mine,
But
try
it
to
would
knock
be
them off your
fun to
desk,
have like
Scentbird
lots
lets you
of
test
options.
drive
I
some of the
love
best perfume, colognes,
I
and unisex
love it.
fragrances on the market before committing. That way you don't spend thousands of dollars on fragrances you never wear again. You can discover new fragrances based on your scent preferences and previous purchases by taking a simple quiz on their site that will curate a list of scents that might work for you. As for selection, they have
You just
everything
don't get
from designer
smelly
brands
easily.
like Prada,
You're built
Gucci,
different. I
and
definitely,
Versace, to niche
I
brands
can
like
get
Skylar,
smelly
Heretic,
easily if I
and
don't
Confessions
take care of
a
myself
Rebel.
because
This
I
month,
sweat. I
Scentbird
have
sent
excessive
me Stem by Malin and Getz,
excessive
which was a
sweating.
very masculine but strangely floral scent that I thought was interesting, as
But
well as
I take
Pour
care of
Homme
it.
by Dolce & Gabbana,
Like I
which was a
just
bit too
sponge
citrusy
bathe,
for my
you know?
taste, but seemed to be the favorite of the people around me when I wore it. They likewise sent 1015 by the brand
Room 1015.
which is a scent that I find hard to describe, but made me feel really cool. Out of all of them, I would probably buy the full-size bottles of both Dolce & Gabbana
3,
and
6,
1015.
9,
That
12,
said, based off
15,
description
18,
alone, I
19,
probably
20.
wouldn't have
This
tried
is the
either
20th
had it
one?
not been for
There's
Scentbird's
no
quiz
way!
alerting me
That's
to them.
not
So thank you,
true.
Scentbird.
Okay, we
if you
were
are
on the middle
interested
one,
in
so this is
trying any of the
19.
scents they have on their site and
So
finding a
this one is
fragrance
20,
that
and that
suits you,
does make sense.
make sure
Okay,
you use my
okay.
code,
Sorry,
Dreading55, for
everybody,
55% off on your first month with Scentbird. Using my code at checkout brings your purchase to just $7 for your first month, as compared to the hundreds for regular perfume purchasing. Again, my code is
$1,000,000 million% if I decide to do this, I'll let you guys know the stuff that I get and whatever.
Thank you to for sponsoring this video
and I
and
will
supporting
use
my
his
channel,
code.
as we are often demonetized. And thank you for helping me find some amazing new colognes. Now, into the video.
I hardly sweat as long as I shave my pits, which I do daily. You're ready to go? Yeah, I sweat a lot.
For those of you who haven't watched our initial coverage of this case, I highly encourage you to pause here and watch our first video. I will link it below and place it in the iCard, as it dives deeply into the early life of Tony and Megan Todt, and goes over how Anthony, when he was just a child, watched his mom get attacked in their home, as his dad had paid two men to kill her. It also goes through various aspects of their lives incredibly deeply. And in this video, we will only be briefly touching upon that information. But for those who have watched the video, and or those who understandably do not feel compelled to watch the other video, I will briefly summarize what occurred. Tony Todt was seen by all who knew him as
time to hydrate. Don't
boy.
mind if I do.
Growing
NB,
up,
thanks for looking out for me.
He did well in sports, schooling, and was even on the honor roll. He was the kind of kid who people just felt like was going places, even if he didn't know it himself. People gravitated towards him, and because of that, it seemed like things just came easier to him. It was in high school that he eventually would meet his wife, Megan. Megan was like Tony in that everyone seemed to like her, but whereas Tony tried exceptionally hard and made it a point to be the loudest man in the room, Megan was much more reserved. She was much more attuned to how people were feeling, and didn't much care for the spotlight the way that Tony did. She was far more concerned with how people were feeling, if they were okay or not, than how they thought she looked. Unlike so many other young people who grow apart as they age, Megan and Tony stayed together through high school and eventually went to college together. While at college, many regarded them as the perfect couple. Most took notice of Tony, as he once again felt the need to take all of the air out of the room with his presence and get most of the attention onto him. But still more like Megan, as she perfectly offset his rowdy behavior. According to one mutual friend, Tony had a tendency to go overboard, but Megan always kept him in check. After college,
I'm excited
Megan
too,
and
Fred.
Tony
It's
got
going to be a
married
good time.
and moved to Connecticut to be close to their extended family.
I talked
the
to
newlyweds
Josiah
had
a
both
little bit
pursued
about
careers in physical therapy,
what I hoped to
and
talk
together they
about
made the
and
Family
stuff.
Physical Therapy Center, where they gained incredible success. Locally, the couple became famous as the all-around perfect pair. Tony's infectious personality helped him get clients, and he quickly became known as the man to see.
So if the older I get, the more I realize every woman is out of every man's league.
They would talk about how they had been overlooked by other medical professionals and pushed aside. But Tony, in one session, was able to write whatever was wrong with their body and simply listen to what they were going through. He also spent a considerable amount of time giving back to the community, coaching baseball, and giving his time wherever it was needed. Likewise, Megan was known throughout the town as she was a licensed yoga instructor and an all-around amazing woman. Their practice did so well that they quickly outgrew their office space,
good to see you.
and they opened a second location in town. Around the time of them opening their second location, Megan stepped away from the business, as Anthony and her had their first child, Alec. She moved away from the business entirely, choosing to instead focus on being a mother, and those who knew her said that was when she really came into her own. Shortly after the birth of their first child, she gave birth to her second and third, Tyler and Zoe. Alec, Tyler, and Zoe were Megan's entire world. According to friends and family,
NBs
Megan
definitely
spent her whole
count.
life waiting to be a mother, and when she finally was, she felt true happiness. Early on, Megan made the decision to homeschool her kids, wanting them to get a robust knowledge of the world around them, and took on the position of teacher as well as mother. She outsourced some learning, though, choosing to take her kids to music
10, 11,
lessons,
12.
as she was heavily influenced by the arts when she was younger, and wanted her kids to learn like she had. In the town of Colchester, the entire Todt family was just about famous. However, inexplicably, in 2017, Megan and the kids, sans Tony, made the decision to move to Celebration, the town directly outside of Disney World that was built and operated by Disney until the late 90s. According to Tony and Tony alone, this decision was made because while on a family trip to Disney World, Megan had gotten Lyme disease, and it had completely ravaged her body. Tony spoke about how she had lost a considerable amount of weight and was no longer womanly in appearance, and how it hurt her to walk most days, meaning she couldn't get out of bed. In order to help Megan recover, she and the kids moved into a condo in Celebration that they had as a vacation spot since 2005. Meanwhile, Tony sold their home, which they had just sunk thousands of dollars into on a remodel, and slept in his office during the week. On the weekends, he would fly out to see his family and then fly back. The arrangement struck those around the family as odd, as Megan seemed to shut everyone else in her life out after the move. However, Tony informed everyone that things had just become too much for her, and she needed time and the Florida weather in order to properly heal. Despite not having a place of his own to sleep while in Connecticut, the family made the decision to buy a house that had become available in Celebration. The home was a 2-story that was agreeable to the family, and instead of selling their condo, they kept it, thinking it would be useful in case the family ever came to visit.
Ladies is from
Still,
the Monster
though,
High
while
universe.
Tony was
I
by
found this out
himself in
recently and thought it was
Colchester,
really funny.
he went without, never
Now
so
it's
much
part
as
of my
renting an
regular
apartment
vocab.
or getting
Okay.
a long-term
I don't know
rental. Many
Monster
at the
High,
time
but
pondered why
I'm
it
here
was
for it.
that he never invested
I
in
like
a place
Slady's.
to rest
I
his
like
head
it.
while in Connecticut.
I
But
just-
later it was found that Tony simply didn't have the money to. In fact,
I'm
Tony didn't
this
have
close
any
to
money at all.
becoming a
Seemingly,
femme
when Megan stepped
supremacist.
away from the
I'm like
business,
this
Tony had
close.
begun to take advantage of his clientele, knowing that no one was checking the
Slady
books,
sounds like a
and that
kick-ass
most of their
roller team
clients trusted
straight
him
up, though.
implicitly. So Tony began
I'm here for
overcharging
that.
them for treatments they weren't getting. Patients who had seen him once were charged over the span of months. People who only needed a small adjustment were charged as if they had seen him daily, and no one had been the wiser. He had started doing this in order to
If
pay
it wasn't
off
for a
some
certain luscious
outstanding
man,
debts had.
he
But
does
as time
restore
went
my
on,
faith
Tony seemed to be unable to
regularly.
get himself out of the hole. He
He's
kept
so
buying more
wonderful.
expensive items for his
We got to
family
spend all
and
day
his
with his mom
practice,
yesterday, which was
spending
really
$10,000
nice. We
on a
had a few
hydro
very
treadmill,
special
despite
moments.
the fact
I
that
really
no one in the
liked it.
Colchester area needed it for physical therapy at the time. He seemed determined to spend all the money he could get his hands on, and because most saw him as a great, trustworthy guy, no one noticed that their insurance was being charged by him. That is, until December 2019, 2 years after Megan and the kids had moved to Celebration. While at work, the FBI raided Tony's business to
Some
gather
offense,
evidence
Guy
of his Medicaid
Shatters.
fraud, as well as to interrogate Tony. At first, he played dumb to their accusation that he had done
Tony's
anything
family
wrong.
looks nice.
Instead, he said this
Tony's
was probably
family
all a
looked nice.
misunderstanding, and that they would be able to get to the bottom of it easily. However, unbeknownst to Tony, the FBI
Tony's family
had
don't
done their
look
due
like much of
diligence
nothing these
before
days.
arriving, and knew that he had been stealing from the vast majority of his clientele. After a couple of hours and the FBI letting Tony know just how much evidence they had on him, Tony finally confessed to what he had done. He told the agents that he was used to a certain lifestyle, and his family had grown accustomed to the way things were. And in order to provide that way of life, he began taking money off of his clients. He said it started innocently enough, but it had grown into a massive problem that he didn't know how to stop. As the interrogation came to an end, Tony informed the FBI agents that he was planning on going to Florida for the rest of the month to celebrate Christmas. He would be back early January. He let them know that when he returned, he would be more than willing to sit down with them with his lawyer present so they could bang this whole thing out. He seemed affable and uncaring about the intense legal situation he had gotten himself into, so the agents stressed how serious what he had done actually was. They informed him
I
that
can
he was looking
understand
at
that,
federal
but
prison time,
and seeing
and
how
that when they did
awful
speak, they'd
girls
likely
can be to
negotiating
each
how long
other
he'd be
as
away
well.
for. This
Like, I
statement
get it.
seemingly shook
I
Tony.
super get
According
it.
to the interrogators, he went white and seemed rattled, but still tried to put on a happy face. As they left,
Just
Tony
like
was
getting
reported
hurt
to have
fucking
stated to his
sucks.
colleagues and clients that the entire raid had been a simple misunderstanding, and that everything would be fine. However, his coworkers couldn't help but notice that he was shaking and pale. After the raid, Tony, like he had told the FBI, went to Florida for Christmas. Tony's lies had caught up with him, and he would have to come clean to his wife about what he had done. He would have to tell her that he, and by marriage, she, was hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and he was likely going to prison. But seemingly because that would be too hard, Tony instead devised another plan. He was going to kill his entire family, then himself. That way, he wouldn't have to deal with the shame of him going to prison.
Government
When Tony
goings
arrived
on
in
have
Florida
pushed
and was
me
picked up by Megan, Megan sent a text to their extended family, stating
very
that the entire
firmly
clan had come down with
into
the flu and
the-
was ultimately too sick to talk on the
Oh,
phone.
so I'm a
Megan's
second-class
text, which is believed to
citizen
have been
and
sent
men
by
are
Tony,
trash camp.
emphasized the
You
fact
know what
that
I
no one
mean?
would be able to talk, and that phone calls would be pointless. The family outside
That
of
is
Florida
A-okay,
felt
Moth.
that this
Good to
was
see you.
strange, but tried to think little of it. Megan, again, was the supermom.
Of course, I
She
don't
was
think
great
all
at
guys
taking care
suck,
of
but I have
everyone,
19
and they
years
figured the family
experience of
would be
being
back
fucked
on their
over.
feet in no time.
Almost
A week
entirely by
before
people who
Christmas,
identify as
the
male,
Todd's extended
so you have to
family
understand I'm
received
mostly
another
joking
message
and
from
also
the
have
family,
memories. Yeah,
this time
absolutely.
coming from Anthony's phone. Anthony
Bullied
stated
so
that
much
the
by guys
entire
in high
family
school,
was
don't be a
now
4 foot
going
8
off
in high
of the
school,
grid,
0 out of
and they
10
would be
would not
turning off their
recommend.
phones.
Yeah, for
He then
sure,
stated
dude.
that Megan
I
had
wasn't
lost
even
her
that
phone
short, and I
and
got got a
if
lot
they
of shit.
wanted to
Like,
speak to anyone
literally,
else
there
in
was
the
a dude that
family,
would
they
pick
couldn't.
me up
This once
against
again
my
raised
wishes
red flags
all the
for
time.
extended family, but they
One-handed
had
because
no
he
way of
could
truly
and, like,
knowing what
laugh
had
at me.
happened. If
It
anything,
sucked.
they hoped
Like,
that
I
this
get
message
it.
was a joke, more or less. As more and more time passed, Anthony's sister Chrissy began to get concerned. She had started talking to other members of the family and realized that no one had spoken to anyone on the phone save for Anthony and Weeks. Some of his coworkers
I
had
feel
reached
like
out and
women
spoken
are
about his odd
cruel,
behavior
but
before he
men
left, and she was
are
growing more and more
harmful.
concerned by the minute.
You
On
know what I
December
mean?
29th, Chrissy called the local sheriff's department in Florida and
Not
had them
that
do a
cruelty
welfare
isn't
check on the
harmful,
family.
but
The
I feel
police
like,
arrived at the home, but it appeared
for the
that no
most
one was
part,
home.
obviously
The
this
lights were
doesn't
off,
go
the
for
curtains
all
were drawn,
men,
and it seemed there was
not
no
for all
electricity
women
being used in the
either.
home. They
But for
likewise
the most part,
checked
I
the
feel like
condo,
the harm that
but
men
found no
cause
signs
is
of
much
life
more
and no
tangible,
signs
much
of
more
concern.
measurable.
Chrissy was put at ease by there being no signs of life and wanted to believe that the family had just left to go on another learning trip, as was normal for them.
Be careful,
However,
James.
she couldn't shake the feeling
Pro-life
that
people
something
are
was
not
really
pro-life
wrong.
at all,
8
and they
days
will
later,
fucking kill
Chrissy
you for
received
thinking the
another
way that
text
you,
from Anthony's
like,
phone.
literally
This
they
time,
will kill
it was from
you
a
for
stranger
thinking
who had
that
found it in a
women should
Starbucks
have
in
bodily
Sarasota,
autonomy.
Florida, and was trying to get the phone back to its owner. At the same time,
Yeah,
Chrissy was
so
contacted by one
teenage
of
boys
Anthony's
do
neighbors,
really suck.
who let her know that there was now an
Teenagers in
eviction
general
notice sitting
really
on their
suck.
front door. All of Chrissy's anxieties once again rushed to her head. But before she could call the police and get them to do another welfare check
Old
on the
women
family,
can make
she
pipe
got a call
bombs.
from the FBI.
Don't get it
Up until this
twisted.
point, Chrissy had no reason to believe that Anthony would want to cause harm to his family. Sure, it was weird that the entire family was unreachable, save for Anthony himself, but in her mind, he was a good dad who would never do anything to hurt his kids.
Dick pics.
But upon hearing that he was under investigation from the FBI, and
God,
was
you're just
likely
like
going to
sitting
be
there
sent to
minding your
federal prison,
business,
she
eating
realized
your
that something
fucking
was
pizza
truly
or
wrong.
whatever, and
Chrissy
like
began to
some dude that
realize
you
the
haven't
severity
spoken
of
to
the
since high
situation,
school in the
and once
middle of the
again
night.
called the police to do a welfare
WYD.
check on the
You
family.
ignore
She
it,
hoped that Tony
and then
and the
10
kids
minutes
had
later,
skipped
they
town
fucking
and were
send you
still
a
safe,
picture of their
but something
fucking
in her
dick.
gut told her otherwise. Once again, the police went out to the home and found
God,
nothing. They told Chrissy much of the same, that they were probably on vacation and she shouldn't be worried about it. But it did little to quell her anxieties. For the next 3 days, she continued to call, and the police continued to go to the house, only to tell her that no one was home. Finally, on the 13th of January, the FBI stepped in. The agents that had been assigned to his fraud case traveled down to Florida with the intention of bringing him back
You've
to
never
Connecticut
gotten
for
a
further
dick pic?
questioning.
That is
The 3
lucky.
agents
I'm
parked
so
outside of his
jealous.
home
I got
as part
so
of a stakeout
many.
to see if there were any signs of life.
I
Almost
haven't gotten
immediately
any in a
upon
long
arrival,
time, to
Tony
be
shambled
fair.
out of the
It
two-story
hasn't happened in a
above,
really long
looking
time.
worse for
But
wear.
I'm
He
starting to
was
get
shaking all
old,
over
so I
and appeared
imagine
to be
that's
in an
pretty
altered
well over
state.
for me.
Tony sat on the porch for a short
That's
while as
like
the
one
agents
very,
looked on,
very
and then
wonderful thing
turned
about
around and
aging
went
is
back
that like I
inside,
do not get
never
sexually
turning the light
harassed
on or
half
moving a
as much
curtain.
as I
With
used
the
to.
knowledge that he was in fact inside, hiding out, the agents then called the police for backup and approached the house. Once again, Tony hid and did not answer the door. Only because they had seen him that morning
Same
did the
self.
FBI decide to enter the home,
3, 6, 9,
using a
12,
key that they had gotten
15,
earlier from his
18.
landlord. Immediately upon entering,
Alright,
they were
this
hit with the
doesn't make
smell
sense,
of
but okay.
decomposition. After the police found the bodies, Tony informed them that he had drank an entire bottle of Benadryl prior to them entering the home in order to take his own life. He was then taken to the hospital to be treated. It was there that Tony admitted to killing his family for the first time. This is the interrogation footage that was taken the day after
Foxy, don't
Anthony's
jinx
arrest,
yourself.
after he had been treated for his
You're
attempt
hot
on his
AF,
life.
they will
The
send
previous
dick
day,
pics.
he had already admitted to
Lewin,
killing his family.
hot AF or
However,
no,
because of
I'm
the
like, I'm
circumstances,
above
that
35,
confession
I'm
could easily be
invisible to
discredited.
men, and it's,
Here the
I am
police are speaking to
okay
him
with
after
it.
in order to get him to
I
confirm
am
his
so
confession.
fine with
Tony had spent
it.
the past 3 weeks living with his family's dead
I
bodies,
got the one I
going out to
wanted.
get food nightly and lying low
I'm
as not to
good.
draw any attention to himself from his neighbors. However, he is trying to sell the idea that the entire 3 weeks he's been living in his home
Detect
with the
Magic,
corpses of his family,
that is
he
such
has
a
had
fun
lapse in sanity
name.
and was
That is such a
incapable of
fun
getting
name,
help
and
for
thank you
him
so
or
much for the
them.
follow. I
Over the 3
appreciate
weeks he
you.
had lived with their bodies, he had come up with a plan to get away with the murder, and it included what he would do and say in this interview. He had multiple goals in this interview. First, he wants to sow the seeds that this murder only happened because of his wife and her chronic illness. Second, he wants to appear meek and mentally incompetent.
Okay,
That
we're
way, if
about
he
to
was
watch
taken to
the
court, he could claim
interrogation.
diminished capacity.
Y'all,
Third,
I
he
know
wants
that
to
this
give
is
enough
like
wrong
some of y'all's
information
favorite
based
part.
around the crime in order to appear to not fully know
You
what
would
has
not.
happened. So he can try
You
to claim
would
that he wasn't
not.
present when the murders took place, but had a secondhand knowledge from
The
Megan.
thing
But
about
that
having
last
never seen
point
one
cannot
IRL
be
is I
true,
can just
as he was
answer, I
found
thought
to
those were
have
simple.
defensive wounds all over his arms from where the oldest son, Alec, tried to fight him off. With his plan established, let's see if he's able to accomplish his goal.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I know we're speaking about our investigation, case number 29-004-299. What I'll have you do, obviously, you're in a set of handcuffs right now in the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. If I could ask you, could you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear that everything that we're speaking about today is going to be the truth and nothing but the truth, the best of your knowledge, so help you God? Yes. Okay. All right. It's a very tragic event.
Oh, Chester, we've been
earlier this week we were called to your home, obviously.
talking about
All three of us have already spoken.
sexism in general, I suppose, and now this is Tony the Family Annihilator.
Liver, kidneys, or something like that, enzymes or something.
Benadryl overdose.
Benadryl, okay. How do you feel right now?
Regarding health-wise,
Yeah, I mean,
I feel very sad and very upset that I'm still here and
yeah. Is there somewhere else you'd rather be?
with my family on the other side.
On the other side?
Mhm.
Okay.
Tony is trying his best to evoke a sense of pity from the officers. He likewise will be
Whatever,
trying his
yeah.
best to appear like he doesn't understand the gravity of what he has done, because he is traumatized by the experience. However, it's his recollection of very precise details that makes this interrogation interesting. Had Tony been out of it and unaware of his surroundings, as he will later report himself as being, he would not have been able to recall very specific detail regarding his health, his treatment, and the various things he has gone through. Here, him saying that the day before he was treated for what he classifies as a Benadryl overdose is the first sign that he is very much of sound mind and body.
And you do know your wife and children are deceased?
Yes, and that's where I want to be.
That's where you want to be? Okay. All right. Well, some progress has been made since we last.
Who could kill their own kids, though? That's
I
sick.
had the unfortunate event of
Sick
attending
people.
your house yesterday.
Sick people kill their own kids.
And we'll get to the kind of the details.
It's
on that.
it's the
There are
worst.
some-
Just knowing that these people are like walking around, like
some questions that I have based upon what
these
I
people are just walking
witnessed
around.
yesterday, and then
These
what
people
we
are just
last
out
spoke
there.
about. So
Like you interact with
just
these
to clear
people.
my mind and go through
We
everything,
all
I-
do.
I-
We
I'd like to
interact with
just
people like this.
Start from the beginning, if we can.
Just in case someone hasn't already said it, never talk to the cops. Never go into the interrogation room willingly. They can keep you in that room for almost ever. Are you allowed to refuse to go into the interrogation room? I know that you can refuse to talk to them without a lawyer.
My wife has started.
Yeah, never ever talk to the cops if you don't have to. Always ask for a lawyer.
Unless I get you talking about how families live. So
Slow down a little bit right now. I'm just having a hard time keeping up with you.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Kind of love that we had a string of incidents from a Swiss cheese flasher near me.
Going on. She presented them to me.
What? A Swiss cheese flasher?
Yeah, whatever. And the more and more we watched, the more and more I gained an understanding that there is more than this life here.
Yeah, it was like a cereal flasher. Sure, but where does the Swiss cheese come in?
Consciousness. And then we started researching, and then we started finding more about the world is coming to the end, the apocalyptic end, and that our families are going to be separated and enslaved, and to avoid this, to all go together.
You mean die together?
Yeah, that is gross. That is gross and wrong.
So, because my wife's been
I hate to laugh at it because I imagine the reason that he did it is because he thought it was funny. And it is funny, but it's not. Ugh. It's hard to be mature when you're as immature as I am.
Reading up things, meditating, and decided that, yeah, this should be a thing. This should be what we should do. Okay? We had sat down and talked with the boys, and Zoe, just on different things about, death and the way what would happen if mommy died, how would you feel, what happened if daddy died, what do you feel? And the consistent responses was that we don't want you to die, we want to die with you. Okay?
So when did you guys start talking?
Craft
to each other
has
about
its
this?
uses. Okay.
We're in January now.
3, 6, 9,
No, it was before
12,
Thanksgiving.
15,
And
18,
your wife first showed you these
19,
videos
20.
when?
When she started watching them, or she first started showing them to me in April.
April. Okay.
I'm very
And what was she
confused, but
using to watch
okay.
these?
Her Microsoft Surface laptop.
And that's the one in the blue case?
Yes.
This is a pretty unimportant detail, but the reason why it's being asked is because Tony was already claiming to not remember his wife and children had died. When the police entered his house, he stated that the kids were at a sleepover and his wife was asleep in bed. If he could recall a detail as minute as what laptop it was that she would watch these videos on, they could later bring up his impressive memory and how he inexplicably had lapses in it.
It's a flip, yes.
Alright. Okay. Go on. So you talked to the children.
Talk to the children, just to get a general understanding what they want to do and how, and they didn't want to live without us. Okay? We didn't put it back and say we're going to die and, leave you behind, but, what would you do if mommy and daddy died and we don't want to live without you, we don't want to live without you. In conversation with my wife, we didn't want to live without them either. We wanted to
There
bring
was
the
a
family
baby
together
girl.
and make it transverse together. Okay? So we were coming up with different things of how we could do this. We didn't know how we could do this because we're not violent people. Okay? Not violent people at all. First we said, what if we, started reading different things. There's something came on TV about cough medicine. Okay? So could they have some cough medicine that I put in the sleep?
That's
that overdose of
nonsense.
cough
That's not how
medicine?
memories work. I don't know what you're responding to.
Okay?
I'm also not an
So
expert, so I don't know, like, if...
pudding pie.
I just want to know what you're saying that in response to. I'm eager for the
so is it-
discussion.
Nothing happened.
Right, but, like, what point? Sorry, I hope I'm not coming off as, like,
Sleep, ease,
dickish.
these different things with drama, this stuff that puts you to sleep.
And you said you have a medical background, is that correct?
I have a medical but not a chemical background.
Not a chemical, okay.
Yeah, I'm a physical therapist.
Okay. So you don't have all the terminology and...
No.
Does your wife?
She's a physical therapist, no.
Okay.
We look it up and
Where did you guys look this? I was just fixing to ask, where did you guys do the research at?
we went up and down honestly up and down the aisles of the Publix and asked the drug guy, I can't think of it. Pharmacist, thank you. What's something good that puts you to sleep, having trouble falling asleep?
When did you guys start doing this research?
That started research before Halloween. But I just intermittently
And I already said that they could use the fact that he recalled minute details in something but had no memory of others as contradiction of sorts. Yeah, but they would, like, whether that's actual evidence or not, they'll still say it in front of the jury. You know what I mean? Shout out to Velveeta. I think that Velveeta is so gross.
So we kept thinking,
I think it's so nutty.
and just researching different things.
Oh man, Raikudo, that would have been nice.
We started researching. We said,
Thank you for the biddies. Oh, I agree,
James
but it's
Rocks
not
18
police
cheers.
work. That is
Shout out to
framing a
Velveeta.
crime. Indeed. Nice. Hi, babe. How are you?
okay, that's how they used to do it. Way in the back, they used to just
I need to go through and look at this as soon as I get to the end of this row.
lead to death.
I need to stop
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
stopping in the middle of rows. I really need to stop doing
We
that.
started researching where would be the easiest to stab, to do, when not, so the kids would bleed to death.
Hi, babe.
Maybe in combination with the sleep drug.
There are a shocking number of people who still believe polygraphs are legit.
And
Yeah.
that's how everything led up to be.
Okay. So that's through research. You guys have found. Now you're saying you and your wife did this together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in doing all the research and everything, what
The court system is so important, but it's also such a
How did we get
fucking
to
circus.
Monday morning?
I assume I will end up locking up whatever jury I am a part of. Yeah, it's
The children
like,
died
if
and
you-
stuff.
I feel like they try to select jurors who are
I'm still trying to remember when the children died. I can't put those pieces together.
vengeful.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Like on purpose, like they want to
Because
get
around for
people
Christmas
convicted for
holiday
things.
concert because we didn't want to disappoint that.
I'm almost guaranteed to never show up on a jury. Yeah, I think that I would have to actively lie to get selected for a jury.
Family is saying that
They want jurors who are easily swayed. Easily swayed
Christmas.
to what, though?
Was Megan alive the day after Christmas?
No, she died right.
See you later, Oz. Have a good one.
Right. I remember you saying that the other day. That's why I've made contact now with your family and with Megan's family. And so Megan's family is 99% sure that looking back through cell phone records.
Yeah, I flat out. I'll tell them. I'll be like, I am super willing to call somebody not guilty if I think that this charge is bullshit. I will never convict somebody for a marijuana crime.
That they died before Christmas.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you think judges
Tony
ever
had set
serve
up
jury
plenty of
duty? I don't think that they
fail-safes to ensure
can
that
they?
the family was found for
I mean,
weeks
they
after
can't
their
say
deaths.
that
He told
it's
their
because
entire
of their
extended
skin
family
color, but
that
they can
were all
ask a
sick
billion
and
questions
couldn't
until they
speak
find
on the
something
phone
they can
with
use.
them,
Yeah.
leading them to believe that they could only talk
In
via
America in
text. He
particular,
did the
just
same
the
with his own
system is so
family,
fucking
saying that they were
racist,
going to
dude.
be going off grid for a while.
They actually mostly
This is
try to
not the
split
action
jurors
of a
that they think
man
are dumb
so
and easy to
overcome with grief and
manipulate. There's a running
agony
gag
after
among
finding
lawyers
his
that
wife
the
had
system is
killed his
broken because
kids.
people
This
are
is the action of a
exclusively
man
tried
who
by
wants to
people.
formulate a plan that would allow him to get away with his family's murder.
Okay, I
but
fucked
needed
up
more time
somewhere.
to do so.
Fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah,
The children you said
I need to find
died
where
24
that is.
hours or so a day prior to Megan.
Right here.
Okay,
This is
so
where.
let's
There's
go to
only
the day of their
one.
death. How did this go down?
Okay, that's fine. We can go back.
Woke up at 11:30 at night. We set the alarm for 11:30 at night, and got up out of bed. And it
Hey,
was
babe, are you here?
Zoe first.
I mean, I don't think you would be
Make
selected
walk into
because
the
of
room
your
and she walked
piercings.
back in
You
time.
really think that they would
Step by step. So you guys are
discount me
sleeping, the
because of
master
my
bedroom is sleeping,
piercings?
Yes, my wife and I, yes. And the dog.
and the puppy. Okay.
I'm ready for my date
Which
now,
one was
feeling
upstairs?
kind of confident, wearing the outfit I was supposed to wear when my
Zoe
ex
was
was supposed to
upstairs.
take me to a concert I had to miss.
Okay.
Oh, that's the best. Well, you get out there and fucking rock that shit like the babe you are. So, I am psyched for you. I think that you're gonna have a good time.
And why again was he down there?
The two of them were sick, so we kept them apart.
Okay.
Oh, tried by people too stupid to get out of jury duty. I'd fucking...
So
Man, that's
we walked
funny
to the door,
before the cutoff even.
the door's door, Megan and I hugged and kissed, and pretty much, we know what you need to do. Come back at me when we're done. So I went into Zoe's room, and it took me 2 or 3 hours sitting there because it's a tough. But the everlasting salvation and the thought of that everlasting salvation was there, and I needed to save her soul, wanted her to be with us. Megan kept coming in. What's going on? I could have done it a little bit. Would have done it a little bit. It's getting past that. I'm not.
My dad told them that he believed that rapists should be eligible for the death penalty. They did not select him. I am shocked by that.
To stab into.
I mean, depends on the prosecutor, but yes, piercings are a sign of rebellion against the system, and the court is the
So I
system.
could get the inferior vena cava or the
That, I mean, I follow that
the-
logic. That
bleed out.
sounds
No-
legit
no
to
time
me.
whatsoever. I know I tried. I don't know if I ever punctured it. I don't know if
I also have a lot of,
saw
like,
the marker,
visible
but I
tattoos.
don't know if I saw it.
So, I don't know. I feel like that is
But then
equally, if not more,
she rolls.
rebellious.
And
Even if
so
I don't, I'm
shivering
choosing to look at the
and
positives. I'll be
for
single when
me,
starting university where all the real action happens,
put
and I'm just
pillow on
leveling
top
my
of it,
skills
so
up right
she
now.
would-
Fuck
she
yeah,
said
bud.
to
I highly
fade
doubt your
away.
piercings would be an
And it's all
issue
that.
in 95% of U.S.
So you
jurisdictions.
didn't lay on her?
Hmm.
I did lay on her when she lay on her belly.
I'm gonna get my
So I
nose
laid
pierced
on her,
soon.
keep it down,
Hope I don't have to go to
and
court
fall
then.
off.
What kind of nose? Like my nose piercing, or like septum,
I don't
or
know. And I didn't see any.
I'm
I
very,
didn't see anything.
Okay.
very tempted.
So how long would
To
you say
get
it took you
a
to
septum.
take her life?
But I don't feel like it would look that good on me. I feel like the nostril piercing
Sitting
is
there, but from
I would say once you
working.
initially take
You know what I
action,
mean?
Okay.
I'm part of the Satanic Temple and anarcho-communist, but outwards I don't have any of the symbology yet.
Okay,
I
that's the green
fucking
dot.
I follow the Satanic Temple, and I love everything they ever do.
So how long
They're
from
more
the time that you had
Christian
the
than
night
modern
out
day
to the separation
Christians.
until you think that she was deceased?
I want to say 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Just a stud in the side.
It seemed like that night took forever. So it's
Personally,
hard
I
to
don't
really
think
gauge
septum
on
piercings
time.
look good on anyone. Oh, I love them. I love them.
Yes.
Was she face up or face down?
She kept moving.
Do you mean our morals?
I
Yes.
think she was on her back with her head towards
The
the
Satanic
wall,
Temple
so in that way.
more reflects the morals of Jesus Christ much more than evangelical Christians do.
How long did she kick and scream?
Only for a couple minutes.
A couple minutes?
Mm-hmm.
So like 2 minutes?
As one door closes, another one opens, he said. That's all well and good, I said, but until you fix it, I'm not buying it.
Did the other children hear her?
No.
Did your wife hear her?
Well, I kept going up. I felt her in the opening the door to see what was going on and shutting the door and walking back.
Okay.
Because you could see the light coming in.
Literally just the teachings of Jesus Christ. You know, the whole like, love one another, no, I mean it, love one another, no, I mean it, don't pick and choose who you love, just love one another. Those teachings.
Zoe is deceased.
Help those that are less fortunate than you. No, I'm serious. Help those that are less fortunate than you. No, seriously, don't pick and choose who to help as long as they are less fortunate than you. Those teachings.
How do you mean?
How would
I'll go lip or eyebrow, but corporate, so maybe tongue. Hell yeah, tongue piercings.
Behind her head, and her
Can
hand
I
grabbed
say
to
I
the
really
side.
regret having had my eyebrow pierced? I wish I had never pierced my eyebrow. It was the easiest piercing I ever got. It didn't even fucking hurt, even for a second. But
No, I had put a rosary in her hands later
it
on
didn't
when I
look
moved.
good. And I feel like, and now whenever I see it on anybody, I never like an eyebrow piercing. Unless you're like,
Again,
unless you've
he
got
just used
big,
tremendous detail,
strong
most of
brows
which
and
is
like a
actually
little
accurate, to talk
tiny
about how he took the
fucking
life of his
eyebrow
daughter, from
piercing.
the color
It
of
just
the knife
very
that was
rarely
used
looks
to
good.
how long
They
it took
always
to what was
migrate
put in
out,
her
and
hand
mine got
after he
ripped
moved the
out,
body
so that
to the master
probably
bedroom. He doesn't show any
helps.
stress or trouble recalling
lip ring, I
events
think, looks
and
good
comes
on
across as
literally every
callous,
person. I've
but
never
very
seen a
present,
lip ring
which
look
will
bad
become an
on
issue
somebody
for
as
him
long
in
as it's off
court
to the
when
side.
he later tries to
I
state
don't like the
that he
middle
had
ones
no
as much.
recollection of even talking to the police.
Okay. Sorry, we
Considering
didn't
a
know
septum,
that.
but I also want to get a nose job, so I figure I can do that
So
after.
Zoe's gone.
Yeah, that's fair. That's not a piercing that you want to do twice. That's one of the most painful piercings you can get. But God, they're so cool looking. IMO.
Alex,
Yes.
I want to get my septum pierced, but also my whole family thinks it looks bad. So a little sad about it, and my belly button never healed, so I had to take that out. Scared it'll do the same. Just make sure that you're going to an experienced piercer with clean tools, and make sure that you're getting stainless steel jewelry,
Alex,
13.
and you should be fine. I have done it twice, can fucking confirm, yeah. I wear masks to work every day, so thinking I can maybe get away with a lip piercing, you should try.
She's just sitting there holding his feet together. We're just
Take
sitting
flexible metal and fake a lip
Trying
piercing
to-
because it looks good on everybody. Also, welcome, Coffee and
there.
Crochet.
Confidence, I guess.
So good to see you.
And
I'm a big fan of my Medusa septum combo. I kind of wish I had double nostril to go with it. You should.
he started kicking.
Ah, Bumble Kitty, you should. That would look so fucking good on you. I love
and he
a
kept rolling.
septum Medusa combo.
So ended up
I
putting
really
the-
want a smiley
he was
too.
over there, and I put a pillow
I
back
think
his
that
head, so
smileys
he
are
was backwards
so cute.
then. And I reached around with my hand and held his
I love the idea of body modding. However, I'm afraid it may affect my job. Yeah, it's so unfortunate that people can't just like let people express themselves. Question mark? On the subject of body modification, I'm considering getting MMA surgery to treat my sleep apnea, but the expense and the recovery terrify
How long would you
me.
say it took to?
Man, I just feel like at a certain point,
Yeah, it did. It went quickly.
how did I end up with too many stitches this time?
In his bed?
On his bed, yes.
Where did you
No.
stab- where did you stab him?
Anyway, I feel like the quality of life improvements, Quinn, would probably be worth it. Like, sleep apnea can legit just kill you in your sleep, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Interior vena cava,
No. You called it earlier.
abdomen.
I hope that you find a way to justify it to yourself and that you get it and that it goes well and that your quality of life skyrockets. That's what I hope.
Umbilicus. Yeah, and then umbilicus.
But I'm not your doctor or your dad, so.
You researched it, or you knew that from your profession?
Research and learn ahead of time.
Okay, let's.
Especially on a website
Take a
called
look
Quora.com.
Let's spell that again.
QUORA.com.
Go here,
QUORA.com.
Yes.
Wait, no, that's right. I'm sorry. This is not even a real stitch.
What is it going to show me?
That ain't even a real stitch, y'all. That ain't even a real one.
We happen to find it just by looking up.
We're good. Everything's fine. I will have to count the shells to make sure that we have the right number of shells, but I think we're solid here.
Things and where to do things. Suggestions how to commit suicide.
I was going to ask, is it like a suicide website, or is it a...
It's an everything website.
So I can go in there and say, how do I change the oil on my...
That I don't know.
Then is it like medically based, or...
It's not medically based. It's a lot of topics that people talk about, but don't, I guess, talk about on the internet. I just used it for suicide.
I woke up with a panic attack today. Had an esophagus spasm that made me think I had a heart attack. That fucked up my schedule. That is rough. Yo, Jen Chasm, I have esophagus troubles lately too. Like, it feels like, okay, hold on. I have to pause and tell you guys about this. Holy Mick Moly. First of all, not trying to like steal your thunder or be like, oh yeah, your thing, but me. I'm so sorry. And I'm sorry that you had to experience that. That is never any fun. Panic attacks are the very fucking worst. And just if you're a hug person, pretend I'm giving you a really warm, nice hug right now. Anyway, I guess it's not my esophagus. It's not even my esophagus, but my airway lately. Every once in a while, it feels like, you know how when you have a straw and like there's a weak spot in the straw, if you try to like suck the liquid up through the straw, it will like collapse on itself. And you won't be able to get all the liquid through or whatever. I feel like my esophagus is doing, or not my esophagus, but my airway is doing that lately. And it sucks. It always triggers a panic attack. And I don't know what to do about it. I tried Googling it, and all it did was convince me that I have cancer. And that's what happens anytime I try to Google any of the problems that I'm having. So I just like don't interact with it. Might be an allergy. I do have like pollen allergies a lot. Oh, also, if you wanted to know, my OBGYN that did the emergency surgery told me today that I have stage 3 endometriosis. So he gives you 6 months of shots that are essentially chemo. Fuck that, Victoria V. I'm so sorry to hear that. But at least you're getting treated. Like, in the world's thinnest silver lining, but, like, I really hope that it, like, helps, because endometriosis is painful. And I know that you know that better than I even do. That sucks. Everything about that just fucking sucks, except for the fact that you are getting treated. Hi, Isver Angel. That's just what regular everywhere grass does to me. Oh, no, J-Rod, I'm so sorry. So the condition I came with is called jackhammer esophagus. I kid you not. Look it up. I definitely will. I will look that up. Yeah, I don't know. That is a scary feeling to like feel like my airway is collapsing as I'm trying to like breathe. It is the worst. Anyway, I'm gonna let this go again. I'm sorry. That made me think of a thing that I've been wanting to tell Chad about forever, in case anybody knew what I was talking about. And Jen Chasm, you like reminded me.
May have said this. Where did you learn of Quora.com?
I happen to be just researching knife techniques. And it comes up in
You're so excited to go outside, and then you go outside and everything is trying to kill you. Yeah, like straight up though. Damn, Mother Nature, you scary. Nice.
There's a lot of stuff out there.
5 years back, and they did burn a few spots off, so it makes me worry of it just spreading more. It totally is notorious for doing that. I hope that doesn't happen to you. That shit sucks. I don't have endometriosis, even though my doctor thought that I had endometriosis. My uterus is hostile, though.
Did Did you have to create any type of accounts or anything like that?
This is always so hard.
The suicide ones, when I was asked about suicide, once you click them 2 or 3 times, like the links, it asks you to verify your age through Google.
Okay.
So you just click out and
Did I do it?
do 3 more times without.
Nope.
So you don't have to have like a login or a sign-in name or any create an account.
You can create an account, but you don't have to.
You don't have to. Do you remember which device you were using?
Stop. Project,
when you were
please.
researching Quora.com?
My iPhone. I don't know what the phone number for that is. I want to say it's 0742 or something like that.
0742. You mean the passcode
No, the phone number to it.
for the iPhone?
My most
Yeah.
common and
There's a
longest
passcode
and
for
hard
that,
to take is
yeah.
a squeak. That squeak is caused by inhaling while my throat spasms close. Sometimes it closes fully and I choke on not being able to breathe and it sucks.
Just for your
Oh.
iPhone, which is what you did.
Yeah,
the
that is
research for
rough,
Quora.com with.
man.
And also my black Surface app.
Surface tablet.
Yep.
When did you do this research on the tablet?
Sophie might have seen you on your dating app and then been like, hey, let me approach you from a more neutral ground so that I seem less intimidating, which is a little bit manipulative, TBH.
But I'm pretty sure it's 7577, capital G.
But I'm
lowercase I.
speculating. I can't say that that's for sure what he's doing.
Just tablet. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So, getting back to taking the life of Alec. And is it A-L-E-K? Okay. Alec, who is 13.
Oh my god, he was
You're saying that you were
13.
solely responsible for his
He was like old enough to know what was fucking going on and shit.
his murder. Okay. Your wife, at this point, was where?
She had gone back to the room.
Okay. Had you given the children any medications prior to this night? I know you talked about the pie or whatever that your wife had made.
There we go.
Until this point,
Sorry
were
that I
children
always have to
routinely given
fucking
any
do
type of
this with this
medications?
pattern. Slip stitches into the top of chain spaces is so fucking tough for me. I have such a hard time with it. I always have to be like have it
So that now you
directly
requested
on
they weren't
top of
hurting
my
influence or
eyeballs.
anything, they were just
No, I just slipped all the way through back out. No.
What'd you call it, pie or something like that?
Okay, we're good.
Fine. Yeah.
I fixed it.
But then that didn't work that night.
I fixed
don't
it.
remember if we gave him anything.
Woo!
Those were 2
Okay.
separate nights.
Okay.
We
All
tried
right.
pie one
You
night.
tried it before.
But I don't remember if we tried anything. that
2,
night.
4, 6, 8,
So you didn't try to like sedate him or
10,
anything like
12,
that prior to
14,
killing him?
16, 18, 20, 22, 24. Oh my god. We just have to do one more row of single crochets and then one more row of shells. And then we are done with the bodice part. Okay, I have to count these shells really quick. I'm so excited.
Yeah, we must have given him the cough medicine again. I'm serious, we must have given him the cough medicine again.
I'm just thinking if you're trying to
No,
do something like that, and you've done a lot of preparation. I mean, you guys already prepared this.
the diet and turkey
7,
quite a bit, but then being strong, he kept moving. So then again, I had to like put a pillow at the top and my hand, and he went really quick.
20.
So a lot of blood.
I didn't see much blood because I had it covered up, like how much blood coming out. I could feel the blood coming out because it was all over my hand, but it was bloody.
And I'm sorry I didn't ask him.
25,
With the boys, which knife did you use?
It was all the green knife for the kids.
29, 30, 31,
They're
32,
both buck knives, but the green knife
33,
was for the kids, and the one Megan used to stab herself with.
34,
She also
35,
used the green-
36, 37, 38,
Because we
39,
established
40.
the
It's
fact
perfect.
that I
It's
had to get a
perfect.
bigger
You
knife
guys, it's
myself. My
perfect.
body
I'm
mass
so
was bigger to
happy.
get the same thing.
Okay. So Tyler, in which room downstairs was
I
Tyler?
cannot believe this fabric that I've made. It is
So by walking
huge.
in the house,
I feel like this would be way too big of a shirt.
First room on the left
I
is
feel like
the
this is
music
gonna be
room.
way too big of a shirt.
Second room on the left is,
I don't know.
the library
I
room
have
with the
body dysphoria
French
really bad though, so sometimes I'll look at a shirt and be like, this shirt looks huge, and then I'll put it on, and then it'll be like skin tight,
mattress.
and the other way around.
About,
Thank you so much, Jen Chasm.
mattress covers. So he was on top of the mattress cover and all his blankets and everything.
Time to hydrate. Thank you, Envy, for
did
looking
that
out
mattress
for
stay
me.
downstairs?
I think I will.
Stay downstairs.
I think I will. I don't even know what I'm quoting. I just remember that quote from my childhood.
So obviously there should be, if he
I think I will.
signs of that on the mattress.
The mattress was clean because of the cover.
Is it Foghorn Leghorn? It sounds like him.
Okay, which is cloth.
I don't know what it is, but it doesn't allow.
It does sound like him. It does.
When I moved him, I was able to under the cover.
Does that sometime later?
Correct.
All right.
We're gonna take a break here pretty soon because I gotta piss.
Who's in the room when he's killed?
It's just me and Tyler.
It's too big. It's just a blanket in disguise.
What is she saying?
The quote doesn't exist. I made it up. Nuh-uh. Don't do this to me.
Was she drinking or consuming anything that would maybe...
Hot take, Foghorn Foghorn was the bad guy. I don't really know. I don't really remember the Foghorn Leghorn commercials. I remember a very racist depiction of a lady. Okay, Quinn. We'll be here.
No, I got you. I understand. Okay. So, now all the children are gone. How
No,
long
I'm
does the sun
gaslighting
come
you. No! I lead my compliments with criticism, which defeats the purpose. Well, it depends on whether the criticisms are
Was the sun coming up
like
part of a rule
are
or anything
truthful,
like
are
that? 'Cause you
genuine.
mentioned it a couple times that Megan told you that you had to do this before the sun comes up.
It is an issue if you cannot give a compliment without leading with criticism.
It had to be done before the sun came up, yes.
Okay. So it's
That
not hindering
is
your research or investigation.
something that every narcissist I've ever had to deal with had to do. Like they couldn't just be happy for me that I was
Anthony
good at
tries
a
to
thing
defer
or whatever. They had to
responsibility
take
for
me
key
down a
aspects of the
peg
crime to
before
Megan. Yes,
bringing
he
me
stabbed
back
the
to where I
kids, but
was.
Megan told him
You know
he
what I
needed to do
mean?
so, and that he needed to do it before the sun came up. Yes, he lied
And
on
whether
top of
you're
his
intending
daughter
to compliment or
until she
criticize,
suffocated
yeah.
to death. But it was because Megan said she needed to die first. He's trying to shift the
But I
amount
think
of
that genuine
responsibility from
criticism is
himself
so
to
fucking
Megan,
important,
mainly
right?
because she is dead and can no longer defend herself.
Alright. So they're all deceased. What do you guys do?
Go up to the bedroom. Just started talking.
1,
How we want to
3,
do it.
4, 5,
You know,
6,
the kids are
7, 8.
What do we want to do now? What's going on? What's our next step? So what are we going to do?
Do you mean this wasn't planned?
It was planned, but it was like just the dog.
9.
Did she want to go first? And he just said, because there was some discussion of me going first and her staying.
Damn, girl, you look
last.
fresher than an unopened tampon.
She wasn't sure which one she
What's
wanted
your
to do.
secret?
So
I
she
literally
decided
call
to
myself a
do the dog.
garbage monster, so
Well,
I
we went to the dog
can't
with us.
I
So
can't
she held the backside of the
sympathize
dog
with
down
your
and I call them Mexican blankets.
position.
The legs around, and I was able to hold the knot in the.
Sometimes the most constructive thing you can do is just be
nose
supportive. Huge agree.
close.
Huge
And
agree.
she went peacefully.
James.
Put her in her bed.
James Rocks 18 cheered.
Next, and we're done.
He likes to spoil me. Thank you, James. That's so nice.
So if there was any type of marks or anything like that on the dog, you wouldn't know anything about it?
What kind of marks were on the dog? I just suffocated the dog.
You didn't stab the dog?
I didn't stab the dog.
Oh no, Catalin. Ugh.
It's interesting because I didn't stab the dog.
Well, there's a stab
Aw,
in the dog.
James. Thank you
The
so
dog was
much.
stabbed as well, so.
James
How to
Rocks
triple
18
crochet in a
cheered.
starting
You
chain.
know
I can
tears of
show
joy.
you. I know how to do that. Do you want me to show you really fast?
And then you say you put him in its bed or something.
I know how to do that if you want me to.
And we wrapped it.
If you prefer to have a video in front of you, though, I understand. But yeah, give me 1 second here.
In her bed.
Okay, so you
Crazy. Okay.
do your slip
Did you
knot,
meet-
hey,
I'm sorry, where did you kill the dog at?
right?
It was on the
And
foot of the bedroom
then
inside.
you're going
master
to
That's correct.
And that was the final
chain
resting
your
spot was in the master
original
bedroom, correct?
2, right? Actually, no, it's 3 with a treble. Are you talking? You're talking about an American treble, right?
And I said, what do you want me to get? You wine? What do you want to help calm this down?
I love
So
it when you show us how to do
Yes,
things. You're the
spray
best teacher.
stuff. So
Stop.
she uses
That's
that
really nice
instead.
of you and
So she
untrue.
wants some wine
Uh,
and some.
And then you do your double loop, right? You pull up a loop or yarn over twice. You're not pulling up a loop because you're not through yet. You yarn over twice.
I lay next to her and she puts.
And then you go into the first one, right?
You get the spot.
Into your
It's
first
right
chain.
here. Yeah, I feel it. Okay. I'm laying there. waiting
Yarn
for
over,
45 minutes. It's supposed to
pull
take
up a
about-
loop,
so about 10
and then
minutes,
you're going to
whatever it says.
chain one,
If you hit the spot.
And what is in that spot? What are you talking about?
and then you will finish your treble crochet by yarning over,
Especially if it'll bleed out. They say
pulling
it
through
1 to 4
two,
minutes, so
yarn
about
over,
10 minutes.
pull through
And what are you
two,
specifically targeting within that area?
yarn over, pull through two.
Okay.
It's,
And that's how you do a starting treble.
It's a large vessel and you bleed
And
out the
then
end, it's quick.
it's just, you keep doing that. You just keep yarning over twice.
I'm assuming is it grape flavored?
And then you want to go into the extra chain that you did.
What do you
You're
mean first
always, when you're doing a foundation chain, you go into the chain one that you do before completing the stitch.
45 minutes after she stabbed herself.
So then you yarn over and draw up a loop,
Nothing happening.
chain one,
This is good.
and then you finish your treble.
Yeah.
So yarn over,
Do we have any vinegar?
pull through two,
I said, we have
yarn
any
over,
vinegar?
pull through
She goes,
two,
Let me have that.
yarn
Let me try
over,
some of that. Maybe
pull
that'll
through
make me
two.
sleep or let me go sooner. So she's
And
drinking
we
a
have the
little
beginning
vinegar,
of a treble chain
Shut
here.
back on her, give her some peace. Walked around, came back. walked
You
around,
guys are
came
really
back.
sweet.
And at
Thank
one
you.
point I thought she had passed from going to Benadryl.
My mother gives zero constructive
She's still
criticism.
there,
She just says it's
and
bad
she
with no
sat up.
explanation.
She
It drives
said
me
she
insane.
passed.
Yeah, that's not nice.
She was very quiet. There was no motion.
If you ever need constructive
I can see that
criticism,
in the
our
wall.
Discord
So
has
far, going
lots
on.
of different
Eyes were closed.
channels for you to like
Communicating with you?
post your stuff. And if you want honest criticism, just ask for it, and we will 1,000,000% give it to you.
That's okay.
Was that helpful,
So
Hacks,
I
Matt?
said,
Do you
"Benadryl,
need
Benadryl,
more?
Benadryl,
Are you
Benadryl,
good?
Benadryl, what do you want to do? She goes, can we try some more Benadryl? And then if not, we'll do a second. What's that? Okay. Give her a bunch more Benadryl. Like I said, let that settle in for a while.
Excellent. I'm so happy. I'm so happy
You
that I
said
could
that's
help
more
you.
than Is that approximate amount?
I really don't.
Aw,
I know she was
that made me feel really good.
Yes, it was I don't know, there was a big bottle. Like a family size Benadryl thing.
She killed the whole bottle?
And in 2 different sippings, yes.
Oh, okay.
Where am I? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
We looked at that, pulled up the thing and the pad liver, we laid it out on where it was on our skin.
So you are a great teacher. That's really nice. I feel like a lot of people have more patience than me and are more articulate, but I like to try.
And you heard like a little click.
I certainly like to try. I just lost my count. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sounds like it went through the liver, that's good.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're on 13, 13, 13, 13, 13.
It seemed like hours went by, nothing else
Yeah, I
happened.
try to deal with it. Just absolutely maddening. By all means, please join our Discord and let us give you actual constructive feedback for stuff that you
Came
want
back and
it.
she's sitting up at the edge of the bed. And she's in the room. I'm like,
You guys, quit it!
it was,
That's so nice of you. You guys are being extra sweet.
she had,
All right,
I think she had a towel at one point.
14,
Okay.
15.
So she was definitely, I can't, she was up, she was washing it, rinsing at one point. And she's like, this has got to be done. It's taking too long. This is ridiculous.
17,
I'm like,
18,
you go on, you look at different other aspects to do this. How do you want to do this? She
19,
was, I want this ended now. I said, okay, what does that mean? She was, I want you to take the pillowcase, put it,
20.
put a pillow, and put it over my head. I said, I don't know if I can do that. And she looked at me, she goes, if you love me, you can do this. I want to be with my babies.
this
So, yeah,
piece of shit.
She looked at me, she goes, you're strong enough, you can do it. Okay. So, I said, why don't you
We're gonna
some
take a
Benadryl?
quick break.
You're not
We're
gonna
gonna take a
find me.
quick break. I'll be right back. I gotta pee really, really bad. I'm so sorry. Everybody hang tight. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Howdy mowdy. Sorry, everybody. I had to change really quick into something a little bit lighter. I was starting to get kind of sweaty. Kind of sweaty. And it felt nucky, so I changed my clothing. I'm going to abruptly stop the music. If I could just get 3 readies in chat, then we will be hot to trot on more of this trial. Hell yeah. Brandon the Fish, how are you doing? Long time no see. It's so good to see you.
I'll do it. So she says, what about it? She
All
says,
right,
"Something
here we
about it."
go.
And maybe about 15 minutes later, I came back in the room. I said, "You still want to do this?" And she
Turn
said,
it up? Sure thing.
very far out. Yeah, get it done.
In Tony's retelling of his wife's murder, her last words were complimenting his strength and telling him how great he was.
I'm hanging
in
in
every
there,
telling
Brandon.
of how his wife died, including the letter he
Thanks
wrote
for
to his father
asking.
while in prison, he states that
Ooh.
his wife,
Okay,
as
I
she
need
lay
to
dying,
know
could only
what
really
kind of
compliment
animal
him
it is.
and
I
tell
need
him
to
that his
know.
only
Hold on, I'm going to
failure in
repause
life
it, everybody.
was not being able.
I need to know what kind of animal it is. I need to know their name, and I need to know whether they're a boy or a girl. Thank you, Moth. It's actually part of a like whole jumpsuit. It doesn't actually look that great except for on cam, which is what matters to me. Nice. It's a rat. His name is Einstein. Einstein, what a good little rat you are. You are just the handsomest rat, and I bet you are so good at finding treasures in the garbage. What a good boy you are, Einstein. I like your dog. Also, I love that you have a rat named Einstein. That's very cute. Okay, I'm unpausing.
To kill her.
What treasure would you guys have?
Also, Mankey's here.
I don't know. Did you
Oh,
have
it's
to go get any
Monstro,
more during this
Sophie.
time? So in that time, no.
He looks very annoyed.
What other times did you have to?
After that was done, for me to commit suicide.
Now that you had already prepared, I mean, you had enough to take care of the children and yourself, or Megan?
Megan and myself, from what we thought.
How many bottles do you approximately think you had?
We had 2 boxes of Sleepies, I know that, which is straight dimethyl, which is these little pills. We had 2 things of Tylenol PM, I remember that, which is a great
He's
purple
being
one.
very cute.
And I think we had 2 bottles of Benadryl.
Hey, do you want me to still call you Azur, or do you want me to call you Aeon, or?
But getting through Megan, did she take it all?
She ended up taking a lot more than what we had thought we'd take it. So,
her numbers should be a lot higher results-wise, you know what I mean? Like as far as toxicology.
Some people like it when I call them just by their first name.
Once she was cleaned up, you talked about wiping of the towel or something like that. Did you see a substantial amount of blood?
You like
or anything
Aeon better?
outside the body?
Duly noted.
she kept the shirt on, I didn't look underneath.
Okay, Minky, I have to work. You're so precious to me. I love you.
Then she changed. She wanted a different sheet. I remember that, so she put a different sheet.
He did not
on.
like that.
So they were
He did not like that at all.
It should be.
He's
So
annoyed
she
at
tells
me
you
now.
that it's not working. She wants you to suffocate her. That was the grape pillow I think you kept talking about.
It's a little gray rectangular pillow, yes.
How big?
It's like one of the 10 pillows.
Like,
Yes, that.
12 by
It's about the size of half of your case there. Not your case there.
okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so small grape pillow should have
Hold
something.
on. I want to make sure I'm telling you everything perfect. When she changed the sheet, she put a bunch of sheets on a bunch of stuff that was wet on the bathroom floor. And later on, I cleaned up.
Soph, can you get a kitty kitty?
So the original sheet is there. I threw it away.
Threw it away and washed it.
This guy killed his whole
So any
family.
of the sheets that
And
were found in like the washer or dryer or anything like that, are they related? Involved?
I didn't do any wash, I don't think.
You haven't done any laundry since
President
Christmas?
boy.
Alright,
I don't believe I did.
okay.
And so that
Hey,
she
sweet
read, that
little
was
kitty
that
man.
was full blood. That sheet was full blood.
You're laying in the dumbest way.
So, go on, proceed, sorry.
It's okay. So then it came to me. And Megan
Your dad
asked
is
that I wait a day
allergic.
or
That's
two
unfortunate.
to make sure
There are a
everything
couple
passed.
of
Make sure the house was all set, and I kind of slept in.
hypoallergenic breeds, but it's not ever a oh nice. Sorry, Moth.
Correct.
It's not ever a
I went
guarantee
to
though,
CVS 24 hours, I went to Publix, and I went to Walgreens.
right, J-Rod? I was wondering that why it looks so like
There's one across
faded and weird.
That's like
CVS.
CVS, so you went there.
Mm-hmm.
The Publix is right there off of Blake, which is right there in front of Celebration, and the other one is where?
There's a Walgreens right next to Five Guys in the little restaurant thing there.
Oh, the new area.
It was correct, yes.
Okay. And this was the day after or so, or when did you start purchasing more vintage rubber?
I did. I didn't see your point
Did you
redemption
purchase anything else?
until
besides vintage
late,
Alcohol,
at which point I redeemed it.
rum, and some more Coppola. So
What's the one? The red one or something?
it's rum, yeah.
Okay.
And I also thought that it might be easier. See, I'm not much about guns in the house, but I was reading on Quora that you could kill yourself with a pellet gun.
Pellet gun?
So that was reading. It hurt.
Where did you shoot yourself?
In the liver and the heart. Back 2 wounds.
The liver and the heart.
The liver the first time. It bled quite a bit. Didn't do anything, but I woke up later on. And
We'll have to check that out. We'll photograph it later. Is the mark still there?
19,
I haven't looked at the color of that. I'm so
We'll check
sorry,
it
it's
out.
been forever.
19,
That was the last one. I tried the
19,
razor blade to the radial artery,
20.
which I told you I hit, but I didn't do it well in
Ooh.
the
James, thank you so much.
James
for the
Rocks
goodies.
18 cheered. Who don't like unicorns?
Literally no
It's a tire
one.
on the neck. The only thing that did was irritate my glottis. I couldn't get
Oh,
it to the
really?
artery because my neck is too big.
Oh yeah, I forgot that he also was stealing from his patients. I forgot entirely.
I tried to stop hanging over the edge of the beds. Was trying to figure out how to go through and fall on the knife in the right direction to get it upward up into my throw my knife with to get my what should we call it? Diaphragm. Was also researching but couldn't quite get to the femoral artery because the way how deep the femoral artery was.
Where were you doing your research at?
The internet.
Well, I mean, on what device?
Meg's phone and my phone.
Okay, and which phone? 'Cause I know you said you had two.
Hers is 6465, and that is, I think she had a pink case to it.
Okay. Which phone was lost?
My 6536 one, a Samsung,
You absolutely may.
and that one was lost before Christmas.
Oh, see you later,
Yeah,
self.
was
I
that
missed
one
it.
lost?
I missed you saying
It was
that you were
lost
going.
before.
Goodbye, have
I
fun.
don't
You're
know
gonna
where I
knock them
lost
dead.
it
I
from.
promise.
The airport down.
Okay. That was the Samsung.
And if not, you can come and hold me personally responsible.
Galaxy Note 10.
Okay. Which phone was left in like a Starbucks or something in Sarasota?
That one was that phone that was mine, and I went back and got it.
Which phone?
I don't know the number.
You don't know if it was an iPhone or a Droid?
We stand rants?
It was an
Kind
iPhone.
of. I mean, we
Your
stand
iPhone? Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about our
it's still the
feelings.
same phone? Okay.
I have to turn
You
this
went
down
back
a
and got
little
it.
bit because it's killing. Well, I can turn
I
it
can't
down.
remember. Was that when the family was still
Here.
alive that you went down there to Sarasota?
No.
They were already dead?
It shouldn't turn
Tony
it down for
purposely
you
left his phone at the
guys.
Starbucks in Sarasota in order to make it appear as if the family had fled. Later on, he would state in court that it wasn't him who
Yeah,
left the phone
that's
there, and that he has
insane to
absolutely
me.
no idea how a
Moth,
phone that
I
had been on his
cannot
person
believe
during
how
the murder
careless
ended
people
up
are
2
with
hours away
COVID.
in a Starbucks,
It
and that
is
he couldn't have brought it there
infuriating.
because he was so distraught.
Okay. Okay, and you drove the van, the red van down there?
Oh man, Dead
Was
Space
there a
2
white van or something involved?
is such a
Was
fun
there a
action
moving
game,
van, or did it appear
but
you
it's
guys
not
were
anywhere
moving at
near
some
as
point?
scary as
Like,
Dead
moving out of
Space
that
1
residence?
was.
That was just kind of what people were saying. I don't know.
I feel like they get less scary and more well made as
Prior to
time
this,
goes
were you
on.
guys planning on moving out of that home?
Prior to this. We had planned to. I don't know.
Okay, so like, did you ever get a rental truck or anything like that? Or,
And they did.
but when you guys moved in when? May of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. So,
You're a baby with horror,
they
that's
saw like
fair.
a moving
I've
truck or
played a
something
lot
out
of
nearby
horror.
On the residence? Near the house? Recently?
Rumi has been getting a coworker tested positive, but haven't
That's fine.
been in contact with you all day because multiple people are testing positive. Didn't she? Or, I'm sorry, I just assumed. I don't know what gender your roommate is, but haven't they contracted Rona themselves?
Left your iPhone at a Starbucks. Did they call you, or how did that go about? Did you call it, or what? How'd you get your phone back?
I was leaving him. And
Rumi
turned
is
around.
safety,
And
okay.
realized,
My husband had a coworker come to work knowing they had it. We have somehow not caught it despite how many people he has been in contact with that have. Same here. Same with me and Josiah. Neither of us have gotten it, but a bunch of our friends have.
that were either
A bunch of our friends have.
Or I was looking at PT practice.
They tested positive this morning.
Who were you
Golly.
communicating with?
I hope everything's okay for you and your
sisters. Your
roommate.
sisters.
Kelly? I wasn't communicating with Christy anymore.
Is that Chrissy or Christy?
Chrissy.
Chrissy. Do you want to talk with her anymore? When's the last time you talked with Chrissy?
A few weeks back. I don't know the date. I really don't. I'm sorry.
What did you guys talk about?
I was pissed off that she wouldn't say any of my business.
Okay. How about your last conversation with your mom?
That we were going to eventually be coming up and talk about moving up.
Ugh,
that kind of
Ozma,
stuff.
I'm so
Spicy.
sorry.
Okay. You talked to
His
your
mom and
dad?
her husband just got it again. Oh no.
No? I don't think so.
He didn't want to go to federal prison
the
like
last
this
time
guy
you saw-
didn't know
talked
what the
with him?
outcome was. He should have looked on the bright side. I hate people who always go to the most extreme outcome first. He would have done 3 years max,
I don't know. I really
and then
don't
he
know.
could have worked his way
You
back
guys have
up.
a good relationship?
IDK if he would have been able to come back from stealing from rich people. I feel like rich people make sure that you have the worst life possible once you've done them dirty. They do everything in their power, and they have a lot more power than me or you
Maybe
do.
you're being evasive.
She could. That's why I had to reinforce the
I
fact
mean,
that
it's here to stay now. We're all going to get it at some point. Yeah, but I'm hoping that it's way down the line when it becomes even less harmful. Like, you know what I mean?
They do love you. I've spoken with them. I've spoken with your family.
I still can't believe that just like a bunch of boomers couldn't just stay inside their house for 2 fucking weeks.
Sarasota.
It would have been over. It would have been gone. It would have been
We were trying to
fucking
establish a
done.
better timeline
Eradicated.
for
Golly. Oh, it just
approximately-
makes me so fucking mad. It just makes me so fucking mad that here we
she was
are,
taken, when
nigh on
May
3
died. And
years
you're adamant
later.
that all this all took place
Fuck.
before Christmas.
yes.
Positive, 100%.
I also have a ton of food phobias and stuff,
Yeah,
Moth.
before
It
Christmas.
scares the shit out of me that might happen to me. I take care of my dad. If he gets it, he'll most likely be a goner, not accepting that everyone will get it eventually.
So,
I'm hoping. I'm so
communicating with
careful of
anybody
it.
after that? Has anybody texted you? Have you been using any of the other devices? Anything like
The
that?
hospitals are overflowing in Edmonton. I didn't know that.
Yes.
And that's why'd you do that?
Canada just recently
people
dropped
right.
all their
Just to finish
restrictions,
myself.
or at least here near us. But we
Other
still
than that,
wear
we're
our
gonna
masks
need-
and
I need-
stuff everywhere,
still need to get
and
that.
so do
still
a
need to
lot of other people. Like anytime I see somebody without a mask on,
People getting closer and
everybody
closer.
is just glaring at them.
And
I know people said that they were communicating with
That
what they
fucking
thought were your family
sucks,
members.
Barry.
Ultimately, it wasn't.
Jeez.
No, it was me.
It was you.
Being an introvert made staying at home
The
so
ties
easy.
and the
Well, I
knives
feel
and
like
the
I feel
research
like
and
even
everything.
not as an introvert, you just know like people are dying of this thing, and we can stop it from being a huge deal if we all just stay inside for 2 weeks.
Because in all honesty, I chickened out and counted it out with a knife.
Literally, they could have just had government workers,
Tried. I've taken so
the
much
post
vinegar,
office,
like this,
even just like
and I've taken
deliver
alcohol
groceries to
vinegar,
people.
and every
What
time
the
I seemed
fuck?
to get a little bit closer. There was one day somehow I woke up in the garage. In my
I
yard
got
and
it.
whatnot.
Thankfully, it was horrible for one
And
night,
had
but I was
thought
fine
died back
afterward.
then,
But, you know, I stayed in, unlike some people. Yeah.
So,
You are frequently the
Okay,
only person wearing a mask when you go out somewhere. Oh, fuck that shit.
how quick after did you move? You said you wanted the family to be
Vietnam
together.
shows this is
Right.
false since we also
So take
need
me
to
through
treat it
how
abroad.
does this
I
take
mean,
place?
like it would have
How
taken
does
the
this-
whole world.
well, they were all
Obviously, it would have
together,
taken
all
the
in
whole
different
world
positions
just
inside the home.
staying home for 2 weeks.
Okay,
But
so
I
what
don't
happens?
understand why that couldn't just
First
happen.
I just laid in bed-
I
bed
do
with
not
Meg the first
understand
night after she-
why
she
people
died.
have to
Just laid in
like
bed.
look at somebody who has dedicated their life to researching the prevention of
I want to say it's the second
deadly
day after she died.
disease
And I said, okay, time to get
and
this
illnesses
thing
and
moved,
stuff like
everything
that.
else.
Like,
And went in, made sure she
and
was
be
covered,
like, you
taken
know,
the thing care of, she was on the
I
bed,
think you're
her left leg
lying.
had fallen off the bed.
I think I know
Which was
better
kinda
than
weird.
you
So
do.
I was able to use
I
the
just
left leg,
don't
left
understand
leg,
what
other leg
possesses
underneath,
people
so
to do
couldn't
something
get
like
actually
that.
comfortable.
The fucking
Moved Zoe in, put Zoe in. Before all this was
they're
done, we had all
scientists
those-
first.
we had pictures
Like,
of
I
all
just
the-
don't
the
understand.
things.
It makes me so mad if I think about it for too long.
Okay. So I had to fix those because I knocked those over after I put Zoe up. Okay. So I fixed those out. And then it was which one do I do first?
There
Do I
is no one
bring Tyler
answer.
over
Well,
and
I
get
mean,
up, or do I bring Alex up?
there was
And I
mine.
thought just because
If
of the,
everybody
you
had
know,
just stayed
my strength,
home.
and I wasn't too strong at the time right there. That I should get Tyler upstairs.
The minute it became political, it went down the toilet. Agree. But like, I mean,
He's
fucking
11,
leave it
yes.
to Republicans to be
So I was able
anti-science,
to
though.
pull my shoulders and
You mean on why?
carry him
Okay,
up a
fair
little
enough.
bit,
Yeah.
Little bit by little bit. Okay. And to back up a little bit, I want to speak about Zoe. Yes. So Zoe was in her bed. Correct. Had you checked, because rigor mortis was brought in, but you talked about it. Yeah. Did you check on her periodically to see when she'd come out? I hadn't checked on her periodically. I just knew she was in rigor. Just because I went to position her. So in my mind, she had to stay warm. Okay. And her arms were outside, so I went to put her arms down to make her nice and comfortable. And I couldn't move her arms down. It's like, okay, she's still in rigor. So I brought the blanket above her just so that she'd be warm until I was able to reposition her. And when you say reposition her, when you're doing all this, is this still while she's in her bed, or did you already moved her to your bed? She was still in her bed. Still in her bed. Yes. Okay. So when
Yeah,
she's moved
Sperry.
her,
I had
under the
to
blankets and everything. At that point is when you moved her to be in bed.
just
with
quit
Sarah.
Facebook
Correct.
altogether
Okay.
because I have
The,
one cousin that is anti-vax, and some people in
I
my
just carried her in my
family
arms
are
with
starting to
flat,
defend
keep
that
her head
cousin,
comfortable on the pillow, and
and I just
let her sit there. Then pick up
I
everything
won't.
knocked over.
I won't
Okay.
associate
And her head, because I understand
I
she was at the foot of the bed. That's
because
right.
they are caught in their
So
own
she's laying
grift
like
with
this,
no way
left
out. Their
leg
livelihood is
like
tied to
this.
whether they can bring in
It's her
folders or
head
not.
towards
Don't get me
maybe
wrong,
side
I
of
still
the bed,
hate
or
them,
your
but I
side
still
of
have
the
the
bed,
empathy
so my
for the
side.
entrapment of
Okay.
conservatives.
And you
I
suck if you're looking at the bed on the left side of the bed.
Well, I
Make
get
yourself on the
that.
right side
I
of the bed.
fully get that, and like feel
Yes,
pretty
okay. So her
similarly.
head's
Like
on
I
your
do
side,
feel
left side
bad
of the bed.
for the
Position your
ones
feet towards me.
that want
Correct. All right.
that
Wrapped
mean
up in a
well.
blanket. Correct. Right.
But most of them don't.
Okay. So Tyler's next. Tyler is downstairs. Correct. You said that
Most of them are just
you were able to get him eventually
legitimately
upstairs to the room.
selfish,
How do you
terrible
do that?
people.
What
Thank you,
happens?
babe.
I moved his mattress
Everybody-
from his bedroom, 'cause he was on
Everybody
his
say
mattress.
thanks to
Moved his mattress from his
Dungeon
bedroom,
Dad
put it on
for
the floor.
bringing me coffee.
His bedroom upstairs. Correct. Okay. And pick him up and just carry him up at a time. His items or trinkets or whatever you call them were
That probably would have
in
made
the-
an amazing
in your
GIF,
bedroom?
just like my webcam window
What did he-
from the
what
time you
specifically
started
did he
bouncing
want to bring
Mankey
with
to
him? He wanted the
him
scarf,
pulling me.
the soccer
I
scarf.
just took a hit,
Soccer
a
scarf.
huge rip. I'm so
And
sorry.
what team was that
I'm
from?
insufferable
That
to
was
talk
from
to
Team
right now,
USA
I bet.
versus Canada game that we
I love
won.
you very much. Thank you for
Team
coffee.
USA. Okay. Did you position that on his body?
No, I positioned it on the toy box itself.
On the toy box.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You said something about your daughter's hands. What did you
Can't
put
tell
in her
I
hands?
can tell the
Set of
fucking
rosaries,
difference.
I think.
Set of rosaries.
Like, I don't mean to,
Tyler.
It was some kind of religious aspect. Whether it be
not like
rosaries or
other
some
girls
kind
this
of,
bitch, but I have
something
fucking
along
social
the
superpowers, okay? Like, I can tell people's intentions
collections
more often than not.
All right.
I am pretty
I was
socially
a First Catholic, yes.
Force Catholic.
able.
Understood. Okay. So Tyler gets a
You
set
two
of
are too
rosaries.
cute.
How
He's
is he
too
positioned?
cute. I am just,
He's
I
on
look
his-
good by
like, put him
proxy.
He's on his, like, towards his stomach.
People's social deduction skills are about 50-50 at best. Garbage. Bullshit. Wrong.
Just can't remember.
Sorry.
His head was
I can
facing,
basically
I think,
fucking
back
read
to the back of the
minds.
wall.
Like, I'm sorry.
Back. Okay. Is he on his face? Is he on his side? How's his
I'm
face?
pretty fucking good at reading people.
This points out like right here.
Okay. All right.
They're like,
And then that leaves.
I think that you are spitting. I think that you are smart. I respect the things that you have to say. But like, as a person
So I couldn't drag him on the
who's
mattress.
really, Sperry, you were thinking about tangerines a little bit. At least today. I'm
Put it
just
on the ground,
teasing. That part
move
was a
him
bit.
to the ground,
Uh,
move the mattress into the room.
anyway, like, but I am somebody who, like, legitimately, like, I can, and I'm not the only person either that can, but, like, you get, they're empaths exist, man. Like, they're real, and I am one, and, like, it's pretty easy to read people's intentions once you get a hold of their, like, mannerisms
Did you have to
and
like
stuff.
try him by the comforter?
Once
or did
you-
pick him up, or how does this work?
You don't even need that long with somebody to, like, be able to spot patterns in their idiosyncrasies. The answer was titties. Come on, you know me and my sense of humor. How do you know that I didn't mean titties? But I'm not even gonna try. I'm sorry. You're right. I should have known better.
Into the room.
But mirroring someone's emotions is not the same as understanding them. Okay, but like, I'm not saying. that-
The best I could. The little steps at a
Well,
time.
I mean, are you sure that you? I
Children?
Yeah.
That's just
I
something that you
just
want to
took
do
a
as
huge
parent.
rip of weed, so I am terrible at
Right.
fucking
Right.
communication
Yeah,
right now.
I-
But I
the
promise
ultimate
you
respect to them,
that it's
I
better
understand.
than 50-50.
We
It is
differentiate
better
in
than
the-
50-50
but the ultimate-
for me at least. Easy on a bad day, better than 50-50 at reading people. And like, there are people who have
So you get in
the
position.
world convinced that they're
You get out of
psychic
position.
because they're so good at reading people. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
On the mattress.
like, I'm not even good enough to do
Which way is he
that.
positioned?
But like, I am telling ya. It's okay. I believe that you have been convinced. That's kind of a dick way to
He's on
say
his
that,
side.
my dude.
Okay. Where's your room? Moving up to our bed.
I will agree to disagree, but you are the one who is wrong, and I know that.
I'm pretty sure he's facing up to his bed.
Right, Kuda, are you good at doing
'Cause I know
cold readings?
One of the boys was almost face down
I can't.
when he
I
was
can't
found,
do
and
cold
one was
readings,
on his
but like,
side,
I
you
am
just described Tyler was, so I
very,
was wondering maybe if
very
Alec-
in tune with people and
If anyone
mannerisms and
closer
like,
face
it's,
down, that would have been
it's-
Tyler.
it comes very
And Tyler
easily
was
to me
closer
to
to the-
know
to
what
the bed
people
next
are
to your wife?
thinking and feeling.
No, Tyler was the last one.
Okay. So
I always
Tyler
wonder
was
about
almost
how much
the
mentalism
farthest away
accounts for
from the bed, so-
neurodiversity.
Alright.
That's a
So
really
Meg,
interesting thing to
Zoe,
ponder.
That's right.
Alec, Tyler.
I just accidentally
Okay.
found two pot leaves my uncle
Good.
pressed in one of his journals he kept with his D&D books. That's so fun.
Tissue?
I just ask that you believe the same about me. I believe that you have been convinced that reading people is 50-50 at best, but I'm telling you that I am living proof that that is incorrect. And I'm like not even the best person at it, you know? 96% accurate at predicting people's future as long as I know the variances in their lives. I use it to know what's going on at work.
Something that maybe during this
What?
time frame that you don't recall, but it was noticed during yesterday's events that the dog was stabbed.
I didn't do
One,
that.
two,
I mean,
three.
it doesn't matter.
No.
I just let you know.
Okay. So the children have been positioned.
Mhm.
Okay. You guys are coming back together as a family.
Mhm.
And I'll use your words. I mean, you chickened out at this
J-Rod.
point,
The knife.
with the knife and that type of stuff.
Your family used to be psychics, according to your grandma.
During the course of this,
Ooh, okay.
tried,
Lil,
attempted.
no,
how come you didn't graduate to a regular?
I'm going to take this as an opportunity to teach, but that G word that you said, that's a slur. The term that you want there is Romani. We don't allow that word in this chat. I'm going to purge that really quick. Please don't take it to be like, you're not in trouble or anything. I know that that's not something that, like, everybody knows even.
It'll happen this way. They'll do it this way. Sometimes when I took the Benadryl, I seriously went to sleep for like 2 days. It seemed like 2 days later, you know. And
So,
you just
like,
sleep
I hate to...
either next to Megan.
I also don't want you to be, like, embarrassed or anything. A lot of people
Sometimes right on the edge.
don't even know.
On the floor down there. Between the bed and
My future
the,
is very predictable. Just ask yourself what happens if she fucks up, and that's my future. I've been spending years trying to break the cycle. Sorry, that's the term she used. Okay, I didn't know there was a different word. So super okay. A lot of people don't. But I just ask that you keep that in mind, at least in here.
Where'd you guys keep the temperature? Do you remember?
I've been spending years trying to break the cycle. One day I will succeed.
I want to say, because I was in charge
You've
of
done
it,
some pretty
so
cool
go
stuff
there,
recently,
16.
hey? Sperry?
Yeah.
Okay. Up in the room, I think there was like some. I don't know if they were humidifiers. I don't know if they were moisture. What were those?
Those are air purifiers.
Air purifiers. Were those there prior to?
The white one by the window was there. Because we kept the air purifier going because we both have heavy allergies. The black one I brought in from the boys' room.
11.
Just to keep going.
Sorry, I probably made that like bigger and longer and more uncomfortable than it had to be. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that you were not in trouble. Not embarrassed. It's part of my ancestry, and that's what my relatives used to call themselves even, so I don't know. Didn't know it was a slur. Yep. Show is. I like the movie Pacific Rim.
So.
Then they named the robot. I was like, what the hell? Are they trying to one-up Boba Fett's ship name?
Monday,
I don't remember Boba Fett's ship name. And I don't remember the name of the robot in Pacific Rim.
What were you doing during this time frame? We're talking over 2 weeks.
Trying to kill myself.
Were you leaving the home? Were you going over to the other
I
place in Georgetown?
love coffee.
I went over
Oh yeah,
this
Slave
once
1.
because,
That's right.
My daughter really wanted her.
Right. Yeah, I
Mickey
remember now too. Yeah, you guys are so right. Boba
Mickey
Fett's
Mouse,
ship had a name?
necklace.
Yeah, it did.
So I
All
went
of the
to
ships have
condo to
names
see if
in
I could get
Star
the Mickey
Wars.
Mouse necklace to find it in the jewelry box.
1, 2, or like all the
Couldn't find
unique
it.
ones. Some days I don't know whether I'm the boxer or the bag. You get me? Totally. James Rocks, I'm so sorry that that sentiment is prevalent, but thank you so much for
James
the
Rocks
biddy.
18 cheered. Some days I
I
don't
appreciate
whether
you.
I'm
I
the
had a
boxer or
belch
the bag.
stuck. Sorry.
You get me.
Is there anybody else in chat that can't make themselves belch? I cannot make myself
Just
belch.
food.
It's such a bummer.
As I'm trying to get through this.
Publix or fast food or?
Fast food, unfortunately, but I thought like that. Went to McDonald's once or twice.
Okay. Were you checking the mail?
I checked the mail also. Okay. Make sure everything was.
Like actual belch on command and not the whiskey air burp?
Fishing out in front.
Either. I can't do either.
Deliveries,
Pulled them
boxes.
in.
The Animaniacs belching music thing.
During my being unsuccessful time.
I used to not be able, but I am able to now, and life is so much easier. Teach me! Teach me! Oh my god, you know what it's like to not know how to do it. Can you describe what I need to do? Like, people are always like, swallow air, and I'm like, okay, I do that like all the time. Like, I've heard that 1,000 times, and that's not what's good. I don't know
There would be no
what.
other reason for Tony
don't
to
know what to
feign
tell
being with his
you.
family members after their deaths,
I
other
can't
than to
make
try and
myself belch
assuage
or throw
concern
up.
for their well-being and to
Probably
gain
the
more
hiatal
time to
hernia.
formulate a
I've
plan.
never heard
Him
of that.
actively
I'm
admitting that he
sorry
sent
that
the
you have
text
one of
for Megan and
those.
his kids directly flies in the face of his story about wanting them
It's
to be
like I
found
push
and being
air
so
out
out
of
of his
my
mind with
throat.
grief that he was unaware of
Do
what he
you
was
burp
doing.
regularly?
The
Yeah, I
remainder of
burp
this
regularly.
interrogation
I
is
can
much
burp
of the same,
fine.
and unfortunately, the
Such
audio
an
makes it
anti-burp
incredibly hard
doxy,
to
it's
verify
so
what they are
easy.
saying at times. However, Tony has failed in the 3 goals he set out to accomplish. The first,
Then
he
again,
wanted to
I
solely
could be
place the blame
I
of
could be
the
the
murders on
asshole
his
here.
wife's chronic
Like
illness.
it could be like
However,
trying to
fairly early
describe
on,
the
he
color
makes
blue
it clear that he was
or
more than
whatever,
happy to
you
go
know what
along
I
with the
mean?
murders and tries his best to cover them up
Can't
by
make belch
texting their
either, but I
extended
finished the
family,
section of the
pretending to
sock,
be
so I must
Megan
sleep.
and
Okay,
the
good night,
kids.
Moth. You have a
Second
good
was
one.
he
Thanks
wanted
for
to
hanging
appear
out.
to be somewhat
I wish
impaired
you
so he could
lots
claim the
of luck.
interrogation happened while he was in
Make
duress
sure that you're washing
and
your
claimed
hands all the
diminished
time.
and claimed diminished capacity. He was incredibly forthcoming and was
We'll be
able to
thinking
recall
of ya.
key details, such as what phone he
So it's
Googled
like a
how to
dry
kill his
heave
family
motion.
on, and what laptop that Megan watched videos on. He was also incredibly present with the interrogators.
I'm just making
constantly
myself feel
nodding along as
nauseous
they
by
spoke,
doing that.
acknowledging their words and repeating statements back to them when he needed
Well,
clarification.
Moth will be
If
back
anything,
tomorrow,
he was
too.
so outwardly present and competent that to
And
claim
we're going to
otherwise
be doing
would be ridiculous.
SCP
3.
stuff.
He wanted to provide enough false information to the police that he could point to it and state that he was lying. Though Tony did get some details wrong, based on
It
the
straddles
defensive
the
wounds
line
on
of
his
the dry
arm,
heave
his
motion.
DNA being found under
That's
Alex's
actually the
fingernails,
most
and the fact that he was
detailed
able to recall the
directions I've
color of
ever
the
gotten
knife
for
that
that,
was
and I'm
used
so
and where
psyched.
he hid certain things.
What do you
it was
awful
clear that
women
he was,
want?
at the
What do
very
you
least,
awful
present
women
when his
want?
family was killed
Viewers.
and took part
Just kidding,
in
you're
some
not awful at all.
capacity.
Thank you so
Tony
much
had
for the
an
raid. I
appropriately
appreciate it very
accomplished
much.
what he
Hi,
had set out to
Abby.
do.
How are
And
you?
shortly after this interview, he stated that he was innocent and the confession had been taken when he was under extreme mental fatigue. The court reviewed the
Did we
footage and
hook you
allowed
on
it, as
SCP?
he
Oh,
appeared
I've
to be
known about
competent in the
SCP for
footage,
ages and
no
ages, and I love
laws
it, love it.
had been
I was
violated
like,
during the
okay,
interrogation.
I'm like,
With that
I'm old
roadblock in
enough.
front of him, Tony's last resort was his trial, where he would take the stand.
Oh, God.
Usually in cases like this, we never get to hear what the
I'm
guilty
old
party
enough
thinks
that
about the
I was
proceedings.
around
Most
on
defense attorneys will
4chan
do
when
everything in
SCP
their
started.
power not to
I'm
put their
sorry that I
client
hung
the
out on
stand,
4chan.
as it
I'm
opens
sorry
them
that I
up to
did. I'm sorry. I thought it was
which
so
often makes
cool.
them
I'm
look
really,
bad.
really
But in
sorry.
this case, Tony insisted that he be put on the stand. He felt as if what was happening
I
to
don't
him
anymore.
was a huge injustice, and if the world could hear his side of things, he would be let
This
go.
is more
We know this to
embarrassing
be
than
the case
admitting that I
because he
used to be
declares
such
his
a
innocence
pick-me
in the
girl,
letter he
hey?
wrote to his father,
It's,
Robert.
like, really
we read the full letter in our
embarrassing.
video linked below. From that letter alone, it is clear that Tony
SCP
is
the
somewhat
fictional
of a
cryptid, yep.
narcissist who believes he is the smartest person in any room he is in. His tone is demeaning to everyone around him, stating that
SCP is so
despite the
fun,
multiple
but, like, I
charges
wanna go to the
against
Library
him,
of
he is the victim
Alexandria.
of his wife, the police, the FBI, and more.
Good luck.
He also tries to demean his
I'm so
father,
sorry.
stating that Robert is a terrible person for putting a hit out on his wife when Tony was a child, without a lick of self-awareness that he did kill his wife and his entire family. He goes so far as to
Pulls
state that
closed
his
arms,
wife's
he's
final
like,
moments alive were spent praising him
Have you been
for
watching
being
the
an
Shudder
amazing
series
person
Cursed
for all that
Films?
he did.
I have
and that
not,
his only true
but I
failure was
absolutely
being
fucking
unable
will.
to kill
I'm
her,
really
which is
looking forward
absolutely
to getting
ridiculous and an insult
Shudder.
to Megan's memory. Everything
I'm really
he
looking
says
forward
is
to it.
illogical
Every
and
few
stupid
months,
and
a
doesn't
deal
stand up
comes
to
around where
basic
you can
reasoning.
get three
But Tony
three
believes he
months
is the
for
smartest
like
person
$3,
in every room.
and I'm
Therefore,
waiting for
he can
that to
sell
come
his line
back
of thinking
around.
without any issue. His
Because I'm
demeanor
really
is not unlike
poor.
Diane Downs, who felt as though, despite her claims
It's
being
so good.
illogical,
I'm
she was so
really
clever
looking forward
she
to
could
it.
make
You're,
anyone around
like,
her believe what she
no
was saying.
joke, like the
However,
10th
like
person
Diane,
to tell me
that is
that I
not
would
the
like
case.
it.
In his testimony, Tony tries to come across as a man who has gone through an incredible hardship, who loved his family and his life, but he comes short multiple times. So with that preface,
I did it through
let's begin.
Amazon where it was like 7-day free trial. Okay, you feel me. You feel me.
Please identify yourself.
My name is Anthony John Todt.
What is your age?
Y'all are the best.
46.
I fucking love my community.
So, we've heard testimony about a woman named Megan Todt. Are you familiar with that?
Oh, so
person?
it seems like tomorrow is going to be a really good day.
Tony is on trial
for
for the murder of his
chatters,
entire
so
family.
guess you
including
better
the
be
woman
here. We'll
he
be
has
done
been
with
since high
this.
school. His defense is that his wife murdered the children and the family
So
dog,
we might be
and
doing
his only
something
crime is not
exciting, and
reporting
then we
that.
will have
His
SCP
wife's name should have a
also.
profound
I'm so
impact on him,
excited.
both because he loved
I'll
her and
check
she
that
died,
show out.
but
Shudder
also
is
because,
great, but I've been
according to
rewatching
his
Ghost
story,
Adventures from season
murdered
1
his
and it is
kids.
glorious.
Instead
I
of
got
showing
Josiah to
any
watch it with
outward
me too,
emotion, though,
Bubble.
Tony instead instead closes his
We're
eyes
on
for a
season
prolonged
1.
period of time. Then
But we
opens
actually
them,
are doing the
nods his head, and
Taika
says
Waititi
yes,
thing.
that he does know her. He displays no emotion,
where we
and
just
over the
watched
next
all
couple
of
of
season 1
minutes,
of our
he will
Flag
be
Means
attempting
Death,
to
which
make himself cry.
super
However, his
recommend.
emotions and his body
Uh,
movements are
and
not
he
synchronized,
hasn't seen
and at various
the What We
occasions,
Do in the
when he
Shadows
appears
show,
to be
so we're
crying
watching
and
through that,
emotional,
too.
it will not flow naturally with his posture and
So
body
we have
language.
interrupted our ghost adventuring with Taika
And were you in
Waititi.
fact married to Megan Todt?
Yes.
When did you first meet her?
It was high school of 1992.
And where was that?
Lil,
Montville,
pop them in the
Connecticut.
Discord for me. Pop links in the
Sorry.
Discord for me, please,
Montville,
please, please,
Connecticut.
please.
Montville.
Sorry, you're speaking my language? Yeah, straight
And
up.
Did you and Ms. Todt, did you and Megan, we've used first names throughout the case, so I'll do it to that. I get hard to remember. Did you become married or become a couple?
Yes.
Now, did both?
My
did you
partner
attend the
wasn't into it
university
and just
in
made
the
fun
state
of it at
Connecticut?
first, but now he
Yes.
watches with me and
Where
gets
did
sad
you
when
go
I
to
watch it with
Sacred Heart University in Fairfield, Connecticut.
Did Megan also?
I told Josiah that
become
he
a student at
he
Sacred
can make
Heart?
fun of it all he
Yes,
wants,
she was
and
2
I will
years behind
probably rip on them a little bit
What was your
too.
course of study?
But it's one of my
Undergraduate work,
favorite shows of all
major in
time.
psychology with
I
concentration in
love
health
all of the
psychology.
guys. I love them. They're
with
like
a,
my friends that I
declared
don't get
minor
to
of
hang out
pre-physical
with,
therapy,
and they have no
and then
idea that I
finished my master's
exist.
degree of
But like I
science in
care
physical
about
therapy.
them, and I
While
like to watch
responding,
them.
Tony wipes a non-existent
be a
tear
good
from his
time
cheek.
and
His tone
be
never
a ghost
fluctuates
time.
as he speaks,
And I
indicating
think that
whatever emotion he
me
is
and
feigning
Josiah are gonna
having
really,
is
really
not in
enjoy
sync with how
watching
he
through
really
together.
feels. Earlier, his voice also started to shake, indicating
baby
heavy
with horror.
emotion.
My friend
but
said he wants to
directly
go ghost
after,
hunting with
he
me.
had to spell the name
I don't
of the
think that if you're a
location, and
baby,
his tone
if you're like a
immediately
self-described
resets.
baby with horror,
Right.
don't go.
Now,
That
did,
is going to be way too scary to be
wife-
any fun for you, and it
when
might
did you marry
actually
Megan?
cause
Was it in
real
college or
trauma
when?
and harm to you.
I had graduated
Don't
from
go
college
ghost
already,
hunting.
and she was in her second to last year of college.
I told him he needs to dress up as Zach for Halloween, and I'll be a ghost. Oh my god,
She had
that's
the
so
exact same credentials
fucking
as myself.
smart.
Physical
Holy
therapy.
shit, you guys should totally
Did
do
you
that.
practice in the field of physical therapy?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with medical terms?
I need to
and
disengage. Thanks
medical
for all the
procedures?
conversation, Doc. Sorry for any
Most
bad
definitely,
vibes.
sir.
I fucking we're
How long
all
did you-
so
did
so
you
fine.
practice
Have a good
as
night.
a
Thanks for
physical
coming in.
therapist?
I think you rule for what it's
I
worth.
received my license in August of 1999 and was practicing up until
We've managed to find
current.
films suitable
This is the
for
first
her.
time
like,
that
she was
Tony
super
fully
okay with
shifts his
aliens.
position
Yo,
on the witness stand to speak directly
Fire
to the
in the
jury,
Sky is
and
one of
it
the
is when
scariest
he is
movies I've
sharing
ever
his credentials and
seen.
talking about how he is trained medically. He is attempting to assert intellectual dominance over the people in
1,
the courtroom
2,
and
3,
trying
4,
subconsciously
5,
to
6,
assert that
7,
despite the
8,
circumstances
9,
he is
10,
in,
11,
he should be
12,
respected.
13, 14, 15.
Was Megan also involved in the practice with you?
16,
In the practice of physical therapy, sir? Yes.
17,
Whereas I did more
18,
hospitalist, nursing care,
19,
home care, and outpatient. She concentrated most of her
sorry.
time as a pediatric specialist and did work sometime
20.
in nursing homes when we traveled.
What were the circumstances that brought your family to
He's
celebration?
gotten really good at the. Oh my god!
Initially, my wife and I
That's
bought the condo
awesome.
Celebration in July of 2005 when we were a traveling physical therapists, which means they put us around the country either to cover for what they call snowbird season or people got on maternity leave. They were generally
Bumble, I feel
minimum
like-
of 13 week.
I feel like if you lived
assignments,
closer,
and it could be
that
extended.
me and
We
my
first went out to
boyfriend and you and your
California,
boyfriend
wonderful
would
time.
hang out.
Then we
I
came
just
down to
feel
Florida
like that. I think
and
that's
found that
true.
since we sold our initial condo in
I'm
Connecticut.
more Morticia myself. I just adore her and Gomez
didn't
loving
have
one
any
another. Me and
deductions,
Josiah,
so
that was
bought
our
the
plan for
condo in
Halloween.
celebration
Funny
as
that
a
should be brought up is that I was going to be
partial
Morticia and he was going to be
investment,
Gomez, but we've just
primary
been
home,
too
because part of
poor
our
to make it
contract with our
happen.
traveling
Like, we
companies,
just don't
they
have the money
pay
for it
for
yet.
our
But his
residency.
channel is really taking
So,
off, so
at the
hopefully
current
our
time, they're
financial
paying for
situation
our
will be
rental.
much better soon. I'm
Why
really,
have the
really
company pay for a
excited that he's
rental
getting the
when they can
recognition
pay
that
for
he
your actual
deserves.
house?
A little bit
your
selfishly
mortgage
for me
payments.
that the
So we bought
financial
the condo in
situation will
July
be better,
2005.
but mostly because he fucking deserves
Lynn,
it,
would you like me
man.
to
Like,
continue?
he's super
Tony has already
deserves
given up his
to get the
attempts to
recognition
appear
for
upset,
all the work
and
that
no
he puts
longer is
in
trying to force
making that
emotion.
channel
He talks
fucking
down to the jury,
amazing.
asking a rhetorical question about having their job
gotta be
pay their
Gomez,
mortgage.
that would be
His
amazing. That
demeanor
would
also
be kind of
dramatically shifts when he
amazing.
goes from talking towards the
But
jury
Josiah
to
kind
talking
of
to
already
his
looks
lawyer,
like Gomez
lowering
from
his
like
gaze and
from like
looking
the
from under
nose
his
up. He
eyebrows.
looks
This
so
head
much
positioning
like
can be seen
Gomez.
as aggressive and combative, and he will
I look
continue to do
nothing like
this, getting
Morticia, but I don't give
angrier
a
and
fuck. She
angrier
is an
throughout his
icon. She's a
questioning.
queen,
Think
and I
about a
want to
time
play
when
pretty
someone has
dress up
lowered
as
their
her.
chin and spoken to you in this manner. It is usually a sign of outward annoyance.
All right,
and
see you later,
irritation at
Abby.
something
Thanks for
you've
hanging
done,
out.
and a way to make
Everybody,
you feel
go
small.
follow
This
Abby.
action
Go
is
follow Abby
directed at his
Normality,
own
fellow
lawyer,
streamer,
meaning on some level,
friend of
Tony
the tabletop
believes he is
communities
smarter
that I'm a
than
part
him.
of. It was really good to see
Let
you,
me ask
Abby.
one thing
Have
at
a
this
good
point.
one.
What was the status of Megan's health when you first met her?
When I first met Megan, sorry, I just needed to collect myself.
Tony states he
Yeah,
needs to
thank you
collect
very
himself
much for the
before
raid.
beginning. However, there are no outward signs of emotion. His eyes are not wet, his voice is not shaky, and his posture has not changed. He has been casually moving his chair back and forth, purposely moving himself between facing the jury and his lawyers, and if anything, he seems incredibly callous. There has been literally no physical indication of emotion from him
Do we have a
this
shout out? We
entire
don't
time.
have a shout
But once
out.
again, he is trying to force it. He sighs
I'm really
and
bad
closes
at
his eyes
bots
for
and,
another
like,
extended period, seemingly
knowing
to
what to
try
put
and
in them
push
and all
tears
that
out,
stuff. I
but
feel
none
bad
are
about it. I
presenting.
feel like,
he will continue to try to seem emotional to little avail.
I feel like people typically just click on
Megan
people's
had
names.
initially been diagnosed
But if you guys
as
think
a
that a shout
teen
out would be
with Lyme
better,
disease.
then
in which
if anybody wants to put it on, I
was-
fully consent to having a shout out on the
They say
bot
Lyme
if
disease
you
goes
think
into
that that's
remission.
better.
They say Lyme disease goes into just.
I need to chat with you to help set that
recesses
up with
and
you.
waits another day to
My
invade, all
mods
depending
are
on
the
immune system,
ones
all
who do
depending
the
on
bot
what
stuff for me.
Research shows and who you follow. She also was diagnosed right around middle school, right before I met her, with a heart issue. This heart issue they diagnosed as
I've offered to
mitral
set it
valve,
up a couple times.
mitral valve prolapse.
I mean, we just kind of
And,
add things as it goes.
they
I don't
also
I don't know what we would even
diagnosed
really talk
arrhythmias.
about. You know what I
At
mean?
which
Because
time
like
I
I don't
found out
really I
after
don't
I
have a
started
bunch
dating
of
Megan in
things
high
in the
school,
chamber that I'm like I need
because
to
I
add
asked
this
her
to
one
the
time.
bot.
We
I
used to
need
go
to
out
add
there
this
all
to the
the
bot.
time. We used to
You know what I
do
mean?
normal dating.
I think
I
that
will
it
go
is
over
so
the
sweet
interruption
of you
and
to
his
offer to help
reaction in a
though.
moment. However, his
For
remarks
what it's
about
worth,
her
I am
having
really
Lyme
I
disease
really
as a child
appreciate
do
you.
not match
I
with
just
his
don't know
initial
what we would
statements
even
and other reporting
talk
around
about.
the case. He
1,
also still
2,
has yet to
3, 4,
display
5,
any
6,
emotion.
7,
As he
8.
goes over her medical history, opposing counsel objected due to relevance. This is Tony's reaction.
Ask your next question, Mr. Westler.
So this is the face of a man who is fucking pissed that someone interrupted him while he was speaking. Through turning around and cocking his head like this, he is challenging the lawyer directly and silently showing his aggression. This man has no self-awareness as to how aggressive and cocky he is appearing. Annoyance and hostility are the only emotions he has been able to showcase authentically so far.
I'll try and ask you more questions that have a shorter answer.
I apologize, sir.
With and then when you married Megan,
Is it 12
what
already?
was the
I had to
status
have
of her
marked this
health
wrong then.
generally?
Generally, she was healthy. She avoided caffeine and she avoided sugars because of the heart issue previously
1,
mentioned.
2, 3, 4,
And
5,
then
6, 7, 8,
did there
9,
come a time
10,
when
11,
Megan
12,
began
13,
to have health problems?
14,
Yeah.
15, 16, 17.
About when
I
was the
fucking put
onset
this
of
on
that?
way too early.
March 2001.
Shit!
And
Once again, Tony is trying to make a show out of his emotions
Reth,
for his
hi.
wife. In most authentic displays of emotion, the person would
Hey, thanks,
usually
Jared.
express some sort of embarrassment, which
Appreciate
often
you.
manifests in hiding their face, covering their nose and eyes, or shielding their head in some way. Instead of doing that, Tony brazenly turns towards the
probably
jury,
end up showing
holds his
off
head
my
up,
bot
and
anyway.
tries to force
You can
tears
bring your
and
bot in
emotion.
here if you
he
want
begins
to.
to blink rapidly, which is a tactic usually helpful in causing irritation to the eyes, but still, nothing comes out.
Okay,
His tone of
so-
voice becomes shaky. However, his posture and self-assuredness never changes.
what
Yeah,
were the
we were on
conditions that
13.
she experienced?
We were vacationing. I apologize. We were vacationing in Florida. And we were at a theme park.
14.
And she got bit by a bug. She described this bug
You're
as
so
a
sweet to me, Raz.
six-legged black bug with a red mark on the back that
Hello?
reminded her of the state of Texas. I didn't see the bug. It was at the end of the day, and this bug bite,
16,
which you would think was innocuous, turned into this
17.
just this yellow, green, I can't even describe, pustule. It was a gigantic whitehead. So we went home that night. I went home to the hotel, or it was a hotel at the time, because of the issue.
It's tied to your channel. Fair enough.
What, that was in 2011, you say?
March 2011, sir.
Gotcha. I thought you meant a
And
bot
then
that you
in the ensuing
that you
year,
had
did
developed.
Megan develop any other health complications?
Oh, yeah. Through
Taught it to roll a dice in chat. That's fun.
many trips to the hospital, many trips to the ER, cardiac critical care units. She was diagnosed with a multitude of diagnoses, I guess you want to say. First of which was they found that she had drug-induced hepatitis. Sorry. First, I apologize. Let me back up. They diagnosed her with tonsillar cellulitis. She had these gigantic white pustules on her tonsils. Her lymph node was just totally enlarged, and trouble breathing. In subsequent visits to the ER, subsequent visits to the doctors, they found that she acquired, through the medical aspect,
Can we
what's called
see,
drug-induced
Lola?
hepatitis.
9.
So her liver became inflamed, very much so.
Do you have a picture that you could
That-
post?
It was malfunction.
Congratulations on the new ink.
Put it lightly.
That's so
Her
fun.
eyes were, at one point, the color of the most fluorescent yellow highlighter you ever seen in your life.
Most of these details have not been confirmed in reporting, and again, go against his initial statements about Megan's death. It should also be noted
Ooh.
that other people who were around her at
Time
this
to
time
hydrate.
did not notice a change in her
Thank
health
you,
or
Asama, for
well-being.
looking out for
Still,
me. I
despite his
appreciate you.
deliberate voice shakes, his rapid blinking, and continued sniffing, he has yet to shed a tear. It also becomes obvious that a lot of his posturing is deliberate, as once again he reacts to an objection with anger.
I swear her eyes could.
I'm able to hold back tears when I cry.
Notice how all of
sometimes.
his overwhelming grief, his constant sniffing,
Like-
and his tone completely changes the moment the DA objects.
There's a
He is
lot
no
of the
longer
time when I'm
sad
really
sap on the
emotional that I'm
stand.
riding
He is
the line
annoyed that he has
between
once
crying
again
and
been
not.
interrupted, and he actively postures himself towards the lawyer in
I
silent
don't like.
anger.
I don't
His
like when
rapid
people
switch
are like,
between emotions
"She's not even
shows the
crying.
lack
That's
of
not even real
sincerity or
crying." I
care
don't like
he has
that
with
because
what he has been
I
saying
real
and what he is
cry
trying to portray.
without shedding too many tears, like kind of a lot. Is that water bottle gigantic or is it just you being small? It's both. It's both. It's a.
Most definitely.
I mean,
My wife,
it's a liter. I think.
she was a yoga teacher. In addition
Oh,
to
it's a
physical
liter and a
therapist.
half.
She went from a very strong.
It's
vibrant
1,450 milliliters. I thought that it was 1 liter, but it is a little bit big to be 1 liter. Hey.
woman. She couldn't keep weight on.
What channel in the Discord should I post it in? You have to be part of the Discord for 10 minutes before you can post anything. But once you do, you could just put it in the You're So Vain channel.
190 or above.
That's some big hydration. Respect. Thanks. I do my best.
EKGs, all that kind of stuff. Saw her throwing atrial fibrillations, PVCs, which are, it's basically
I
your
often
heart
find the commentary
operates
on these
in a
videos to be
synchronous
very
motion.
Captain Hindsight.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Valves
Or weird
pump.
presumptions. I agree with you.
Valves-
I don't agree with
Valves are
everything on
chambers
even the
were beating
JCS channel. I don't
totally
always
regular.
agree with everything that they say.
It was basically, you take 4 wheels of a
But
car.
I am not an expert though, so these people probably do know better than me in some things. But I
If you
know
ever wanted to
that
see
I'm
what a
able
man
to
who
hold
wants to
back
strike a
tears,
woman
even though I
looks like,
sound
look
like
no
I'm
further.
crying
The fact
a
that the
lot
DA
of the time.
objected
So
due
I
to
guess
his
you
lack
wouldn't.
of
I wouldn't
medical
call it. I'm
expertise
actually
was to
crying,
Tony,
but that
a
doesn't
direct
mean that I'm
affront.
not
He
emotional.
again believes himself to
You
be
know
the
what I
smartest
mean?
person in the room.
That doesn't
and
mean
despite
that
the
I'm
fact
not
that he is not a
fucking,
doctor and is a
like
chiropractor,
losing
for
my
someone to
shit,
say
and I'm not
as much for
devastated
him
just because
or
I
in
don't
his presence
actually
is a
shed
slap in the
tears.
face. Again, his complete shift from his voice wavering, his rapid
Agree,
blinking, and him
Sperry.
trying to cry, to glaring at the
How cute do I
prosecution
have
for
to be to get
stating
another
he isn't a
can,
doctor
my
is a
cat?
direct indicator as
Yeah.
to his emotions and their validity.
Sweet kitty kitty.
Mr. Todt, what medical training have you received in conjunction with the physical therapy?
I appreciate you asking me that, sir. 20 years of medical experience working in the hospital, case review charts, home care, meaning that not only was I operating under a nurse or with a nurse individually at a house, I was also opening cases on my own, which means I received medical information, medical records from the doctors and from the hospital themselves to be interpreted, to be reviewed, and to be deciphered so that I can properly give the appropriate care within their medical limits to the patient.
Thank you for that background. Now, as you're
Think about the last time you were upset and cried in front of people. The sudden onset of emotion is swift and usually uncontrollable, and it takes a good amount of time to recover. But him going from displaying signs of sorrow with a shaky breath and sniffling to no longer showing any signs of sadness shows his lack of real sorrow. Had this man not killed his entire family, his absolute rage and inability to act would be pretty funny. From here, he continues to almost berate the lawyers and the jury, choosing to, for the time, forgo pretending to be sad and aggressively answering some of the questions.
wife continued.
Hell yeah, Lola. Oh, I'm so excited to go look.
What was her attitude or outlook?
By the way, I
demeanor?
also love peaches. I'm so excited that it's
Demeanor went
peach
from a very
season. I'm
vibrant
so
young
fucking
woman in
excited that
which
it's peach
literally
season.
We were best friends.
I'm so fucking excited that it's
As
peach
dating,
season. Fresh peaches
We
are
always
like
knew
one
we
of
would remain
the
friends.
best.
That's how close we were. We dated for 8 years before we were married. Her family was my family. Okay? Her grandparents were my grandparents.
Doxy chat is
That's how close we
sexiest
were.
chat.
Okay? She went from, even though she remained the light of my life, whenever she walked into a room.
A
literally,
pinup, so
after almost
fun.
20 years of marriage,
Ooh, I
my
I
stomach
also
would have
love
those
that it says
butterflies
steady
in it,
as she
seeing my
goes.
wife. I
That is a
insisted,
very fun
but
tattoo.
She went from
His lawyer attempts to steer him back on track, and Tony lifts his finger
In a
to shush him,
factory
clearly showing that he believes he is the one in
downtown.
control of the situation and should be respected. This
If I
likewise
had my
indicates that he
little
thinks he
way,
is smarter
I'd
than his
eat
lawyer.
peaches
But once
every
more, the
day.
female DA objects,
Oh my
as
God.
Tony has gone on a weird side tangent about how his wife was his best friend, instead of talking about her demeanor, which was asked. Tony absolutely
Peaches
hates
and
this woman.
cream.
Nothing is as clear as Tony
There's a
hating
lot
the
of songs
DA,
about
as every
peaches, hey?
time she has objected, he has tried to stare her down.
Ask the question again, Mr. Wilson.
Beck fucking rules.
Let me, now, at that point in time,
Beck
did you have
fucking
children?
rules.
at the time she got sick, sir.
Sorry?
At what point in time, sir?
When,
I need some
we
Beck
talked about this
vinyl.
period of
I need a
time
lot of
when she
vinyl,
had
but
gone
like,
from
I
she was less
specifically need
vibrant
Oodalali.
or less
Yeah.
demeanor change.
Before she got sick, we were blessed with 2 wonderful boys.
Odalay.
Okay? She went
I'm
from
an
a mom
idiot.
who provided for everything, including myself. I consider myself a third kid. Okay? To a person who could barely walk.
My husband is
stairs in
career
certain
Navy,
days.
21 years this year. So
We
my whole
hired,
left leg
with
is
the
going to
help
end up
and the
being
assistance
Sailor
of our
Jerry,
family,
American
we
traditional.
hired
That's
a-
fun.
I guess you might say a mother's helper.
Personally,
Okay? In which to come in.
I don't
help
like.
bring the
I
kids to
wouldn't
school,
get
which is
an
something my
American
wife-
traditional. It's like my second least favorite, but I really love your tattoo. And also, it's definitely naval tradition, isn't it? To get American traditional. I think that is going to be so sick, and you're going to love it so
I
much, and it's
apologize,
going to
sir.
be
It's been 2 years
amazing
since
for
I've
your
been able to tell my
confidence.
story. I appreciate
That's
you
phenomenal, and
working
I'm
with
so
me.
psyched for you.
He thanks his lawyer and says it's been 2 years since he's been able to tell his
Your-
story,
your
and that's why
shit
he
looks
keeps going off
so
on unrelated
good.
tangents.
I can
but
tell
he is visibly
also
pissed off.
the,
him thanking his lawyer
The really
for working
soft
with
shading.
him is meant
I mean,
as a
like
dig
it's
to
dark
the
shading
DA,
right
who
now,
he is
but it's
stating
gonna be
he doesn't
soft, like
appreciate working
literally
with.
after the
Also, his
scabs
inclusion about
dry,
needing to tell his story goes
or,
back
like,
to
the
his
flakes come
narcissistic
off or
notion
whatever.
that if he explains what
this is
happened,
actually one
everyone
of
will
my
believe
favorite
him,
American
and he will be
traditional
set
tattoos
free.
I've ever
His
seen.
ramblings are very much in line with Diane Downs.
She's gorgeous. I love that.
You and Megan attended Sacred Heart, which was a Roman Catholic university. Is that true?
That's the debate. It's Roman Catholic by name, but
Okay.
it was considered Jesuit run, which I don't know where the
She's
derivation
a
between
spicy
those
girl
two
for
runs.
sure. I'm also using Tegaderm for the first time.
Were you
What's
raised in the Roman
Tegaderm?
the Catholic
I've never heard
Church?
of that.
I was raised
What
in
is
the Roman
that?
Catholic Church and continue to practice as such, sir.
Do you know whether Megan was raised in the Roman Catholic Church?
Megan was raised in the Roman Catholic Church. However, before she went to college, her and her mother and father did shy away from it, but she did get confirmed before we got married.
When
Like
As you
Sanoderm?
progress
I don't
as a
know
family,
anything about what you're talking about.
Megan
I know that derm means
seek
skin.
other
It's a breathable
religious
wound covering type thing.
experiences?
Most
Oh,
definitely, sir.
I've never heard of that
And what was the
before.
reason for that?
When she got sick,
You will have to let us
we were
know
under
how
the
that works
most-
out for you.
Under the model of traditional med. That's where we were trained. Medicine helps. Progression,
You will have to let us
her
know how that works
disease
out for
process.
you.
we went more alternative. Or she went more alternative, I should say.
I bet that's
Because
I
we were
bet
told to
that's
stay away from
fucking
medications.
awesome for tattoos.
Alternatives were not working.
Like the extra protection, but still
her
being
yoga
able to get
practice
the
and her
air that
yoga
it needs and
certification,
shit.
She got introduced to, I guess you want to say, an Eastern
It's like a special
religion,
cling film, yeah.
Buddhist and based, or sorry, Hindu and based. I always thought it was Buddhist, but it was actually Hindu. And she shied away from the Roman
Second
Catholic Church.
skin, yeah.
And her progression of her religion through that religion and her following also took over.
I've seen that
her
as becoming a new healing path for tattoos. That's
medical
super exciting. Me and
outlook
Josiah want to get
and
matching
her medical
tattoos.
treatment of
We want to
herself
get a
as she
snail
shied
on our
away from
ribs.
Unsuccessful medical.
I normally dry heal mine for the most part.
Around that
Same.
time,
I'm an orange dial soap and
was
aquaphor
there
type
a
gal.
calamitous
Same.
event
So
in
we
the
shall
life
see.
of
Like
Megan's
legit, that is how I
parents?
take care of my tattoos. I
Before-
sometimes I don't have access to the orange dial, and the
the
last
birth of my
couple of
first son.
tattoos that I got, we got this giant bottle of just like completely dye and scent free
In
stuff,
November of 2002.
and I was like, I'll just keep this forever. And then I moved, and I couldn't bring it with me.
Her father hung himself. She was very close with her father.
Lion eating the sun.
She was
I've
not
never
close
heard
with her
of
mom.
that.
I was
Matching
very close
tattoos
with
are so
her
great,
father.
Oceans,
He
and I
was
have
my buddy.
matching
He was
ink,
one of
and
my
it makes
good
me happy
friends.
every time I
One
look
of
at
the
it.
few males I trusted.
That makes me happy.
One of the things
See you later,
I
Dragon Run. Have a good night.
totally enjoyed about the relationship with her and her family was her relationship with her father. She was
I'm
that
very
close with
hungry.
him.
Right, sir. And then also,
If I had my little way,
along with having
I'd eat
3
peaches every
children
day.
yourself with Megan,
My coworker has been using it for
she
his new
suffered
tattoos per
miscarriages,
his
is that
artist's
right?
instructions.
Yes, sir.
Kyle.
and that also affected her,
Oh, good night,
her
Hacksmat. I'm so sorry I
mental
missed your
health
good
and
night.
approach towards how she carried on day to day.
The first miscarriage happened when she first got bit by that bug. And before the whole progression of the disease, in the process under it, there was, of course, depression and that kind of stuff for losing a baby. And then in the fall of 2019, September actually, we were blessed. We found out that a simple weekend away, we conceived.
My GF and I have matching tattoos. She has my name on her back, and I also
she
have my.
went from being depressed to very happy.
That really caught me
Singing
off guard. That was very
something
funny.
I hadn't seen in forever. And
Holy shit.
we lost the baby. And it affected her big time. And obviously,
As
affected
big
me,
time as
but
like, I don't know, killing all of your
she went
kids
from
and then
this
her.
Singing, humming, dancing person to not to days that she didn't even get out of bed.
You really have to
What was the
pee.
religious group that she had migrated towards?
Let's get to 20
the Eastern
stitches here, and
religion?
then-
Did you
and then
ever
we
attend
will.
their services with your wife, or
I was very supportive of my wife.
3,
I
6,
did
9,
not
12, 15.
understand, nor did I follow this religious aspect. I was Roman Catholic. The way I was raised in a military family. My stepfather was a very proud military man. I was taught respect. I might.
He has gone back to trying to make himself cry. Clearly, it's not working. It's telling that when there are longer stretches of time between
17.
objections, he goes back to faking his emotion. He is also sure to make a dig at Megan's mother, which is
18.
completely irrelevant to the question that was asked. He will continue to do this with various people in order to try
Okay,
to
this makes
discredit their
sense right
statements
now.
about him and preemptively control what is said about
19.
him.
Repeat your question, Mr.
the
Wilson.
question that was asked was, let me ask an entirely different question so we're not,
Ugh,
no
I want
confusion.
pizza.
I want to make sure I tie up some loose ends. You mentioned Lyme disease, and that's somewhat prevalent in New England, is that correct?
It seems like everybody has Lyme disease, yes.
And
That's so
that is
sweet, Lola. I
transmitted
love
by
that
insects,
idea.
bugs also, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then did that what were the effects on that on your wife that you noticed?
When the Lyme disease
Merlin, thank you so
became
much for the
apparent and positive,
follow. I appreciate it so
she had
much.
kidney
I'm
problems,
honored. You
heart
guys,
problems.
Merlin is here. The Merlin.
chronic pains,
Um,
when she had
All right,
what's called
everybody,
exacerbations.
we'll be right back. I have to pee so bad. We're going to run a quick ad. We will be back between 3 to 5 minutes. I won't be gone long at all. I promise. BRB. Hi, howdy, guys. We're back. Sorry, let me pause the music here. And if I could just get 3 readies in chat, I think we'd be hot to trot here. Awesome. Thank you. And Envy, I will hydrate. Give me one moment. Kika's here. So this is going to be interesting.
So
Give me one sec.
Without getting too technical,
Kika, you hang out right here
Your
for
immune
just a
system?
second, bud.
is the best thing to keep any disease at bay. So whenever she didn't feel well,
I love you so
got
much,
sick,
sweet Kika.
the Lyme would become more prevalent. So when the Lyme became more prevalent, not only did she have joint aches, she had feelings of hopelessness, depression, not wanting to go on certain days. There were some days where I helped her.
Thank you for
shave
looking out for me,
her
keeping me
legs because she
hydrated.
couldn't bend over, she was in so much pain or couldn't breathe.
Mr. Todt, did
I love you, Kika. You're the best kitty.
Ms. your wife seek a different
Oh,
way
did-
to health through the
I love it when
insulin
auto
resistance?
caption fucks up.
Yes, she did, sir.
And was it diet-based or worship-based, or what were the parts that appealed to her, and what was she seeking?
Hi, baby.
She
man.
was seeking
You're
control
so
over
cute.
her own medical care. Basically, anybody in a chronic illness wants some kind of control of their own self. She went from traditional medicine, she went to religious following of dictating what her health care was. She even followed a book from a guy who listened to a ghost who had no medical experience
He's
to tell
being
her
a
what she
pest,
should be
and
doing,
I
what
love
she should
it.
be eating, and that kind of stuff. Called the medical medium.
Every time you hydrate, I also hydrate, and it's been helping
Was
me
there
so
any
much to drink plenty of
discussion
water.
within
That's the
that
aim.
religious
I
group
hope that
about
everybody
an
does take drinks of
afterlife?
water with me when I take drinks of water.
Yes. They,
Kika, you're so pretty.
this religious group
You're
would,
such a
could be
praise.
conducted mostly by
I love you
Skype
so much.
or whatever.
I wish you guys could
video
see how
thing was
cute
at the
he's
time. I think it was
being.
Skype.
Objection, hearsay.
No,
Hi, Reaper.
He actually says no to the objection. He is so annoyed that he says no. This objection does properly shake him from his forced crying once more. But it's also important to note because earlier in his testimony,
Stop.
he stated he never went to worship and didn't partake in Megan's new religious beliefs, as he was a devout Roman Catholic. But now he changes it and says this.
Means of technology. Thank you.
Cake.
I would sit with her during some of these meetings.
Okay. He
They
moved
would give her
over.
prayers to pray.
You guys
whether
can see him
for-
now, kind of.
To help with what they were talking about with what was called family lineage karma burning. Because as in the Bible, Roman Catholic, the same thing she followed was the fact that your past,
Okay.
what's the word? Your past family's transgressions follow forward multiple generations. So her, as you asked, please repeat your question, just so I can make sure I repeat correctly.
Was there an afterlife component of this religious practice?
Yes, there was an afterlife component in which each
Okay, bye,
afterlife,
Kika, I love
she
you.
believed that there was reincarnation. And as they burned the family karma in the current life, they reached the
Bye.
salvation in which they were reincarnated to a better life.
6.
And was her desire to seek better health through this process by going into another life?
Better health and
He
better
is a hell of a
relationships.
cat. Hell
with
of a
people
cat.
Who had abused her and had verbally and otherwise affected her in her life.
There was some discussion about a suicide note, and that was apparently directed from Detective Cole Miller to Dr. Nara.
God dang it. 8.
Were you aware of any suicide note?
When I came back to the house that day,
9.
she showed it to me, yes. But I had no knowledge of it before I came home that day.
And what was her demeanor or attitude at that time?
She was trying to explain to me what she did. Was trying to make me understand.
13.
It was the whole aspect of it
14.
was she was trying to present this as fact, And I was telling her, I don't believe that, I can't believe I called her some names, which I never called her before in my life. But the whole demeanor of it was, this is what I've been told through my meditations. This is what I believe. This is what, as she referred to as, the light has provided for her, and the light.
He is now talking about the day he says he found his kids dead, and his wife killed herself in front of him. He is still yet to break down or show any emotion in any way that is synchronized throughout his body. And once more, when the DA objects, his shaky breath, his facial movements, everything that had indicated any sort of duress or anguish immediately turns to anger and annoyance at being interrupted.
About your own demeanor and how your countenance.
My own demeanor when I found out what happened?
Always the
I
husband.
puked.
It's
I cried. I was in
often the husband.
total denial of what happened.
Better actor than
Tony
the
is so angry at being interrupted when discussing the moment he, according to his own false narrative, found that his wife killed his kids. He practically yells at the jury. Normally, in moments like this, you would expect some sort of crying, but he's so angry at the DA, he has once again forgotten to be sad. He does seem to remember midway through explaining how he felt that he should act sad, though.
I couldn't understand. And then after that, I was like, I want to get you help. I'll take responsibility for this. Just get help. That's all I wanted. I would do anything in my life to do what she needed, provide for what she needed, provide her a happy life. I held my wife on a pedestal. I didn't care anything to myself. I wanted her a good life, period. And I wanted her to get help. I didn't care.
God, he does get so pissed.
So that everyone
He
can
does
keep up and not
forget
be-
to be
My
sad.
apologies, sir.
We're fine. Have you progressed from talking about the afterlife to talking about what happened to your children and your wife?
I don't understand what you mean, sir.
5, 6.
When you said what had happened with Megan, what were you talking about?
What had happened that day when I came home?
Which day?
I don't know.
You don't have to talk about calendar date. What was the occurrence that made that day memorable?
I came home and my kids were dead.
9. Hi, Pond Water.
It was the most horrible day of my life. And what made me more horrible is my wife
11.
died in front of me also.
12.
Had there been a blueberry pie that was cooked in the house?
13,
According to what she told me.
14.
Objection hearsay.
And
Hold on just a sec, Mr. Todt. Response.
Describe what you know or saw and not what you heard from another person if you can.
thank you, sir. When I came home that morning,
16.
I knew my family the night before was having dessert, and I declined it because you saw my health. I was jogging and losing weight. I came home that morning, and there was a melted purple, looked like a pudding pie. I can't really tell you exactly what it was. She told me what it was later, but it was in a graham cracker crust. And
I don't know what you're talking
kitchen.
about. Awesome. I
It was
haven't
my job to
watched
clean the
a
kitchen.
lot
but
of
when I came
the
home,
court
that
footage.
purple, bluish,
It's all over the internet. Some people
Grapish.
still think it was a bump. Some think
Melted
it was a chemical to make her cry. She definitely did something though,
pie,
and she
I guess you wanna say,
also
the pie
got in
dish
trouble
was
for
sitting
having
there on
some
the
sort of
counter
alcohol
with
in a
some
silver
residue
bottle.
on the kids. That the
I'm
kids'
sorry,
places
is
on
she
their-
just
on their
not
plates.
in touch with reality? Does she think that this is all some sort
At that
of
time you came in,
Second
you
Life
saw that there
simulation?
were desserts that had been served up on the table.
I saw the remnants of it, yes.
And then did you then discover?
Can somebody please
children were
link me to what you're talking about? I want to
Not
see a video
initially,
of
no.
it so bad.
I had gone upstairs. Well, I had to.
She
much
really
information,
has gone
but
over the edge. That's so
had to pee.
sad.
So I went to the bathroom and came out, and my wife was at the top of the stairs.
It's sad.
My
Their
house was
whole
very
story
quiet.
is so sad.
Very unnormal having 3 kids. One 13, one 10 at the time, the other one 4 years old. She brought me in the room.
Thank you.
I had been feeling nauseous that morning
Oh,
anyway.
I don't have a cursor.
I
There
had
we
these
go.
shakes I was taking for weight loss, all that.
If they had just broken up years
And
ago,
around the
tale
same
as old as time,
that she
straight
was
up
telling me I
though.
was puking. It was then that I understood what had transpired. She had blood on her shirt. And after that, after I said a few uncolored words to her, I then discovered the kids. I went into the rooms and found them dead.
You saw the video yesterday where on the 15th, Cole Miller and another investigator in a tiny room talked to you at length. Did you have an agenda for that discussion?
I don't even remember that day. Last thing I remember was falling down the stairs and smacking my head on the stairs, which resulted in a fracture of my neck. Next thing I knew, I woke up here. And seeing that video yesterday, that was the first time I saw that video. I had no agenda consciously, but I can tell you, throughout my relationship with my wife, especially after she got sick, I would put myself as a forefront and take responsibility and protect my wife.
There's a lot wrong with his
What an
statements.
asshole,
First off, he
dude.
tries to state that he fractured his neck because of mishandling from the police. He stated as much in his letter to his father, where he also said that they had planned to let him off the hook for his Medicaid fraud. All of that is untrue, and there is yet to be proof that he ever hurt his neck during his arrest. He also has given various statements about not being able to recall what happened when he was in prison. But then he gave an incredibly detailed description as to what happened in the interrogation, which is consistent with him lying about his recollection. He also was not the righteous husband who would do anything to protect his wife, as he states here. He constantly talks down about his wife's physical appearance, said she was no longer womanly or attractive to him. All the while he looked
What an
like this.
asshole.
He also tried to
Yeah,
later blame the Medicaid fraud on her, saying she
18.
was in charge of the books for the physical therapy practices he ran, even though no proof exists showing that at all. It's important to note that all the proof points to him,
19.
but he tries to make it point to her on various occasions.
20. Killing
You
your
said
wife
in the
and then
statement
blaming her for
that
your thievery
You stabbed the children.
is a new form
and there
of
was blood
low
everywhere.
down
Do you remember that from
disgusting.
yesterday's video?
I remember it just seeing on yesterday's video. I wasn't aware of anything I said till about June, so maybe June or July, 6 months after I got here when I got the transcript of what I said that day.
But then why the kids, Barry?
Why
Why would he
did
kill the
you say
kids
that
too?
you-
He's just actually
That
defective
you performed the
as a
knife-
person.
The incisions on the bellies of the children.
It goes back to the aspect.
Yeah, Reth, he's
I was covering for
not
my
a
wife.
good man.
Obviously, unsuccessfully, because as you saw by the video, compared to what they said, I had no clue had my kids died.
I recognize that look on his face as, are they buying it? Are they buying it? We're
After I
we're
saw
going
everybody
back
die?
a little bit.
After I saw my wife die and saw my kids, most definitely.
Why Why did you
Talks down about his wife's physical appearance, said she was no longer womanly or attractive to him. All the while, he looked like this.
Did you guys
He also
fucking see
tried
that
to
shit?
later blame
Bitty
Medicaid fraud
Bird!
on
Thank you so
her,
much for the
saying
follow. I
she was in
appreciate you
charge of
very
the books
much.
for the physical
Thank
therapy
you.
practices he ran, even though no proof exists showing that at all. It's important to note that all the proof points to him, but he
The
tries
way
to
he
make it
turns in
point
that
to
chair
her
makes me
on
annoyed.
various
Legit,
occasions.
it's like your annoying cubicle mate at an office job
said
that,
in
like,
the
whenever they have
statement
something shitty to
that
say to you.
You stabbed the children, and there was blood everywhere. Do you remember that from yesterday's video?
I remember it just seeing on yesterday's
Agreed,
video.
Pondwater.
I wasn't aware of anything I said till about June, so maybe June or July, 6 months after I got here, when I got the transcript of what I said that day.
Why did you say that you performed the knife, the incisions on the bellies of the children?
It goes back to the aspect is I was covering for my wife. Obviously, unsuccessfully, because as you saw by the video,
God.
compared to what they said, I had no clue had my kids died.
Did you have ideas of joining your family in the afterlife?
After I saw everybody die,
Yes, sir.
after I saw my wife die and saw my kids, most definitely. I wanted to be with them. That's the only thing I wanted to be. I didn't care by what means. I didn't care by what anything. I sliced my wrist. I took multiple doses of Benadryl.
He
I
cannot
tried to hang
maintain his
myself
act and feel
several
slighted at the
times.
same
I
time.
bought a
He
pellet
has to
gun
let it show.
to shoot
Yeah.
myself because I couldn't get a gun to, as you
So
call
there are
it,
a
eat
couple
gun.
of themes that we can't know, but we could
It
potentially
bears
infer from
mentioning
other
that if he had the
narcissists who have
presence of
annihilated
mind
their
to buy a
families, yeah.
pellet gun to kill
Yes,
himself, he would
absolutely.
likewise have the presence of mind to call the police, so at the very least, the bodies of his family could be recovered. But he didn't do that. Also, amongst the markings he had on his body, likely from where his oldest son, Alec, tried to fight him off, there was no sign of him trying to slice his wrists. It is much more widely believed that he only really attempted to take his life when the FBI came to his door, as he didn't want to be arrested.
Did you ever try to poison yourself?
With Benadryl, yes. And also, I was just under recently of medical care, and I was given metformin for diabetes. And at one point, I swallowed the whole bottle of metformin.
16.
Now, I think there was evidence that you remained in the house for up to 3 weeks after the day that changed your family's entire future.
18. Ended your entire family's future, Your
During that
Honor.
time, how many attempts did
God.
you make to take your own life?
I would have to go
3,
through them
6,
to count,
9,
because in my head I can't
12,
count.
15, 18.
Do you mind if I
19.
tell you?
Fuck's sake.
Can we close your eyes for about 15 minutes about 15 seconds and try and formulate the answer?
This will be clear.
On conscious recollection, I can tell you I remember at least 8 times. However, since being here and through other diagnostic testing, I found out there were additional times. So 10 times, at least.
And was Benadryl the primary agent that you were trying
It's
to use?
wild to me that anybody ever bought any of
Benadryl
this
was one of the
guy's
agents.
lives.
There was also a knife I picked up. I saw my wife stab
But
herself.
hindsight, again,
How hard could it be
you
to
know?
stab yourself? You gotta be freaking kidding me. You see a knife with a blade like this, and you want to instill that into your body? No way. I chickened out, yes. I tried other means. I tried at least 3 episodes of Benadryl.
And did you not keep it down or vomit or what happened?
Benadryl, as you know, can make you sleepy. Okay? The first time I took it, I didn't know what I was doing. I had no
5,
plan of this. I just wanted to be with my family. I woke up, I don't know when, how long. Obviously, I didn't take enough.
6.
Next time, I took a whole bunch of, the wall dry. I remember that distinctly
7.
because that stuff
Hi,
tastes
Death Dealer.
horrible.
How are ya?
But the children's was just no different. It's just a better flavor. I took, I think it was equivalent of 5 glasses about this tall I had prepared. Okay? I fell asleep before I finished it entirely. The last thing of Benadryl, which I took when going back and looking at the dates and whatever,
11.
it turned out the day before that they came to my house. I saw the aspect of the 12th on one of the phones. At that time, I took over 200 pills of Benadryl. Now, mind you, a normal dose of Benadryl is 2 pills. And I took 2 family-size liquid Benadryls.
Why all of a sudden, though?
James
order to
Rocks
stay
18
awake.
cheered.
And also
Thank
because I
you
was
so
feeling
much,
nauseous,
James, for cheering.
I took a Mountain Dew
Appreciate you.
and an energy drink. The energy drink to keep me up because I kept falling
14.
asleep. And the Mountain Dew so that I wouldn't throw this stuff up. I wanted this stuff in my system. I was so frustrated I couldn't kill myself.
In the crime scene photographs that were shown to the jury, there was a Huffy bicycle in a box,
Yeah, it super does. Rep.
and
That's why I was like
were you
chuckling a
prepared to
little.
assemble that
16.
bike?
God, my babies.
17. Ugh. Stop.
Every time thus far he has had to show emotion, he has closed his eyes for a sustained amount of time,
18.
furrowed his brow, and changed his breathing. This obviously has not been able to produce the effective amount of tears he has wanted, but he has done it when describing finding his kids, seeing his wife kill herself, and trying to take his own life. Now, at the recollection of a bike in a box, he covers his face, says, "Oh my God, my babies," and then puts on a higher effect in order to seem more sorrowful.
Sorry.
This is not in line with how he has shown his emotions previously at all, and his continued ability to drop his sorrow at the first sign of an interruption indicates once again this is staged.
That was to be a Christmas present to my daughter. I hadn't picked up the boys' bikes yet because the boys were some of my best friends, and I could never say. I went over there that night to...
Again, the objection ruins his act. It's as if he's an actor in a stage show who keeps being interrupted by a director. His
Like,
response to
straight
the
up.
following question shows his continued hostility and aggression, without even an ounce of the sorrow he was feigning.
Okay, next question, Mr. Wesley.
Did you open the box? Did you assemble the bike?
I never made it there to assemble the bike. That's where I went that night, to assemble that bike.
There are also numerous Christmas gifts, wrapped Christmas gifts that were shown in either the photographs or in the inventory that's collected. Did you and your wife buy gifts and have gifts ready for Christmas for your children?
Yes, some of those gifts were ours. New bed set. Not
Okay.
bed set, I apologize.
Woo! We did it.
Duvet cover.
bodice
and sheets and all that kind of stuff the boys picked up.
Is done.
There was even a
Now watch us like
dollhouse
repeat
that
the bodice.
We picked up from my,
In
my
the
daughter. It
pattern.
was her first dollhouse. And there was also presents there from the family that had been sent down, yes.
Do not fasten off, it says. From now on, you will no longer work in the round.
Mr. Todt,
Okay.
what could have prohibited Megan from killing your children?
I have no idea. We woke up that morning, she was pain-free.
Thank you,
Everything was
Little
good.
Kitty Store. I'm very happy.
I took the opportunity to try to go over and put the bike together. I had no knowledge of this. I don't know what could have prevented it. I have no idea. And that's the biggest thing that affects me, is the fact that I didn't even see this coming. They say, blindsided. This was a blindside by like a Mack truck filled with dynamite.
Just make a long tube. Yeah, just do this forever.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Polluted Anon. I appreciate it very much. I'm really, really happy with it so far, except for it's much bigger than I expected.
Sorry.
I feel like I would be swimming in this.
Deputies.
So we'll see. Maybe not. If you want the pattern, it's on Twitch. You'd have to come to the Twitch chat for a minute. And then just !pattern in chat will get you the link.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Do you mind if I turn around real quick?
Actually, I can link it to you right now. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second. If you're interested, it is here. In a clickable format for you.
The religious
Clinkable.
Sending messages and having, I guess, prayer or singing sessions in Megan's memory and, information back.
I really do not understand that question, sir. I apologize.
Was the person who was thought
Okay,
to be
so
the
I can't
leader
tell.
of this Indian or Eastern Indian religious group called Gari?
That was one of them, yes. That was the primary one, yes.
And they had individual contact with Megan, would leave messages for Megan and
Got it.
contact
Okay,
her.
okay.
Yeah, contacts would be via phone, via, like I said, the Skype computer thing, FaceTime sometimes.
And did they contact you or give you information that Megan had crossed over?
They didn't tell me directly.
It's absolutely
They
gorgeous, and
contacted
it's a
my
free
sister.
pattern, so why not share,
My
right?
sister told
Polluted
me
Anon.
that she had a conversation, that Megan was at
I hope
rest
she
and
does
crossed
enjoy
over.
it. I hope she does.
I don't know where that, I don't understand it. But to hold it in my heart, she crossed over and she's at peace and not suffering. That's all I can hope for.
Mr. Todt, did you kill your family?
No.
Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you, Mr. Wesley.
I feel like IRP
Tony was finally
with
able to make
people that
himself
can
cry
act
and
better than
properly
this
display
guy.
emotion. However, again, he showcased a lot of desynchronization throughout his movements. After he was able to cry, he requested a tissue and asked to turn around, all the while biting his lips. Many have stated that the lip bites could indicate him trying to suppress a duping delight smile, as he was happy to have finally cried on the stand. While looking at this moment alone, it
She's
could be
currently
seen as
crocheting
genuine.
a
Mere moments
cloak.
later, though, when the prosecution is allowed to start cross-examination, Tony's true emotions become all the more visible,
Is it
as
a
he is
free
finally
pattern
able
for
to
the
express the
cloak?
high
'Cause
amount
I
of
would
anger
love
and
to
aggression
crochet a
he has built up
cloak.
towards her.
If it's not, or if she doesn't feel like sharing, totally understand.
Now, cross-examination.
Also, if you don't feel like asking her, please don't feel obligated. All right, so
In December of 2019, what was Megan's medical conditions?
Megan's medical conditions consisted of neck pain, back pain, hypothyroidism, Lyme disease, heart rate issues, breathing issues.
And did all of these medical issues make her frail?
Frail is a very subjective term. Can you please be more descriptive, please?
Anthony knows what frail means. He went on a long tangent about how she was, in fact, frail previously. However, he does this to try and assert dominance over the opposing counsel here because they, on multiple occasions, said he was being vague and that his responses lack relevance. All of his sadness towards his family has gone, and he is just angry at the woman questioning him.
Did all of Megan's medical conditions make it hard for her to engage in everyday living?
Yes.
Did
freehand
Megan's
thing that
medical
she's doing to
condition
no pattern
make
to
it
really
hard
follow,
for
but
her
it's
to
always
walk?
fascinating to watch her working
times,
while you're
yes,
into
but she
places
did
or
it
just
very
hanging out.
well.
That's super cool.
So going back to the date that you remember coming home to your family being gone, how was Megan walking that day?
She was walking fine. She had woken up pain-free the day before because she had told me that the light had interceded and the light had enabled her to do so.
Tony's movements show agitation and aggression. He is moving his head as if he is a bully on a schoolyard, picking on a smaller kid. It's apparent he thinks less of the opposing counsel and is trying to get under her skin, without realizing how terrible he looks towards the jury. In his mind, he just won them all over with his acting, and they are most likely already on his side. This is in turn his victory lap. He also very clearly begins to bite his lips and inside of his cheeks, showing that he is quite literally holding himself back from saying what he would like to say to her.
Okay, so she was walking around fine.
Correct.
And did she complain to you at all about, you said she was pain-free, so she didn't have to take any medication?
She was on a whole list of herbal stuff, some of which I have no idea what she was taking. Plus, she took this whole diet thing in which she would boil these mushrooms, in which she would do whole sorts of, there's so many things she would do.
Okay, so she was engaging in
Okay,
holistic
so I need to get
practices.
8
Holistic
rows
and
of shells
spiritual
like this?
practice,
No
that's correct.
sweat.
Okay.
This is going to be so easy.
And you said that Megan had gotten diagnosed with Lyme disease as a teen.
That was her initial diagnosis, that's correct, and she had exacerbations. Like I had told you before, the diagnosis...
My question was a yes or no question. Let me ask my next question.
Well, allow me to elaborate.
My question was a yes or no question.
That's fine. Thank you, ma'am.
He does not respect this lawyer. She is giving him absolutely no leeway. He tries to subtly assert that she isn't paying attention and isn't skilled at her job by saying he already
definitely
told
has a
her this piece of
superior
information.
complex, like,
She doesn't allow that
absolutely.
to slide and
He is a
instead
narcissist.
forces him
He
to
thinks that
respond
he is
yes or no. And when
a
he tries to
gift.
push back, she again tells him no. His
All of
body's
these
entire
people are
positioning
beneath
and
him.
reaction to her, as opposed to his own
But
lawyer, is
especially
completely
right now,
different,
that
and so
woman. That
obviously
woman is the
aggressive that it's
furthest.
uncomfortable. From here on out, anytime he is asked a yes or no
Okay.
question, he will purposely try to give a lengthy response to aggravate her. And when she asks a question that could have a longer response, he will try to answer it succinctly, or pretend not to know how to answer for the same reason. His behavior is like that of a child after they are told no.
After she was diagnosed, or you were told she was diagnosed with Lyme disease, how long was it before she experienced symptoms?
Which time?
The first time.
I didn't know her when she initially got diagnosed with Lyme. She initially got diagnosed the first time when I was in 2011 and went through exacerbations, up and down cycles, all depending on her condition of her health, condition of her physically, condition of her mentally, condition of her stress-wise, condition of her emotionally.
And did she get diagnosed with Lyme disease as a teen or in 2011?
Like I explained before, I guess you want to say the jury is out of whether or not you have Lyme disease or Lyme exacerbations coming back and forth.
Okay.
She got diagnosed initially.
I don't have any other questions.
Allow me to finish, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions about that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is it your testimony that from 2011 until December of 2019, Megan was suffering?
From 2011?
Oh, shit.
2019?
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
off
I
and on,
fucked up a
yes.
little bit on this
But
row.
she consistently had all the breathing issues, the pain, and the heart rate issues, all depending on how bad they were and how bad they were affecting her to the day.
Prior to the day of the deaths, had Megan been suffering?
Most definitely.
When was the most recent time that she had been suffering?
Like I told you, I woke up that morning.
What?
All of a sudden,
Piece of
pain-free.
shit. He's
The night
dodging
before,
questions and bending the
I had
story to
worked
try and
on
bend
her.
the story his
I
way,
worked
at
on her
least from the bit I've
continuously
actually paid
every
attention
day
to from
for
what I'm.
over a year
That's what I'm
after she
seeing,
weaned
yeah.
from Zoe.
Like he has a narrative
Before
that
she
he
went to
wants
bed,
to stick
when
to,
she
and
woke up
any
in the
questions
morning,
outside
to
of
help
that
with her pain,
narrative or
so
that
we
like
can get her to the
don't
regular doctors. She had a doctor's visit scheduled for the
support that
Thursday
narrative
after Thanksgiving.
are
Forgive me, I do
like
not have the date.
not a part of his
in
plan.
which
You
she
know what I
canceled
mean?
Because she had said, "There's no hope. There's no.
there's nothing more that can be done.
Okay. So what kind of work did you do for Megan?
Did myofascial release, craniosacral, any type of relaxations that... My apologies, ma'am. Manual therapy, in which I was trained under. Different things I would go to school for, or continuing ed for, to help treat her. Stuff I've read about, stuff I've gone through, everything within my scope of practice.
I'm asking you what you
Hi, Clara.
specifically
How
did.
are
So if
you?
you were
I'm
going
telling you what
to
I did.
treat her,
I feel like
Yep.
the prosecution
What
should
were
just
the
let him
different
talk
things
and
that
hang
you did?
himself every
That's
chance he
what
gets
I'm
from
trying to
Brady.
explain to you. Okay? There's no cookbook recipe in
Hey,
physical
welcome back,
therapy.
Vicky.
It's treating her ailments and
She's
treating
all the way under his skin.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
So
you
whether
did
or not
She getting
her
under
liver
his
was inflamed,
bones.
I did myofascial release to help release the liver. She had digestive problems. I would do integrated manual therapy to help with those digestive problems. She had neck pain. I helped with her neck pain. She had relaxation issues and stress issues and heart rate issues and vagus nerve issues. I would help her desensitize that through craniosacral therapy. I would do anything she needed to get done to help her get better, to help her progress in her life.
When was the mother helpers hired?
The mother's helper hired was initially after Tyler was born to help here and there to bring the kids, bring my oldest son to C school. So that would have been 2010-ish, 2011-ish, but she was upped to more after she got sick to help provide through the assistance of her aunt, who helped finance her, and ourselves.
Okay. At what point was the mother's helper no longer necessary?
It was no longer never necessary. She had moved on to another career. We got another nanny, worker, that kind of stuff, which Megan and her did not get along with. Then she decided that warm weather was better, so she came down here. In many pleas to help get
polluted and on,
somebody
absolutely.
else. We got a babysitter in which you want to know the whole truth.
He's so
I'm
worked
telling
up
you.
now, he
My
has no room to
question,
fake being
at
sad.
what point did you not have assisted help?
It's easiest to deny if you
What
never
year?
acknowledge.
After year, let's see, we moved down here in 2014.
He has to answer these questions,
no, I
though.
apologize.
Like, he has
Nope.
to.
Full-time.
Actual mad is easier than
was
fake sad. You're
after
not
Zoe.
wrong.
So full-time was 2016, she came down here. After that, we had no help because she fired the babysitter that we had.
Okay. So was Megan the caregiver for the children during the week?
Through the couple days that I was away, yes.
And you mentioned the couple days that you were away. You still had a practice up in Connecticut at the time,
We
right?
had a practice in Connecticut, that's correct.
And isn't it correct that you would travel during the week up to Connecticut?
That's correct, as long as my wife's issues and my wife's health dictated such. There were times in which I would literally land and I would get a phone call from my son or my wife that things are bad, and I'd hop on the first flight back.
Did that happen often?
It happened quite a bit.
And when you say things were bad, is this mentally, physically, what are you talking about?
All the above, from the miscarriage and bleeding, to the fact of her ripping the shelves off the wall and my boy was scared, to her breaking the dishes, to her not being able to get out of bed. And then as things progressed and I found that my older son was preparing a lot
Who's
more
this guy? I
meals
missed a couple
before I would
streams.
leave for
Or
the
is this still the
couple days
creepers
I was
away?
gone,
This is
I
not
would
the
make
gymnast
sure that
doctor
You're not
anymore.
responsive.
This is Anthony.
It wouldn't be far-fetched to
Todt?
say that Tony's
It's,
entire
uh,
strategy
Tony
in this
Todt?
court case was to appear as a
T-O-
loving husband
is it
who would never
Stote
hurt his wife
or
or
Todt?
his family. His entire court
T-O-D-T.
case relied upon
Sorry,
him
I can't
appearing as if
remember.
he couldn't hurt a fly and would never purposely cause harm to another person. Whether or not that was successful in his own testimony is a matter of opinion.
T-O-D-T,
However,
Todt.
at this point, he has very clearly shown outward signs of aggression towards the district attorney, who happens to be a female lawyer. His continued disrespect, talking back, and mocking mannerisms would be more than enough to make members of the jury believe that he would be capable of causing real harm to someone if he wanted to, especially when he repeatedly interrupts and cocks his head at her. If he had won any member of the jury over with his statements, he had most likely lost them by this point.
Killed his wife, killed his whole family.
You are a practicing, or you indicated you're a practicing Roman Catholic.
I am a practiced Roman Catholic trying to find, I'm a Christian based and migrated to more Christian based. However, I'm trying to find a church that suited me because Roman Catholic law did not.
Isn't it true that during your interview with Detective Miller, you indicated to Detective Miller that you were a forced Catholic.
Growing up, I was.
And at what point in time
11?
did Megan, and I'm asking for a year and a month, if you know. At what point in time did Megan begin seeking other religion alternatives?
In what regards, in what capacity do you speak of, ma'am?
You indicated that she initially was Catholic with you.
He did kill the family dog.
And that
Yes.
she sought other religious alternatives.
Well,
When did she do that?
Let me correct your chronology, if I may. She came back and got confirmed because we were going to get married in a Catholic church. She was not a practicing Catholic at the time, except for going here and there and practicing Easter. Okay? When she got her yoga certification, she got introduced to this new gallery through one of the things. That was in
When?
That was in 2009. After she got sick in 2011, she progressed 2012, 2013.
I love that this lawyer knows that this is just like working.
You said 2012 and 13?
Correct, after she got sick.
When did you become aware
Hope he got
Did I
put
become
under
aware of
the
what?
jail.
that Megan was going towards this alternate religion?
When she told me. Initially, she would share her yoga certifications and her courses. And then in 2012, 2013, she would have me sit in on her teleconferences or whatever you want to call them. And I saw her progressing further and further away from medical towards the spiritual aspect.
Okay.
It's because he's very mad and he's not even trying to hide it anymore, Victoria. And he like is mad for an unjust reason.
Going to the day that this happened, that you said you came home, where were you coming home from?
I had decided with my wife's conversation the night before that I would take the opportunity to go over, do some maintenance issues at the condo, and to put together my daughter's bike.
Okay, so did you leave the night before or
He
in
even
the
wipes his
morning?
nose angrily. It's true.
Night
Like
before the morning,
everything
that
he
was.
does is just dripping with
When you came home and
rage,
said you found your children dead.
lividity.
I left the night before, after
Like
dinner.
a lot of
When?
big time male criminals are
After dinner. What
misogynistic.
time?
Being misogynistic is like one
Ma'am,
of those
I was on
signs of
vacation.
not being a
I don't know
well-adjusted
the time.
human,
I
which
can tell
most
you it was
big
after dinner
criminals
time
aren't.
because
Most big
we sat there
politicians either, hey?
and I had my shake prepared and helped leftovers. I had gone over there and realized that my kids did not put the tools in my van, so I walked back and played basketball with them for a couple hours.
Okay, so did you finish dinner first?
I didn't eat dinner. My kids finished dinner, yes.
Did your children finish their entire dinner before you left?
They finished the dinner that was provided with them. I don't know if they ate afterwards.
Did you
Time to
you said
hydrate.
it was
Don't
your
mind if I do. I actually am
job to clean
thirsty
the
right
kitchen?
now.
No.
Hell yeah.
So,
Leftovers, we throw stuff away. There's nothing to clean.
okay, so you didn't clean any. I don't understand what your job is to clean the kitchen if you didn't have.
Pots, pans, that kind of stuff. Nothing was there because we didn't cook. We had leftovers.
Okay.
We had,
Okay.
what's it called? Hummus toast.
Okay.
They had.
Yeah, Doxy, I said criminal that covers
And you
politics,
said
dude.
you weren't
You're not
hungry.
wrong.
Or you
I had a shake. I wasn't going to eat at the time. No.
Okay. And did Megan eat?
You know, I don't know.
That is true. Misogyny, religion, and unjust anger seem to be a great
And
combo to make just
Did you
pricks.
have one
Yeah.
vehicle or two vehicles in Florida?
In Florida, one.
One vehicle. And that was the red van?
Yes.
And
5.
how long after dinner did you go over to the condo?
After dinner, it's hard to say. 30, 45 minutes after everything was completed. I was like, I'm going to sleep out. I took the van over because I was preparing to bring more stuff back from the condo to the house, kids' toys and that kind of stuff.
What kind of stuff did you have at the condo?
We have a whole second residence there. The kids' toys, my daughter's, there's a bunch of blocks. The kids wanted some of their books, some of their stuffed animals, some of that. Enough stuff I wasn't going to carry, so I was going to put it in the van.
When you moved to 202 Reserve Place, what did you take with you from the condo?
What did we take with the condo? Clothes,
Is that it?
maybe some dishware.
And
Did he kill kids? He
how
sure
long
did.
You bought the condo in 2005, right?
That's correct.
When did it become fully furnished?
The condo?
Yes.
Let's see, we bought it in July 2005, maybe August? No, I apologize. There was a renter in there, so October. October 2005.
Okay, so in October 2005, you fully furnished the condo.
The condo, that's correct.
Did you ever live there full time?
What do you mean?
Did you ever live at the condo full time?
My wife and I lived in the condo from October 2005, thereabouts, until July 2005.
Anything that enforces the belief that
2006,
someone is
when
better
we
than
moved up
another
to
for
have
any
my son
reason
in
at
Connecticut,
all
in
is
which we
totally
bought
not
that house up
poggers.
there and rented
Huge
the condo
agree.
out.
Okay,
He's also
did you
stuttering
ever
on,
move
fumbling
back
over words
into
like
the
he's trying to
condo?
keep the
Yes.
story straight in his
When?
head without criminalizing himself. I guess this is a courtroom, but I
Full-time?
hope they notice this.
As
They
in after selling
definitely
the house?
do.
I think we sold the house in 2017 or 2018 in Connecticut. So, but my wife had started snowbirding. I want to say 2014, 2015, then she made it permanent in 2016 or 17.
During the time that you rented the condo, did you leave it fully furnished or did you have renters furnish it?
We had renters.
We
furnish it.
have
I
gone
moved all
over
that
Chris
stuff back
Watts.
up to Connecticut.
And on
So sickening.
the night after dinner, is it your testimony that you got in the van
Snowbirding,
and
I
drove
believe
over
that's
to the
when you
condo?
like winter
Yes.
in
And the
southern
condo really
areas
wasn't
so that it's
far from
warmer.
202 Reserve
Yeah,
Place,
going
right?
south for the
Because of
winter.
one-way
Yeah.
streets and all that, it took me 5 minutes.
Okay. So you get to the condo. What do you do when you get there?
We've
Go in
watched
the back of the
Clara.
back of the car to get my tool bag out that I asked the boys to put in. Realized it wasn't there. So I walked back.
Did you ever make it up to the condo?
No.
And you tested. So what do you do with the van?
Left it there because I walked back to get the tool bag, in which I looked at the boys. I'm like, "Did you guys forget something?" And they looked under the basketball hoop, and they're like, "Oh, the van was locked. The tools are there." So we wrestled a little bit, and they asked me to play basketball. I had a friend who always told me to take every opportunity to play with the kids because you never know when they're not going to play with you. So we played basketball for a while. We played horse. We played a whole bunch of basketball games.
For how long?
Ma'am, you're asking me, I don't know, sunlight's up longer here? Hour and a half? I don't know.
Was it still sunny out when you left?
There was sun in the sky. I can't tell you what capacity. It was still light outside.
Okay. About what time did
Wow,
you
yeah, they
usually
can't
eat
play with you
dinner?
after you kill them, right?
It depended on what
Jesus.
activities there were. That night, probably about 5-ish, 5:30. Some nights at 8, some nights at 7. It all depended.
Okay, is it fair to say that the kids probably ate between 5 and 8?
It could have been 4:30. It could have been 4. All depended on activity. If they ate early, we had a later night snack.
Okay. So, what happens after you play basketball?
I told the boys it was getting late. Megan had told me that she wanted to go to bed early that night because everybody had just gotten over the the stomach bug and didn't want to be sick for Christmas.
Okay.
So I said, go into your mom. I'm going. Good night. I'm going over. Just remind mommy I won't be home. I'll either be sleeping in the condo or the, what's it called? The studio apartment above the garage because I was a bull in a china closet. You saw how big I was. I was a klutz.
Defenestration. From the
Did you
French
often not
fenêtre.
sleep at home with your wife?
Yeah, when I
La
traveled to
fenêtre.
Connecticut.
What about when you weren't in Connecticut?
Most of the time I slept with my wife. That night I said I would take the opportunity to go put together my bike, or my daughter's bike, fix the door, garbage disposal, run bleach down the air conditioner, normal maintenance stuff. And she didn't want me waking her up.
Okay. So, how do you get back to the condo?
I walk.
And what tools do you bring with you?
It was a tool bag full of, there's what they call socket wrenches, screwdrivers, a gross array of all tools. I had a utility bag.
Okay. So you carry the utility bag and you walk over to the condo, right?
I walk over to the van, that's correct.
So you walk to the van?
Yeah.
What do you do with the van?
I realized the phone, when I realized it wasn't the phone, it was an iPod that was lacking in the charge. So I went in, knowing I didn't have a charger up in the condo. I had a car
Every child
charger.
deserves a parent, but not all parents
So I
deserve
sat
kids.
in there, decided to take a rest
Yeah.
because I was exhausted as I charged the phone.
Okay. So, how long are you in the van?
I fell asleep.
What kind of phone charger did you have in the van?
Is it a plug into the, what's it called? Cigarette lighter thing.
Did you have a phone charger back at 202 Reserve Place?
Oh yeah, that's where they all were.
So how long are you sleeping in the van?
I woke up by the sunshine the next morning.
So you slept the entire night in the van?
I'm sure I woke up at one point or another and went back to sleep. It was not on current. I used to fall asleep in the pickup line to pick up my kids at school.
Okay, so did you sleep in the front seat, the passenger?
Front driver's seat.
Front driver's seat, okay. Did you
Yeah,
ever go
hi
inside
Bardic
the condo?
Muse. How was
Never made it
D&D?
up there. Because I woke up and realized the sun was up, so obviously it was later than the 4 o'clock I usually woke up to treat my wife. And I didn't want to be in the doghouse, but with her waking up and being in pain and me not being there and not being able to provide for her.
Okay, so
What?
did you wake up?
Sunlight was up. What time sunrise in Florida?
So after, do you drive?
Oh, I'm
back to
sorry,
202
Bard.
Reserve Place,
Or
do
wait,
you walk?
Clara, sorry.
Okay, so why did you drive over to Longview Avenue in the first place then?
As I repeated it in the first, which was already said, I was bringing stuff back from the condo that were of my kids that they wanted back. Obviously, I'm not going to carry a whole bag of whatever in my hands, so I brought the van to load in all the blocks, load in some of the kids' their Lego toys, bring back some of the stuffed animals.
Okay. So, you get back, and now it's daylight.
The sun is up, yes.
And which door of the house you go into?
Back door.
So you go in the back door, and what do you do?
Go to pee.
I've
After I
never
walked in
seen
the kitchen, I
anybody
saw the
less sorry that
remnants
they've
of everything.
killed someone.
Okay. So you see everything still on the table. You walk. You pass the bathroom to go upstairs.
Exploring a
right?
pyramid and having to
I
solve
went to the
puzzles.
bathroom
Puzzles are
downstairs.
my favorite part of
Okay.
D&D.
I thought
It's
earlier you
my
testified
absolute
that you
favorite.
went upstairs to go to
After
the
I went to the bathroom. What I testified was I went to the bathroom, then went upstairs to meet my wife.
Okay. So at what point did she come to the top of the
2, 3,
stairs then?
4, 5.
When I came out of the bathroom downstairs, she must have heard motion. She was at the top of the stairs.
Okay. So, were the doors to the library open or closed?
Don't know. Didn't see him.
Is the library not close to the stairs?
The library is past the stairs. That's correct. But when you have to pee, you have to pee.
Well, you're standing at the bottom of the stairs looking up at Megan at the stairs. You can't see the doors to the library?
Ma'am, can you see that gentleman back there?
Mike, you don't ask me questions, I ask you questions. Can you see the door to the library when you're standing at the stairs looking up at Megan?
No.
Okay. And you're engaging with Megan, and what is Megan's demeanor? Not what she says, what is she doing, and how is she appear to you?
She's standing at the top of the stairs. She has tears in her eyes and said, "You're alive."
Okay. And what is she wearing?
She's wearing my gray HydroWorks shirt, which is something she usually slept in. And she's wearing some kind of pants of some sort. She had clothes on.
And did she have any injuries at that point?
Ma'am, she was standing there. She was fine. I don't know. I hugged her, kissed her, told her, "I'm sorry I'm late."
Okay,
Asked her
and
where
so
they
what
get-
happens next?
I go into the bedroom because I wasn't feeling well, and she wanted to talk to me in the bedroom.
Okay. And what happens next?
We start communicating, and like I said, when I woke
Why
up,
is-
I felt nauseous anyways.
Why is he saying
And
it
I
like
don't know
she
if it was
should
because of
know,
the
like
nauseous I
she
woke up with,
witnessed it?
Or what she was telling me, I puked.
Okay. And so are you in the master bathroom?
That's correct.
And where's Megan?
You know, she's somewhere behind me.
So you don't know.
She's talking within voice distance. I can't tell if she's this distance away or she's this distance away.
Is she in the bathroom?
Like I said, I can't tell. You're asking me specific. She's in the room someplace.
So if you
I
don't
really
know,
wish
your
I
answer's
had
no.
chained before turning.
Do you know if Megan's in the bathroom?
I do not know if the Megan's in the bathroom.
Okay. But Megan is talking to you.
That's correct.
And after you're done in the bathroom, where do you go?
Tony has so much contempt for the opposing counsel that as he describes coming home and his wife telling him that she's killed the kids, he is standoffish, aggressive, and rude towards her. He is trying to one-up her by telling her he already said things before. He doesn't know things he already testified to, and all around can't be sure of certain facts. Less than an hour before, Tony had attempted to force himself to cry while remembering his kids' Christmas presents that they needed to wrap. But now, talking about his wife telling him that the kids were dead, he is angry and standoffish, as if he is describing a barista getting his Starbucks order wrong.
Legit, though.
Do you want the whole chain of events, or do you want...
Which room
No,
of the house
he
you go
killed
into
the kids.
after
He's
you-
trying to convince
So I
them
go
that
into my master
she
bedroom,
did.
then walk through the door into the hallway and walk into Zoe's room.
And is Alec and Tyler's door open?
That I don't recall, ma'am. I'm
God
sorry.
dang it.
Why did you go to Zoe's room?
Because she said she...
Here is the exact moment that Tony realizes that his tone does not match the fact that he is
Think we're gonna
recounting
finish
finding
this
out his
video
wife killed his
tonight,
kids.
but that means
He
that I need
immediately
to take a
pauses
quick
and
break
tries to
and
feign
we
sorrow
are
once
gonna
more,
pee.
but the damage is done.
I'll be
He had
right
just
back,
sniped
everybody.
at opposing counsel.
Hang tight for just a sec. We'll be right back. Lo siento, all. I crammed a couple pieces of toast super fast. I'm so hungry. My stomach won't stop growling. It's ridiculous. I don't know what's going on where all of a sudden my body thinks it needs so much more food. But like really it does. I don't know what the fuck is happening. Yeah, absolutely, Victoria V. No pressure. No problem. Hang tight 1 second. Let me go ahead and unpause this and we will get everything back together here. Could I get 4 readies in chat, please? Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Have you been working out more? Not more. Nope, no new meds. Not pregnant. No idea. Anyway, okay, here we go. I will rewind this a little bit. Let's just go back 1 minute.
To, and all around can't be sure of certain facts. Less than an hour before, Tony had attempted to force himself to cry while remembering his kids' Christmas presents that they needed to wrap. But now, talking about his wife telling him that the kids were dead, he is angry and standoffish, as if he is describing a barista getting his Starbucks order wrong.
Do you want the whole chain of events, or do you want...
Which room of the house do you go into after you leave the bathroom?
So I go into my master bedroom, then walk through the door into the hallway and walk into Zoe's room.
And is Alec and Tyler's door open?
I don't understand how he doesn't understand that venom is
Why
going
did you go to Zoe's room?
Because she said she...
Here is the exact moment that
Bite him
Tony
in the ass.
realizes that his tone does not match the fact that he is recounting finding out his wife killed his
Anthony.
kids. He immediately pauses and tries to feign sorrow once more, but the damage is done. He had just sniped at opposing counsel because they weren't specific enough with him when they asked where he went after he found his wife had killed the kids. And he had spent the past 10-odd minutes reciting what he previously said was the worst day of his life, as if it were the day he stepped in dog shit. He is now going to try and salvage his testimony and appear sympathetic.
She said the kids were dead. And Zoe was my little angel. That's the first one I went to.
So when you get into Zoe's room, what do you see?
There's a pillow on her head. There's a hand. And there's covers on top of her. She's laying on her mattress on the floor. The mattress is on the floor. She's laying on her mattress.
What do you do?
I went over to her. I uncovered her mouth, uncovered her face with the pillow. She had told me that she had stabbed the kids. So of course I looked for blood. I looked for anything. Looked for any sign of life. There was nothing. I turned back to her and I said, I thought you stabbed her. She says, I thought I did. I didn't know. It bounced off of her.
Okay. So after you discover Zoe, what do you do?
I went to the bathroom and picked up a washcloth. Her mouth was open. Her eyes were open. She looked uncomfortable. It's my normal demeanor to help put my kids in rest. Don't ask me why I did it. I was trying to close her eyes.
Okay, so...
Don't ask me why. You're in court,
Where's Megan?
Sir.
When you're doing
Somewhere
this.
behind me. She
I
was following me,
really,
talking
really
to me. At
wish
one
that
point, she
the
was
lawyer
standing
would have been
in
like,
the doorway,
why?
talking to me
I
from
wish she would have.
the doorway to me because I was asking her. I said, I thought you stabbed the kids.
Okay, so... Did you said you had charged your phone the night before. Did you have your phone?
I said I plugged it in and attempted to charge. Little did I know that the charger was not a direct charger. It had to have the engine on. The battery never charged. And I also found out that phone wasn't an active phone. That was an active...
That depends on the
phone
car,
that
not
we
the
use for things. So
charger.
no, it was not charged and it was not a techno phone.
Okay. Were there other phones in the house?
There were other possessions of phones in the house, but Megan hid them and would not tell me where she hid them.
So it's your testimony that you could not have called anybody.
That's correct. I didn't have a phone.
And it's daylight, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is it during the week? Is it on the weekend?
It's on a day that the sun was up. I do not know the days. The only isolation of days I've been given is from a receipt that I saw up there.
1, 2,
Okay,
3,
so you,
4, 5,
my
6.
question is it during the week or during the weekend? So your answer is what?
A day that sun was up. That's all I know.
And after you finish with Zoe, what do you do?
Megan was standing there trying to plead with me to talk. She kept bringing up the story of Thomas, the disbeliever, because she wanted me to believe what she was doing.
Sounds like you might have dated a narcissist, Victoria.
Rushed her out of the way, and I went to Alec's room.
And who was in Alec's room?
Alec.
Where was Tyler?
Tyler was found downstairs.
And was Tyler in the library?
Yes.
So Alec, which bed was Alec's?
Alex was the one, when you walk into the room, you walk in from the door, you have a square bookcase headboard thing. His was the one on this
1,
wall.
2, 3,
Tyler's was the one on
4,
that wall.
5, 6. Okay, we need to do 2 more of these repeats
And what did
here.
you find in Tyler's room? Or
Alec's room?
In Alec and Tyler's room.
Yeah. Alec was on his back, pillow over his head, covers over him, and there was blood.
How much blood?
Enough that I noticed, I can't really tell you, because I pulled back the blankets. The shirt had some blood on it, and there was blood on the abdomen.
Was there blood on the blankets?
Didn't inspect it. My goal was to see if they were alive, and my goal was to see what the hell happened.
Okay.
My language.
So after you see Alec, do you go downstairs to Tyler?
No, I actually do the same thing with the washcloth. His eyes were open, and his mouth was gently slack, looked uncomfortable. Normal father thing is to relax their head and relax, and I was just providing them comfort.
Okay. So after you do this with Alec, where do you go?
Tyler.
Okay.
I confirmed with Megan that Tyler was downstairs. Once again, brushed her aside as she's trying to convince me to see things in her light. I told her to leave me the hell alone, and I went down the stairs.
Okay. Do you immediately go into the library?
I opened the door to
Dragging
the library, yes.
the name
So
of
the
your
library
dead
door was
wife
closed.
through the mud,
That I
dude.
found out when I went downstairs, yes.
So
After you kill her.
there's a couch in the library, right?
Yeah, among shelves and a carpet and some toys, yes.
I'm just talking about the couch. Is
This
that
poor
couch
fucking woman
a
and
pull-out
kids,
couch?
dude.
Yes, it is.
Ugh.
So when you go in there, is the couch pulled out?
He's sleeping on the bed at a pull-out couch, yes.
And what do you find with Tyler?
Tyler's on his back, hand out to the side, blankets over him, pillow over his face, and then it's when I
Just
remove
normal
the blankets,
father
there's
things.
blood there.
Ugh.
Okay. And do you do the same thing with the washcloth?
That's what it
with
feels
Tyler?
like on this
Unfortunately,
fucking
I didn't
channel,
go to
hey?
the bathroom to what's it called, refresh it. It was just on me.
Okay. And where's Megan?
She's, at that point, standing at the library door, pleading with me to talk.
At that point, did Megan have anything?
She has some kind of, we have metal glasses, cups. She's had that and she was drinking something.
When this is all
Nobody's
happening
looking
after
up
you
Father of the
finish
Year mug.
with Tyler, where do you go?
Hashtag
at that point,
sad
they'd gone
dad.
to the
Holy
bedroom already.
shit.
And I went
That
up there
is
and told her she needed to
macabre.
I don't care what happened. I don't care what she did. Get help. I will take responsibility. I will do whatever it needs. Please go to the hospital. Tell me where the phones are. Because I'd asked her for the phones were initially. And she goes, I'm not telling you.
Okay. And this
God, you're not
conversation is
wrong,
happening where in the
Sperry.
master bedroom?
Fuck.
The master bedroom. Okay. And where is Megan at when you're having this conversation?
Throughout.
Shannon,
and
and
the bathroom, going back and forth. At one point, I went into the bathroom.
the old
Because there was a
chazzle
Benadryl
ass.
bottle on the floor. And I went into the bathroom and found a garbage bag in which I threw the Benadryl away as I'm looking for the phones.
Okay. And is Megan just kind of walking around? Is she following you? What is she doing?
At that point, she's standing at the side of the, when I left her to go throw the Benadryl bottle away and look for the phones, she was standing at the side of the bed.
On which side?
On her side.
On her side of the bed. So that would be the right side, right?
If you're looking from the foot of the bed, that is correct.
Okay. And does she still have this cup in her hand?
The cup is being up to herself, back down. When I left, the cup was still in her hand.
Okay. Where did you go?
Into the bathroom.
So you're in the bathroom.
Stop talking to her like she's an idiot, dude. I fucking hate it so much.
Little stall where the toilet is. Are you in the closet? Where in the bathroom are you?
I'm bouncing around all place. In the closet and around looking for the phones.
Okay, so you're looking for the phones. You're not using the bathroom.
At that point, no.
And
It's so wrong
Megan
that
is
I
within
wanted
the master
to
bedroom, master bathroom.
No, she's in the master bedroom.
She's in the master bedroom. So when you're standing in your master bathroom, can you see in the bedroom?
I can see partial in the bedroom.
Okay, what part of the bedroom can you see if you're in the bathroom?
As shown on the photos, if I may reference that.
Yeah.
I could see the green chair and the, what are they called? My mom used to call it a hope chest. But we had a...
The chest at the foot of the bed?
Yes.
Okay. So you're, you can see that view from the bathroom. Is Megan within your view?
No, she's standing by her end table. When I left her, she's standing by the end
Ah,
table
the victor.
on her side of the bed.
I bested them in the
And
arena,
how
Your
long are you in
Honor.
the bathroom?
Don't know. A few minutes.
What happens when you come out of the bathroom?
As I'm walking out of the bathroom, I hear a sound that is similar to a balloon. You know, like you rub a balloon, like a... At which point, I poke my head out as we're coming out, and I see her laying on her back, stabbing herself.
Where at? Is she in the bed? Is she
She's laying on her back, on her side of the bed, with her head on the pillow, laying on her back, on top of sheets, with the knife in her abdomen.
What color was the knife?
The knife was the only knife that was there, was a green buck knife that I bought for the kids as a Christmas present as part of their fishing lures.
Okay, so she has a green knife.
That's correct.
Is she right-handed or left-handed?
Green-handled knife.
Green-handled knife. Is she right-handed or left-handed?
She's right-handed.
And which hand was on the knife?
Both hands are on the knife.
Both hands are on the knife.
Yes.
And you said that the knife was in her abdomen
Yes.
when you came out of the bathroom.
Yes.
What'd you do?
I stood there in shock, and I said, "What the hell are you doing?" And at that point, she says, "I'm doing what I did to the boys. I'm trying to get my inferior vena cava." I'm sorry? She said, "I'm doing what I did to the boys, trying to get my inferior vena cava."
What does that mean?
Did you go for help?
I went over to my wife and pleaded for her to tell me where
What
the
does
phones
that
were.
mean?
She asked me not to leave her. She did not leave the boys.
So my question is, did you go for help, yes or no?
The answer is no.
After Megan dies, how long, what do you do? What do you do?
Well, we skipped over quite a bit there. I don't know if you want to go through everything or not.
Tony could not be more callous when describing finding his dead children and watching his wife stab herself. Almost immediately after realizing he had been unemotional and talking about finding out his children were dead, he tried to appear emotional, but was far too angry and annoyed with the prosecution
Oh,
to
Gimmick
maintain
Gamer,
his
how are
emotions.
you?
Even now,
It's good
he
to see
somewhat
you.
mocks the lawyer. He doesn't realize how much damage he is doing to his defense of being a loving father who would never do anything to hurt anyone.
What did you do after Megan died?
What did I do? I yelled out the window to see if anybody was around to help. There was some weird sound coming from her mouth. I thought she was breathing. I started CPR after I wiped her mouth off with that gray pillow.
Okay, so she stabs herself once or twice?
Like I said before, she stabbed herself a
Hi,
cumulative
Coco
times
Cat. How
twice.
are you?
Okay. And these are right after each other?
That is no.
Okay, so what happens?
She stabbed herself the first time. I sat there pleading with her to allow me to find the phones, to allow me to leave her to go get help. My loyalty is to my wife. She did not want to be alone. I thought if I stood there, she said she was going through the inferior vena cava. I have medical experience to know that one of those major arteries will bleed out quickly.
Wait. We need to
In the
fasten
area
off
of the
here.
house. We liked the house rental because there was no one around. Neighbors weren't there. Most of the neighbors around us were snowbirds. I left her,
Shit, my fucking
I thought she was gonna
needles
die.
are downstairs.
thought
I'm
in
not going to be
my
able to weave in right now, but that's
decision-making,
okay.
the best chance was for her to tell me where the phones were. At one point,
Maybe I should have actually left this really long so that we could
hate
use
to
it
say
for
I annoyed her.
sewing.
I was trying
Well.
to convince her, trying to talk in her language.
Too late now.
Saying, obviously, the universe doesn't want you to go.
Skip
She
10
says, I want
shells
to be with my kids. I need to be with my kids. So I leave.
and then repeat the strap. Sure.
What do you do
With the
after
drunken
Megan
sailor.
dies?
Like I said, I yell out the front window of our bedroom for anybody. Help, 202, please. I don't know where the phones are. I hear some kind of weird breathing, some kind of weird air exchange, something.
1, 2, 3,
No heartbeat.
4, 5.
They never
6,
went over that in
7,
CPR class.
8, 9, 10.
But you know what? I was trying anything.
Hi,
So I started
Snuggles. How are you?
CPR, chest compressions. And when I didn't see her breathing, I would do mouth compressions. I didn't care about the blood. I didn't care about all that.
Fuck.
What do you do after this?
Stupid. I think it's this one, but I need to
At
count
what
again.
point are you referencing?
What do you do the rest
1,
of the day?
2, 3,
The morning, what do
4,
you do the rest of the
5,
day?
I
6,
literally
7,
broke down there
8,
and
9,
cried.
10. Okay.
Don't
Yeah.
ask me how long, because I have no idea how long.
I was right.
I was in a state of confusion.
How
I was in
long?
a state of whatever.
I just want her to do
I couldn't
everything
help
that
my
he
wife
says
pass.
not to
I
do.
felt a failure. I wasn't there the night my kids were died. I felt a failure. I decided that I wanted to be with my family, that I wanted to die, that I deserved to die. I condemned myself to death. I was ashamed.
What did you do?
I sat there and cried for a while. At some point that I realized now, after seeing the receipt up there, I decided I was going to go and get a gun. At some point, as the receipt said, on 12/18, I went and purchased that first pellet gun. After I inquired with purchasing a gun to find out that there's a 3-day rule in Florida. I've never purchased a gun before. I purchased that gun, which was a pellet gun, that I was planning to give my kids, my boys, a Christmas present with.
James, thank you.
James
What
Rocks
kind of
18
gun were you
cheered.
trying to buy?
Thank you very much for
Any gun they would sell me.
sharing.
Did you try and buy a shotgun?
No, I tried to buy, I was trying to buy handguns. I inquired with them. I didn't inquire on a specific model. I said, I've never bought a gun before.
I don't know what
wanna
that
know about buying a
means,
gun.
really. J-Rod. A pelican? I know pelicans
Are
as
you aware
fancy
that the
fountain
wait
pens.
period doesn't apply to a shotgun?
Ma'am, I've never bought a gun before.
Well, you inquired about buying a gun, right?
I inquired about buying a gun.
So, this trip to Academy happened after everybody in your family was dead.
That's correct.
So on 12/18, the day of that receipt, everybody in your family was dead.
That's correct.
And was everybody in your family alive for the awards banquet on December 14th of 2019?
That was a Saturday, correct?
It was the day of the awards, the day that Alec and Tyler got awards.
Yes, they were. They were both attendants. They played the recital.
Okay. So, how soon after their deaths did you go to Academy?
Well, if that was the 14th, I went the 18th, so that was 4 days later.
So when did they, how soon after they died did you go to Academy?
I don't know timeline. I know sun was up, and I went over. Could it have been the same day? Most likely.
Okay. So, did you go anywhere else besides Academy?
On that day?
Between December 18th that day and January 13th, where did you go?
I went to CVS for Benadryl,
How many times?
I think twice. And I also went to Walgreens for Benadryl for that wall dry.
How many times?
This is his attempt to fucking look
Considering wall dry was disgusting.
sympathetic again.
Anthony doesn't realize it here because he is an idiot who thinks he's smarter than everyone else in the room. But the reason she is asking him where he went after his kids were killed and why to Walgreens multiple times is because that shows the presence of mind to continue to take care of himself, eat, and be able to walk into a Walgreens without anyone suspecting he had just killed his entire family. His entire defense of why he stayed in his home with the corpses is that he was so wrought with guilt that he was temporarily insane. But seeing as he was able to leave and come back multiple times after without anyone noticing, he was in his right mind.
That I remember.
Did you go anywhere else?
Did he call the cops about his wife and kids? No.
I
Not
picked
even
up
remotely.
Food, a galumki, one night at Publix.
Anywhere else?
Not that I recall.
Did you go to Sarasota?
No. There was no way I could drive to Sarasota.
Did you leave your phone at a Starbucks in Sarasota?
If I didn't go to Sarasota, I didn't leave my phone.
So you're denying that you went to Starbucks?
What an asshole.
In Sarasota?
In Sarasota, that's correct.
And so you never went to the beach in Sarasota?
Nope. It was over 2 hours away. There was no way I could drive.
And you did see the interview that was played yesterday, right?
Correct. I did see the interview.
And
You suck, you
you
suck,
did
you
speak
suck, you
with the
suck.
detective more than one time, right?
That's what they tell me.
You're denying this knowledge?
Ma'am, I don't even remember talking to the interview that day.
So
Ugh.
you don't remember talking to the detective on January 15th of 2020?
Last thing I remember was falling down the stairs and saying, "You hold on to somebody in custody, deputy." Next thing I knew, I woke up in jail. I thought I was in purgatory with the red floor and the bright sky.
Okay, so you
I don't remember,
discussed
never
a
worked.
lot of information. Wouldn't you agree in the January 15th, 2020 interview?
From what I saw, yes, and from what I read, yes.
And you adequately discussed Megan's health conditions that you were aware of, correct?
Correct, the ones that she
James,
suffered from.
thank you
James
so
Rocks
much.
18 cheered.
And
Last one for the
you
night, more
also
tomorrow.
Don't
spoke
feel obligated,
about
James. I appreciate the support so
various
much, though.
trips to
But
Academy.
don't feel obligated.
That's what I said, yes.
And you went to Academy at some point as well to purchase a longer knife?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that you also said in the interview, you spoke about the note that was left?
That's correct.
And you told law enforcement that you printed it after Megan's death.
Correct.
And you testified here today that that wasn't true.
That's correct.
And that wasn't the first time you told that to law enforcement, was it?
Well, actually, let me correct the facts on that case, please, if you may. The initial note was the one I didn't print out. The note I
Never
found in
trust
my
a
pocket
printed suicide
after,
note.
which is the note Meg printed out, that I found in my pocket after I urinated myself in the garage after one hallucination and drank what I thought was coffee, but I'm pretty sure it was motor oil. I went into the house, stripping, and found the note in my pocket.
Which note?
The note Megan had left.
This guy's like seconds away
What
from
was on
saying
that
a
note?
wizard did it like straight
On
up.
that note
Ugh.
was essentially, I
He
didn't
makes me
read this note,
sick.
but from what I recall, it said we did it as a family, which she referred to as family lineage. I had a different relationship.
Naps
a
are
different
magic.
definition of family. And the other thing was
Aw, James,
where
that's
she
so
wanted her
sweet.
ashes.
Thank you so
At the
much.
bottom of that note, it said,
Truly.
"Tony, I love you forever. Please forgive me."
What'd you do with it?
What did I do with that?
Yeah.
I took it out of my urine-soaked pants and retyped it because I wanted my residual family, or my leftover, the family that was alive, to keep the knowledge that we were a family unit, and I wanted my wife to know. I want my wife's wishes known where she wanted the ashes buried. She wanted to be buried with her father, where we released the ashes at Harkness.
Was Megan's note handwritten or typed?
It was typed.
And did you ultimately throw it away?
I ultimately put it in there was a fan box in the kitchen. After I typed it, and I typed a second one that was, when I retyped it, there was some
Yeah,
errors in it.
James
so I
Rocks,
put the
you're not
urine-soaked
wrong.
one and the one with errands in it in that fan box. After I fixed the door with my father-in-law who died in 2002.
So, was this the same day that you came home?
No.
That this note was, when did you find this note?
When did I find the note in my pocket?
Yes.
after I woke up after one of my suicide attempts of Benadryl that I ended up in the garage. I can't tell you. Sometime after Christmas.
Was this note in a pair of pants, in a shirt?
It was in my black shorts.
In your shorts?
Yeah, the one of two pair that already
His
fit me.
defense must be shrieking
So
inside
you only
straight
had
up.
2 pairs of shorts that fit you?
Hi,
Two
Salomega.
pair
How
of
are
black
you?
shorts and a pair of khaki shorts.
And how often did you wear these shorts?
When I went back to, sorry, I had a pair of Umbro shorts too. But those are the 2 dress shorts I had.
So how often did you wear them?
Daily.
And you never discovered this note in your pocket before?
Ma'am, I can't
It
tell
says
you I
first
changed.
time chat, but I feel
saw
like
the
I
condition of my hair, you
recognize
saw the
you for
condition of
some
my face.
reason,
I can't tell you what I did.
Salomega.
I was on autopilot.
Okay.
Did you used to
So,
have a different name, but it was
you
similar?
actually- the note
Or am I just
that
nuts?
Was left
I-
on the green chair is
neither will
something
shock
you
me.
actually authored.
I actually edited. That's correct.
Okay. And you printed it out
That's correct.
and you left it on the green chair.
Actually, I gave it to my mother who was sitting in the green chair for her to read.
Right.
Your mother was there?
Right.
My mother was there.
Okay,
My father
hi.
died in 2002. My aunt that died in 2013. Quite a few people were there.
Okay. So, in your interviews,
How's it going? How are ya? It's good to see ya.
you describe in detail how you take the lives of each one of your children, correct?
That's what the video showed, yes.
And you indicated in the video that you began with Zoe, correct?
That's correct.
And that you went in, this was after you and Megan had an agreement and you spoke about various websites and all of this research that you did, and you're sitting here today saying that that's not the case.
That is not the case. Megan told me the order she killed the kids.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Megan did research, would send things over. Did I research? Yes, I researched for years on my wife's illness.
10, 11, 12.
Okay? Now, as you're aware of through your experience,
I
people
think
believe
that thing is there for hygiene. Big
Did you
me.
conduct any research that you told detectives that you
God,
conducted?
why is it
On
curling?
which subject, ma'am?
Did you go to Quora.com?
Stop curling.
Yeah, that was a normal website I went to.
And did you Google different knife techniques?
Yes, because I had under my suspicion that the fact, well, I found the website on Megan's phone after I initially found that, after I found the phones, and I also looked up other ways to kill myself.
And my question now is, did you watch numerous videos about going to the afterlife?
I watched numerous videos with my wife about alien and her alien, what's it called?
Ooh, I just got a
I don't wanna call it an
huge
infatuation,
craving for
But she
lemonade.
believed in UFOs,
Soph, how did
aliens.
it go?
Those are the videos. I've never seen a video about her afterlife.
Did you have
I've
fun?
only-
Everything that you told the detectives, the multiple times that you spoke to them, is not true.
Number one, don't
Yes or
remember.
no? What you told detectives about you conducting the research with Megan and watching all of these videos on the afterlife is not true. Yes or no?
Strawberry
I did not
mint
watch videos on
lemonade.
the
Yum.
And
Had more fun than you reckoned you would.
Is it
Aw,
true?
did you hit it off?
that the multiple times that you spoke to detectives, that you told detectives
One,
that
2, 3, 4,
you
5,
went
6.
into Zoe's room,
Kitty,
gathered
kitty.
courage, and you rolled over on top of your daughter until she suffocated.
7.
Isn't that what you told law enforcement?
Is this a yes or no question, or do you want the answer?
Yes or no question.
That is what the video, yes, showed you.
And your testimony here today is that Megan did.
Verifies that it's yes or no.
Killed Zoe.
And
So
you told
Oh,
the
no.
detectives multiple times
9.
that after Zoe, you went
Kitty, 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 kitty,
to
kitty, kitty.
Alec's room, and Alec is was your oldest son, correct?
Hi, pretty.
That's correct.
And Alec was 13 years old.
Hi,
and he
pretty
was
kitty
the
girl.
strongest, Right?
That
Oh,
is
I love
incorrect, ma'am.
you.
Who was the strongest?
Tyler
Hi,
was
honey.
downstairs.
Sparta
So
is
you go to
here,
Alec's
guys.
neck because Alec's upstairs,
That's correct.
right? And you
Sweet
told
Sparta
law
kitty.
enforcement on multiple occasions that
I'm sorry,
went
honey
into
girl.
Alex's room.
There. Hi.
and
No, 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 no.
you
Get comfy.
stabbed
Get comfy.
Alec and you
She's
suffocated Alec.
very
Isn't that correct?
particular.
That's partially correct.
And isn't it true that you initially
This cat is
told law
so cute and
enforcement
fat. Aw.
multiple
You're.
times that
I am
Megan
talking to her.
was
She's a
in
very
there
pretty
during
kitty
that
girl.
That's what the video showed, yes.
And isn't it true that you also told law enforcement that Megan took part in the killing?
That's what the video showed. That's
We're
correct.
not one for one the
And that, in
same, but it was
fact,
kind of
Megan
refreshing and we
held
cuddled and it
Alex's
was good.
legs
Also,
down while
decent
you
kisser, so we're probably going to go out again. Oh, that's so
The video showed. That's
nice.
correct.
And your testimony today is that that is not
I went to
true.
Chili's today and they were
My
out of
testimony today
lemonade. It made me sad.
Is the
No,
fact
that is the
that
worst.
Megan killed her kids and killed herself.
Okay. So, next, you told law enforcement that you went to
Okay,
Tyler's
bye.
No.
Well, actually,
Went to
not
the library.
Tyler's room. You went to the library,
That's correct.
right? And that you.
This motherfucker has a good enough life that he
How
has
did
a
he
library
fast
in
you
his home, but had to
killed Tyler,
annihilate
correct?
his family.
Most definitely. He was the fastest
Okay,
and strongest
bud.
kid.
So he's the fastest
Fuck's
and strongest
sake.
kid, and you told law enforcement that you were afraid he was gonna get away, right?
That's what Meg told me, yes.
That's not my question. You told law enforcement
Oh, yeah, on
multiple
the video.
times that Tyler was fast and he was.
You saw the video, and you saw the video also of saying I said things that have been proven incorrect.
That's not.
Oh, look at that face.
Or no.
You didn't say yes or no, ma'am. I
Yes
apologize.
or no.
Thank you.
Did you tell law enforcement that you had to kill Tyler quickly because he was the fastest?
That's what I told you, law enforcement. That is correct.
And you also told law enforcement, yes or no, that
I
Megan had to stand on the
hate
other side of the
him.
door just in case.
That's what the video showed.
I hate him.
And after you were done with Tyler, you and Megan
In his
go
vacation
upstairs,
home.
or you meet Megan in the
He was,
master
in fact,
bedroom.
hundreds of thousands in
console
debt
yourselves,
that he
right?
was financing through fraud that he got
Yes or
caught
no?
for. Yeah.
That's what the video showed.
And you actually told this to law enforcement multiple times.
That's
It's
what
not
the
just what the video told, correct?
Ma'am, video,
Ugh.
that's
if
what I said.
only.
I don't remember anything after I left the house till I got to jail. So I'm refuting, I'm going on your premise that that video is correct.
Okay. Well, that is you in the video, right?
It's a sickly version of me, yes. It's an emotionally disturbed
Fucking
video of me, yes.
loser.
And that's you
Shut up.
talking, right?
Every version of
That is me
you.
talking, that's correct.
Every version of
Thank
you
God
is
I didn't tell you I
sick.
assassinated
There's no
Kennedy.
question. So, after that, you tell law enforcement yes or no
Ugh.
that you and Megan.
How much his
hit
attitudes
Breezy,
and things
the
he's saying
dog,
remind me
to
of
come
every
up
fight
onto
with
the
my
bed,
ex.
correct?
I'm so sorry.
That's what the video showed.
And
Yes,
that
me
at
too.
that point in time, you
Golly.
suffocated Breezy and took Breezy's life.
That's what the video showed. The truth of the matter is, the only thing I saw,
There's no question.
you didn't answer yes or no, so I said no.
So, yes or no, it was after this that you told law enforcement that Megan decided that she had to go next and she stabbed herself, right?
I don't know the rules to this question, ma'am. Can you repeat it, please?
Sure.
I don't know
Yes or
the
no?
rules to this question,
The
ma'am.
next thing that you told law enforcement happened was that Megan needed to kill herself and she stabbed herself, right?
By what the video showed? Yes.
And you were present or at home when Megan stabbed herself 2 times.
Correct.
And that you tried to, you actually testified in the video and you told law enforcement that you tried to help Megan bleed out more quickly by doing these different physical therapy techniques.
I didn't see that in the video, ma'am.
So you didn't tell law enforcement that?
Ma'am, you're asking me on the video what I
I said,
told.
did you tell law enforcement?
J-Rod, fuck.
Which point?
At any point, did you tell law enforcement that you tried to help Megan bleed quickly so that she would die by doing your physical therapy techniques?
Can I tell you what I told the law enforcement by the transcripts that have been provided for me?
What'd you tell law enforcement?
I told them I provided myofascial release to help facilitate blood flow. It's a technique that you do not do. It's a technique that I did over her liver to help her with digestive issues. You do not do myofascial release to help blood flow. It doesn't help blood flow.
I bet he would be supporting SCOTUS right now. Ugh.
Is
Yeah, he
it
sounds
true
pretty
that you told
pro-life,
law enforcement
TBH. Killing a
at
bunch
some
of women and
point
children.
You took a pillow and put it over Megan's head until she suffocated?
That's what the video showed, yes.
No, like, seriously, he has the attitude of so many people who want to debate shit, where he's intentionally being obtuse. Big time Vosh hours, hey? It looks like he understands that lying is hard, and that he doesn't want to trip himself up, so he's just making sure to only confirm what he has proof he has said. He isn't sure he knows what he said, yeah. According to him, she miscarried several times, so according to several states, she's a baby killer. True. He was just defending the unborn, Your Honor. I just don't get what he thought would happen, giving one testimony and then just being like, no, fake
When was
news,
Tyler's
that didn't
birthday?
happen. Yeah.
12/30/2008.
And he would have been 11.
Sorry, reining myself in. Don't.
And
We're all angry. We're all
based upon the
angry.
testimony and the statements that you made to law enforcement, he was dead before. his
You are
birthday,
so
right?
super allowed to be angry and to be disgusted by
And
this
did
man and to be
Tyler
disgusted by
get
SCOTUS. You please do not feel obligated to
birthday
rein yourself in
cards or
if you
anything
do
from
not
family?
wish to rein yourself in.
You don't,
Very good at that.
you don't remember?
There's a lot I don't remember, man.
Do you remember cashing a check that was for Tyler's birthday?
He needs to stick to one story. My God, he can't handle
And-
being wrong. So like what Clara said, he keeps only saying one thing and then saying in the now, this is false. Yeah.
I have no further question.
Thank you.
If anyone here is pro-life, they might be a bit lost. Yeah. I wish to see him and Amber Heard back.
Todt, who killed your family? You were not involved. Nothing further.
The dramatic shift from back talking to the lawyer, making snarky remarks, and callously going over the manner in which his kids died, to him whispering that it was his wife that killed them when addressing his counsel is mind-blowing and incredibly telling. After this, the lawyers provided their closing arguments, and the jury was released for deliberation. When they reconvened, Anthony was found guilty on all charges, and was appropriately sentenced to 4 counts of life, without the chance of parole. Before his sentencing, Anthony stood in front of the judge and tried, once again, to convince him of his innocence, which did not work. Tony is an idiot who spent his entire life manipulating and working people. He stole thousands from his community, he killed his family, and he is exactly where he belongs. If you have made it to this part in the video, thank you so much for watching. Feel free to like and subscribe, as we have a plethora of other videos coming down the pipeline. And thank you to Scentbird for sponsoring this video and supporting
Sarah
our
Bear,
content.
thank you
as
so
it
much
is
for the
largely
follow. I
demonetized
appreciate you
on
very
YouTube.
much.
If you are interested in trying any of the scents they have on their site and finding a fragrance that suits you, make sure you use my code, Dreading55, for 55% off on your first month.
There
And
it
remember,
is.
stay safe.
All right, y'all. I think that's gonna do it for today. Thank you, everybody.
There's nothing
oh,
as
no.
strong as
oh,
the
no.
bond
Stop,
between
stop,
mother
stop.
and child.
Stop,
no matter
please.
the culture, no matter the time.
Thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. I had such a good time, and you are all so supportive and amazing, and I still am not sure what I have done to deserve y'all. But I feel very, very hashtag blessed. Thank you so much. I will hydrate as I'm switching over. I have to be shilly for a second here. I don't know why chat isn't on screen. I moved myself over so that there was room for chat here. Really quick, I want y'all to yes, please join the Discord if you haven't. It's just https://discord.gg/fartslide will get you there. And we are looking forward to seeing ya. You have to be a member for 10 minutes before you can say anything. So I might as well start that 10 minutes now. Don't forget to, if you would, follow me on Twitter. That's twitter.com/ZER0DOXY. I always announce there when I'm going live, and I try to do a fun selfie every time, but really, to me, they all look exactly the same. It's just a picture of my fucking face. I would love it if you guys would hang tight in chat and be very active in chat so that we can pull a fun raid on somebody. That would make my whole night. And then also, very briefly, I need to say thank you to my patrons. So they are... Sorry, it has to load. I should have had this ready. Thank you so much to Big Wolf Paws, Quinn Kenobi, Laura Cody, and Katie Bailey. You're amazing, and I appreciate you, and I know that there is no fucking rewards for my Patreon. So, like, legit, just that amount of support it's humbling. Thank you very, very much. Please, everybody go follow Dungeon Dad on YouTube. If you like your D&D content, he's incredible. Hey, he's got another video coming out, I think tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure, but it's going to be a doozy. You're going to really like it. Okay, everybody hang tight. I'm going to find somebody to raid here, and I will see you guys tomorrow, and we will do some SCP stuff. Okay, bye.